test, test.
An email was sent to my chambers at 5:20. Morning.
Okay, guys. I hope the sound should be okay. I mean, the mic is pretty hot when it comes to the court. I don't know much about this case at all, almost. All that I know is based on the opening statements that I've heard yesterday from both sides. I didn't think it was really worth streaming. It would be a pretty short stream anyway. I'll just give my impressions from yesterday. The crime itself of him killing his wife and son, his son with a shotgun to the head, and his wife with an AR while running away from him, or at least that's what the prosecutor appeared to describe. At first, that sounds pretty horrible, and I assume that he's guilty. Then I've heard the prosecutor give his opening statements, and I was immediately hesitant based on the fact that the first thing that he decided to bring up in his opening statements, when it's his opportunity to basically tell the story, is the phone and phone data and how important it is, all of the extracted phone data, and that the phone puts him at the place of the crime. Before he even went in to explain what the crime was or anything like that, he didn't even go barely into detail about the actual gory details about what actually happened. And what he said was, just based on what he put an emphasis on, stuff like when he said, should be assumed the presumption of innocence based on reasonable doubt. He put an emphasis on reasonable, and immediately I thought that's not really a winning strategy, because what you're saying is, sure, you members of the jury are gonna have doubts about his. You're gonna definitely have doubts about his guilt. So just know that these doubts that I'm already foreseeing that you guys are gonna have, they have to be reasonable for you to actually not consider him to be guilty. That's not a winning strategy. That sounds like somebody who's just hoping that the jury are stupid enough to convict somebody based on it being unreasonable that he's innocent or that he's not guilty. That's really strange. And he also put an emphasis on the phone data and said how that's the most important thing and how that puts him at the location of the crime. But it didn't seem that he's super confident that there's like something physically with the phone that is important. More like the extracted cellular data from his cellular provider, that is what he supposes is damning. But that data is entirely unreliable, especially when it comes to tower locations and stuff like that. There's another trial that has that as the centerpiece of what's going on, that that I've watched recently, and it's not that super reliable the way these antennas work, and how your phone decides which antenna to connect to. It's it's not arbitrary, but it might as well be arbitrary because it's going to be practically impossible to prove with logs exactly every step of the way why the phone decided to connect to this antenna versus another antenna. So basically, basing all of your evidence on this makes it seem as if they have nothing but circumstantial evidence. So that's as far as the prosecution was concerned. It was very weak, a very weak opening. It almost seemed as if he's just begging the jury to set aside a lack of evidence that they have to and come to a guilty plea anyway. I mean, a guilty verdict anyway. That's kind of what he was signaling to me. Then the defense came on, and he sounded way stronger. Then he went into elaborate detail about the gory scene that happened that night, and he went on to call it a slaughter or a butchering, and with his client right there. Now, if his client is guilty, that is a very cold-hearted strategy on his lawyer to play, but absolutely that's what his lawyer should do, even if he is indeed guilty, because the more you make it seem absurd that he would kill his own wife and kid, especially if the prosecution have no actual evidence that there's a motive for him to do so, and if there's and the defense also went on to say that there's absolutely no evidence and that's going to be uncontested that there were actual issues that could familial issues that could cause him to have any kind of anger issues towards his wife or his child. At least as far as appearances go, everything seems to be completely in order as far as his family relationship went. So it would be pretty out of character for him to just shoot them. Also, the defense brought up an inconsistency where for him to have been the murderer according to what they argued the prosecution story is, based on the prosecution story, he would have maybe 10 minutes since the shooting to switch clothes, get rid of every trace of blood from him and his clothes, get rid of those bloody clothes where nobody would ever be able to recover them, and meet up with police without having absolutely no traces of blood or DNA or anything on him whatsoever. So if he's been able to shoot them and clean himself up and the crime scene up from DNA evidence and switch clothes and get rid of all that clothing in 10 minutes, then color me impressed. I mean, maybe it could just be that the prosecution's theory of how it went down is wrong, or maybe they would go into that maybe today, maybe later down the line during the trial. But so far, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty I'm leaning pretty heavily towards him being not guilty. Now, keep in mind, I'm not considering him innocent. It's just so far my position is me coming from a position where I know absolutely nothing about this case, and I've on purpose tried to avoid hearing as many of the facts as possible to just keep my mind completely untainted and objective. So far, from hearing the opening statements from both sides, I am led to very strongly to believe him not guilty. Not that he's innocent, but that he's not guilty. There's not enough for me to be able to say, yes, he was there, he pulled the trigger, here's why he pulled the trigger on his wife and child, here's why we believe he did this and how we can pinpoint him being there. Here is why he has absolutely no valid alibis, etc. Like, they're gonna have to show me stuff like that if they want to convince me that he's guilty, not just circumstantial evidence that his cell phone pinged the tower that was nearby where the murders took place, And from what was described yesterday, it seems that this takes place on a pretty large property that has very remote areas from one another. So his wife could be on one area and he would be on a completely different area, and where it would be difficult to see each other or even communicate or something like that. That's at least a very, let's say, wealthy property where there's enough actual acreage for that to be possible. So without further ado, let's get into the case. I've wasted enough time.
Good morning. An email was sent to my chambers at 5:52 p.m. yesterday by someone by the name of Chris Wilson, who I don't know whether it's the Chris Wilson who's on the witness list or not, complaining about the violation of my court order prohibiting the disclosure of the identity of jurors. Did not respond to the email, and I'll make the email part of the record in the case.
Okay, yeah.
Counsel can look at it if you like.
From what I understand yesterday, the camera panned onto the jury for a second by accident. The court TV cameras. Now that is really messed up. That's the one thing they should always make sure not to do. And if they really messed up that bad, what the hell was that? Wow, their camera setup is completely amateurish. This guy, the frame on the bottom just got stretched and unstretched. Yeah, they're playing around with their settings or something. In any case, I didn't hear the judge say anything about it except that he's going to add it to the record if that is indeed the case. I didn't notice that. Mr. Murdaugh is supposedly a lawyer himself, so he should be very familiar with the procedure, and it would make me kind of question a lot of his credibility, not as far as like saying the truth or not saying the truth, but he doesn't even need to be prepped that much as to what to say or not say on the stand because he's trained for that. So automatically I know that everything is going to be self-serving, because if not, then he's a very bad lawyer.
Court's exhibit number 2. No, I don't need it.
I don't know if he's going to be on the stand or not.
By the state or the defense?
No, Your Honor, none from Mr. Murdaugh.
None from the state, Your Honor.
No. Anything before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the video he's about to show has, I believe, and I believe he agrees, images which are under the order signed by you. And so as they're being proposed to be shown, if I have something or he has something, we're going to, obviously under that order, we have to disclose that to you. And if you approve the showing, we've got some logistical issues. If you give me just a minute. These monitors are, that one is not working, but this monitor is viewable from the audience, and we'd like to cover it up with some MacGyver-like device that's been developed by Mr. Waters, where you tape paper we can flip back and forth. So
I don't get it.
if somebody has some tape, I'd like to do that before he begins so that nothing's shown back there by the inadvertent.
Are they talking about redacting a video with tape? I don't get it. What are they doing? Oh, okay, they're covering the screen for what? Why are they covering his screen? What's going on? Okay, I'm gonna skip through this, sorry guys. There's some advantages to starting late.
You may bring the jury. Watch. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for day number, day number 4 of this session of court.
The second day of trial.
Day number 2 of this trial.
Yep.
As I instructed you prior to us commencing yesterday with the opening statements, you're not to listen, watch, or read any news accounts of this case or discuss it with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence.
Sorry guys, I'm going to skip over the jury instructions too.
Many of you are not accustomed to notify the bailiff or any court participant.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would call Sergeant Daniel Green.
Okay, first witness.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the court in this trial will be the truth,
Wow.
so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Her mic is hot. How does she have a mic on her lapel or something?
Comfortably. And if you'll state your name and spell your last name.
That's
for the
interesting.
My full name is Daniel Green. My last name Greene.
Sergeant Green, how you doing today?
I'm good.
All right, tell us where you work.
I work for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and your rank is sergeant, obviously, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell us just a little bit about yourself. Just give us just a little bit of your background that led you to your career in law enforcement, if you would, please.
Sure. I went to school here, grew up here, went to college at Charleston Southern University. I got a degree in social studies education, taught for a little while, and then got into law enforcement. Just kind of fell into it and liked it. And I've been here since 2014.
Okay. You started with the Sheriff's Department in 2014?
That's correct.
All right, and what was your first job that you did, or how does your career progress?
I started at the jail. I worked there for just over a year, and then I was moved to the road patrol. I was on road patrol for several years, moved up the ranks to sergeant, where I was a road patrol supervisor, and now I'm a detective.
Okay. When did you become detective?
Earlier last year. It would have been June of last year.
Back in June of 2021, what was your job at that particular time with the Sheriff's Department?
In June of 2021, I was a road patrol sergeant supervisor.
All right, and explain how that works. What's your exact role as a sergeant and a road patrol supervisor?
So for the most part,
That's not what he said though.
Consisting of 3 to 4 deputies, just depends. That include a corporal as well as several other deputies. My job primarily is to supervise them in their in a 12-hour shift.
Damn.
Answer calls for service. Sometimes I'll go with other deputies to calls that require more than one officer to be present. But the majority of my job is supervising what they do.
And during June of 2021, were you working day shift or night shift, or how did that work?
I was on night shift at that point.
And what are the hours of the night shift?
So we swap every 2 months. So 2 months you'll be on days, 2 months you'll be on nights. For those hours, it's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. or 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. And let me take you to the evening of June 7th, 2021. Were you working that particular evening?
I was.
And what shift were you working that day?
We were on night shift,
And again, so what hours would that be?
working from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So you went on duty at 6 p.m., is that
I did,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. And you said you're the sergeant. What was do you have a squad that you're supervising that are out during that shift? Explain that to the jury, if you would, please.
So that shift consisted of myself being the sergeant. I had a corporal and 2 deputies working as well. And at that point, I had a lieutenant who was my immediate supervisor. He was working as well.
All right, and again, you tell me who those people were?
Sure. So my corporal was Corporal Janicki, and the 2 deputies working with me were Deputy William Pruitt and Deputy Chad McDowell.
And the lieutenant was who?
Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles.
Did you, on the evening of June 7th, 2021, get a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
And you remember approximately what time that was?
Later in the evening, several hours into my shift.
Okay. And did you ultimately respond to that location?
I did.
What was reported to you that led to the call for service from dispatch?
That there was a caller who stated he had found his wife and son shot.
And,
So he's the
so
first
tell me
guy
what
to
happens if
respond.
you get that report, what do you do?
So I get that call for service. Obviously, we immediately respond. In situations like that, we would respond with lights and sirens to get there as quickly as possible.
You're driving fast to get there?
Yes.
Lights are on?
Lights were on.
That's what he
siren was
just said.
on. I think it still took me close to 20 minutes to actually get to the scene from where I was. But
You have to ask dispatch to clarify the address?
I did once I got out there. It's a very dark area, very rural area on Moselle Road. There were not a whole lot of residences in the area, and I did need clarification once I got out there to confirm the address. Then I located the address on a mailbox across the street from a driveway.
So you saw the mailbox in the driveway you entered, is that correct?
That's correct.
The driveway that you entered that had this mailbox, where did it ultimately lead? What structures were there as you pulled up to the scene?
As I pulled down the long driveway, when I got to the end of it, there was a dog kennel area on the left as well as a shed area on the right.
And that was the driveway with the mailbox, correct?
That was.
Is this location where the scene was, is it in Colleton County?
It is.
Tell me just a little bit before we get into more specifics. What was you said it was dark. What was the weather like? What was the conditions of the scene or the weather in the scene like?
What does it
It's quite
matter?
normal for June around here. It's rather hot and humid. It had been raining a little bit off and on that evening. It was not raining at the time that I actually responded to the scene.
Were you the first law enforcement officer or first responder on the scene?
I was.
Seems
Were there
that way.
Other first responders following close behind?
The additional first responder that was directly behind me worked for Colleton County Fire Rescue. He pulled in almost the same time I did.
When you would arrive at the scene, before we talk about what you actually experienced at this scene, what is your main job at a scene like this? What are you there to do as a first responder, the first officer on the scene?
Yeah, so a major crime scene like that, my job is to get there, secure the scene, and what I mean by secure the scene is ensure that there are no individuals there that would potentially cause harm to additional first responders coming there or any witnesses or victims that are already on scene.
So he called the cops to declare that there's bodies. Supposedly the cops weren't the first person he called since the shootings, but after the shootings are known to take place, he placed some apparently unrelated phone calls before he actually called the cops. But that would be completely consistent with him not being aware that his wife and kid have been shot and him just acting the way anybody who didn't know what's going on would act until he actually found out, whereupon he then immediately called the cops. That is also entirely possible.
observe any evidence that might be there, and then wait for investigators to arrive as I gather information from anybody else that is already on scene.
Okay. So you're going to gather basic information, but your job's not to investigate it in great detail. Is
That's
that
correct.
Okay. As you arrived at this scene, again, what had been reported to you by dispatch?
That a male caller had called and said he found his wife and son shot.
And from that report to you, about how long did it take you to ultimately make it onto the scene?
It was roughly about 20 minutes.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, when you said one of the things that you do is secure the scene, were you at all concerned about any perpetrator still being there at that point in time?
When I arrived, not necessarily, just because he had already been there for quite a while. Whenever he called, it seemed, the way the call came in, that he discovered them like that, and that there was nobody else there other than...
Well, that kind of contradicted what the defense lawyer said yesterday, or sorry, what the defense lawyer said yesterday. He argued that the police just showed up, saw him sitting there with the shotgun, and they assumed that because his kid was killed with a shotgun, that he was immediately the suspect, and from there until now they kept on using that theory. But the reason he had the shotgun was because, and the way that he argued we're going to hear it in actual evidence when the phone calls to the police show up, we're going to basically hear him say that he's not sure if the guy is still at large and that he better go grab a gun. So again, that is still very consistent with his story so far.
Him and the wife and son.
So you're the first officer on scene, but you're not thinking the perpetrators are still there?
It's something you have to keep in the back of your mind, but not necessarily at the forefront.
Okay. You didn't come in hot with guns drawn or anything like that?
No.
You should have. What the hell? I mean, not ready to shoot, but at least be ready.
When you arrived at the scene and you walked and got out of your car, what did you see?
So as soon as I got out of my vehicle, I was walking down the rest of the driveway, which went between the dog kennel and the shed. As I could see Mr. Murdaugh down at the end of the driveway. As I approached toward him, I could see the male victim laying on the ground to my left, as well as the female victim on the ground to my right. The male victim was close to a small shed in the dog kennel on the left. There was a large deal of blood that had pooled around his body.
Interestingly, because this is not a self-defense case, he's not arguing self-defense, he's arguing not guilty, he's arguing he wasn't the guy who killed them. Both sides should be able, and there's no problem for them to call the wife and child the victim, because sometimes in self-defense cases, like we've seen in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, the judge won't really allow people to use the language of victims to describe people who might have actually not been victims on the basis that the person is not a perpetrator because he acted in lawful self-defense. So since this is not a self-defense case, then both sides, again, should be easily capable of calling them victims with no problem, because in the eyes of both, the theory that he's guilty and he did it, so they're his victims, and both in the defense's side, where some random perpetrator killed them, so they're the victims of the random perpetrator.
Same thing for the female victim on the right. Also a large amount of blood around her body.
As you approached and at first saw the male victim and the female victim, what was your assessment? Was there any possible signs of life from your...
My initial assessment was that there was not. There appeared to be a large amount of blood around each of them, as well as brain matter.
Did you ultimately have a conversation with Mr. Murdaugh when you were out there?
I did.
And do you see him here in the courtroom today, the person that you talked to?
I do.
And can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. He's right there, wearing a dark blue or black jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
Can't they just stipulate that he is... Can't they just stipulate that he is Alex Murdaugh, so that they won't have to make every witness identify him by name every single time. It would just save a lot of time because, again, there's no argument over whether or not he was the one who called the police and he was the one who first met with the officer and that kind of stuff. I mean, yeah, he is him. That's not the issue here. So I don't know why they have to make sure to point to him. That's kind of stupid.
When you ultimately approached Mr. Murdaugh, what's the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did was ensure that he did not have any weapons on him. That's standard procedure for arriving on a scene like that. Any kind of weapons that are anywhere on the scene, I want to be aware of just so I can know whether they're there or not, and if they are there, who has access to them at any point. And that's for my safety as well as other responding officers and for anyone else that's on scene.
Didn't you just say that you could have come with guns drawn or at least prepared to be ready in some way for some kind of physical confrontation? And you didn't? You just came in like that, like friendly manner, all that kind of stuff. At least from what you testified, it didn't seem like you had any suspicion that somebody was still there ready to cause any kind of harm.
Did Mr. Murdaugh give you any possible explanation for this when you approached him?
His immediate reaction was to start telling me about an incident that had happened with his son with a boating accident.
With the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
Had you asked him anything about that?
I did not.
You ultimately, were you wearing a body-worn camera that particular day?
I was.
Okay, authenticating the video.
You ultimately had a conversation with Mr. Murdaugh for a fairly extended period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're a lawyer. Why are you talking to the cops? Oof, Jesus Christ. You know what? Maybe in his case, talking to the cops, if this is some kind of mastermind kind of scheme, then you would talk to the cops, but in such a perfect way that nothing you said to them would actually be of any use to the state, but it would actually kind of make you look better. That's an impossible task. That's why nobody should ever talk to the cops, because that never happens. People often just talk to the police because at the moment, at that particular time, they're just too shocked to use their common sense and realize that they have to have a lawyer present immediately as fast as possible before they open their mouth whatsoever.
You ever see any tears in your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh?
He did not appear to be crying. He was upset, but I did not see any visible tears.
That is not strange.
Did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that he had any sort of firearm?
He did. He stated that he had left from that scene, went to the residence,
And grabbed a
a
shotgun.
shotgun from that residence, and then brought it back because he felt like he needed to have it just in case something else were to happen.
No, just in case the perpetrator was still there. At least that's what the defense argued that he said. So I guess we're gonna have to wait and see whose version is more reliable. Though the police officer seems to be downplaying it a little bit. So I'm wondering if whether or not he's actually objective or if he's trying to help the state for some weird reason.
He told you he had gone back to the residence after finding the victims to get that gun.
He did.
What, if anything, did you do once he told you that he had gotten a gun?
First, he pointed out where the gun was. It was leaning against the vehicle that he was driving at the time. I could see that it was a camouflage shotgun. I spoke with him for a few more minutes, and just based off of how nervous he was acting and anxious and upset, I decided it was in everyone's best interest to get that shotgun and secure it in my vehicle so that no one else had access to it.
Fair enough.
So you put that shotgun in your vehicle, is that correct?
I did.
What did you ultimately do with that shotgun? Did you later turn it over to additional law enforcement?
Yes, after it was secured in my vehicle, once SLED arrived on scene to do their further investigation, it was then turned over to SLED.
Bear with me 1 second.
Should be interesting if they could literally tie the shotguns to the exact shot that blowed his kid's brains out. What happened to the kid was very, very, very graphic.
We have the Elmo working, please. you want to see it first, I believe it's submitted without objection. It's not a graphic image. Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish it to the jury?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put what's been marked as... I'm going to put what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3 up on the screen and see if I can get it the right way.
What are we
Can't
saying?
see. Can you see that? Probably can't.
I can.
You can? All right.
We
And,
can't.
You recognize the what's in that particular image?
I do.
All right, and tell me what that is, please.
That's the shotgun that I secured in my vehicle.
Are we gonna be able to see it? And just to be fair, even if it is his shotgun that was used to commit the crime, supposedly he had firearms all over the place. There is still reasonable doubt to whether or not he was the one who pulled the trigger until they literally find something that ties him to pulling the trigger, being the one who held the gun, DNA evidence, a camera, something. Which arguably they don't have. The defense says it was uncontested. Oh yeah, definitely we're gonna see it. They brought the actual thing over, okay.
Proceed, Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Sergeant Green, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4 for identification at this time. And see if you recognize this particular item.
Yes, sir. That would be the shotgun that I secured.
All right. Your Honor, this time we would move Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Objection. Any objection?
No, sir.
Admitted.
May I have Sergeant Green show this firearm to the jury?
Yes.
Be sure not to point at anybody, please.
Yeah, we don't want to have. We don't want to have a Rittenhouse trial situation where Binger aimed it like this at the jury. Well, I don't know if the jury, but he aimed it at people at the court. That was really stupid.
All right, Sergeant Green,
Oh, there's an echo.
I'll show you one other document before we move on to some other matters.
Why do all courts have such shitty audio and shitty tech in general? Holy shit.
All right, Your Honor, I believe I'd move to admit that State's Exhibit 2 without objection.
And no objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show this exhibit to you real quick and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir. That would be the chain of custody for the shotgun.
All right, is there a signature on that document?
It is.
All right, and what does this chain document reflect? Can you just generally explain what this means to the jury, please?
That I originally took possession of that weapon and then turned it over to SLED investigators.
All right. May I publish this exhibit, Your Honor?
Yes.
So up here it lists that there was a Benelli Super Black Eagle. Did you unload this particular shotgun?
I did not.
Okay. But you ultimately turned the shotgun in its loaded state over to the agent listed here, is that
I
correct?
did. I did.
Did you alter or change the weapon in any way between the time you took
No, we didn't.
it over to SLED?
No, I didn't manipulate it in any way.
Well, it's important to ask, but dumb question. He's not going to say yes.
Sergeant Green, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification at this time as State's Exhibit number 1, see if you recognize this.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and can you tell the jury what this is on this disc right here?
That would be the body camera footage from that incident.
Are we going to watch it now?
Your arrival at Moselle Road and through the investigation until at some point you turned it off after it no longer needed to be on. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
I sure hope
Your
we're...
Honor, this time I'll move to admit State's Exhibit number 1.
That clarification, that is this officer's body cam, which is a camera that's mounted on his body. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's mounted on.
So admit it.
Weird.
Your Honor, permission to publish this exhibit to the jury. I need Your Honor, I would point out that there are graphic images on this, so everybody needs to
I hope we get to see it, just because we didn't get to see it in the Darrell Brooks trial too much.
Parties to control what is presented and published in accordance with the court's order. The parties to police that yourselves.
Your Honor, we intend on putting the screen up when he gets to the graphic images and then uncovering it.
They come pretty quickly, as you.
I remember. So, Mr. Griffin's ready.
Oh, they're covering for him. Okay. Odd, he was there. What they want to... Is this so that they can kind of make an act to the jury that... You know what? I think I understand this. I think they're blocking his screen so that the jury can't make any inference as to how... whether he's guilty or not, just based on how he's reacting to the graphic images of his of his kid and wife. So looking at those graphic images, he could break out down in tears, for example, and that could supposedly show that he's maybe in some people's mind that he's guilty, and other people's mind that he's not guilty, and should just prevent any kind of weird biases like that, or weird conclusion drawing like that. They just want to block it off so the jury can't conclude anything, because he's not going to be seeing anything to react to, basically. If that's their move, then it's pretty smart. Pretty smart, especially...
Yeah, stay in town. I'm heading out there.
Advise a female shot in the head. The son is shot also, not breathing. Stand by for them.
I hope that was lower for you guys than it was for me, because my ears just got raped.
Sergeant Green, this is your body cam video, is that correct?
That's correct.
The first 15 minutes or so of this video are you running code, running at full speed or at least reasonable speed to get to this scene as fast as you can. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you just
my
fast
lights are
forward?
activated so I can get there quickly.
Why don't you just fast forward to the relevant part?
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to fast forward it until he arrives, I believe without objection from the defense.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, why didn't you start there? Fast forwarding.
Central on Bay 1 will be stationed at Murdaugh on Cross Swamp.
Okay, 20.
Let's see if there's auto captions for this.
Central Battalion 1's in here waiting for.
What was that?
Past the driveway that I was supposed to have turned down.
Oh,
Like I said,
okay.
everything's kind of dark out there. It wasn't clearly indicated, so.
Hold on, we don't get to see it.
Central, that was 4147 or 57?
4147. Keep your vehicle in the driveway with the flashes on. That's going to be the caller.
Copy, I'm going on scene. It's got a long driveway, but the mailbox out front is labeled. It's not at the end of the driveway. He might be up by the house.
The correct number for 4147 Moselle?
It is.
And is that the incident location where you discovered the victims?
That's correct.
Copy.
I'm getting out. Let's call it now.
Copy.
Ramona. Yeah, this is stupid.
Right there to the left of the screen, what did you see right there?
To the left was Paul's body. He was laying face down on the ground. Large pool of blood around him, as well as a great deal of water that was immediately around his body.
Was it that water, was it just around, was it down the entire kennel concrete pad, or was it mostly just?
No, you could see walking down the kennel as I got out. The closer I got to Paul's body, the more water there was.
Had it been raining enough at this point in time to wet the entire, to cause that amount of water?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Objection's overruled.
Answer the question, please.
I don't recall if it had been raining a whole lot that evening, but given where the water was, it did not appear that rain had caused the water.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is an objection. If
Is
I
he nervous
sustain
or
the
what?
objection, you are to then disregard the question and any responses. If I overrule the objection,
He's nodding a lot.
You
Is
may
that
consider
nervousness?
responses and the question is deemed appropriate. You may proceed.
Attentiveness?
I backed it up just a little bit, apparently too far, so I'm just gonna roll from here again.
Central 717 scene is secure. Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike.
What are we seeing to the right of this image?
So on the right would be Maggie's body, also laying face down on the ground. A large pool of blood around her head.
And we see an individual standing. Who is that?
The individual standing in the background would be Mr. Murdaugh.
The person you previously identified in this courtroom?
That's correct.
Both gunshot wounds to the head.
And just to be clear, this location that you're standing right now is in Colleton County, is that correct?
It is, yes.
I want to let you know because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it
Okay,
down here.
it's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir, it's leaning up against the side of my car.
You're fine, man, you're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay, yes, sir, I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son? Okay.
shined your flashlight just a few seconds ago on the black vehicle. What did you shine?
He
your
sounds
flashlight on?
nervous. He
You
sounds
can see the
hysterical.
shotgun leaning up against the side of that vehicle.
Were the flashers on the vehicle right there in the image?
I
Do you
believe so,
recall?
yes.
It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Sir, yes, sir. I went and get. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
That sounds suspicious. Him saying, I know that's what it is. Ooh, that doesn't sound good at all. How do you know what it is? I mean, you're in a hysterical state. You could be forgiven for saying a bunch of stupid shit. But it could also be you trying to sell it off as something that it's not.
When did
Was that when you previously testified that he mentioned the boat case or the boat wreck?
That's correct. Prior to me asking him anything about it, he did mention it.
you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's, and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times. Did you check?
Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
What are they doing? Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already.
On the other hand, him thinking first and foremost about the medics showing up before anything else and wanting them to rush there, kind of pushing that would seem like what would be on the mind of a actual concerned father.
He's one of the battalion chiefs. Okay.
Right before that discussion, did Mr. Murdaugh offer to go on his phone and check?
He did.
Time.
He did. He wanted to verify exactly the timing of his arrival.
How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house, and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But,
He sounds hysterical.
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one?
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay.
So you're putting stuff on your hands. What are you doing right there?
Those are just gloves, so I could put on my hand to limit the contamination of any evidence.
You put those on before you handled the firearm. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
He did all this before he even had backup?
What are you doing right now?
At this point, I'm walking back to my vehicle to secure that shotgun inside my vehicle.
We can actually see you holding it to the left of the screen. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's me holding the barrel of that shotgun.
Explain to us real quick a body-worn camera. Where is that located, and where are these images coming from?
I would have put it. I generally put it right here on my chest, dead center. on
We
my
don't
chest.
see any of it,
How's
so
it
this is
activated?
kind
How's
of
it turned
meaningless.
off? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit as well?
Most of these cameras are activated in the patrol vehicles that deputies on patrol have. They're activated whenever you activate your blue lights. So as soon as I turn my blue lights on, it activates my dash camera as well as my body-worn camera.
And then how do you ultimately turn it off?
It's got a button on the front of it that you can press. If it did not originally activate it, you would press that button to turn it on, to start the recording, and then whenever you're done recording, you press that same button to stop the recording.
In this particular instance, how did it get activated? Was it when you turned on your blue lights to run code to the scene?
That's correct. It was activated with my blue lights.
And I've used the term run code. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Running code is just whenever you turn your lights on as well as your siren to to get wherever you need to get fast.
When you're moving
Interesting.
quickly to respond to an emergency situation.
That's correct.
653 October. Go ahead, sir.
Poor dogs.
Well, I've already spoken with Captain Deal.
Right there, you laid the shotgun inside your vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct. I laid it in front of the passenger seat in the front.
Did it remain there until it was turned over to SLED?
It did.
Go ahead, sir.
To the left of the screen, again, that's where the Paul was, is that correct?
That's correct. That's Paul laying on the ground.
And is that where you saw the water that you
It is.
described earlier?
It is.
Well, I've already spoken with Captain Deal. He's got crime scene in contact with him. He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of field agents. Roger that. No, 8 to 10 now.
They are dead, aren't
I
they?
just turned all those in.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Oof. This is rough.
What is Mr. Murdaugh doing at this particular time?
He's on the phone, pacing around, talking to someone. I'm not sure who he was talking to at that point.
Did he ask you to confirm if they were dead?
He did. He asked multiple times while I was on scene.
Did you ever see him, any tears, any physical tears?
I did not.
Doesn't matter.
Did you ever see him approach the bodies?
I did not see him approach them, no.
Did you observe any visible blood on him?
There was no blood on him that I could see.
That's an odd question, because even if you were somebody who, let's say, even if the assumption that a concerned father would immediately approach a child's body with his with his brain completely blown out of his head, even assuming that every father would do that, the question is if every father would do that while there's a police officer on the scene, and now there's evidence, and now it would be evidence tampering, and now he's no longer free to just go and examine the bodies as he pleases. I mean, it's kind of a weird implication they're trying to throw on him when it's just everybody knows that when the police arrive, you don't touch anything.
The bodies, as you saw them, was there a lot of blood around them given the injuries they had suffered?
Yes, there was a pool of blood around each of the bodies that extended out from the body.
All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them? Or talked to them or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul?
He sounds legitimately hysterical.
Somebody gonna check him?
Yes, sir. They've already checked him.
They did check him?
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
When you observed these victims, was it obvious that they had injuries incompatible with life?
Yes, any reasonable person that came upon those bodies would have come to a conclusion that they were deceased.
Meaning that him questioning was unreasonable, exactly what I would expect a hysterical father and husband to be. So again, I don't think it's reasonable to draw any kind of conclusion from his hysteria whether or not he's acting, because it's pretty tough to assess this kind of situation, especially if we're not actually watching the video but just hearing the audio.
I'm very sorry. Gotta call her parents.
Alex, what's her name?
Her name's Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
Pause it right there. What did the defendant just say?
How are you
Back
doing?
it up.
Oh, come on.
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What did the defendant say right there?
So while I'm in the process of gathering information about the two victims from Mr. Murdaugh, somebody walks by behind me, and he pauses what he's telling me to say, "Hey, how you doing?"
I don't like the testimony of this officer. It seems as if he's really trying to, as if him and the state are playing a kind of game, like, you know what you're supposed to say, right? And then he's saying what the state obviously wants him to say, as if he's been prepped for this. But he's supposed to be the officer that responded first. Why is he kind of playing favors for the state? And sure, he said somebody walking behind me. He said he said that, but that person walking behind him was very likely another police officer or investigator or paramedic or something that arrived on the scene. And believe it or not, people who are bred to be polite, which I don't know if that's the case with him or not, but people who are bred to be polite almost instinctively sometimes greet people with "how are you doing" without even thinking about it, without it having any kind of meaning. So them trying to draw meaning from this is kind of, again, very weird.
How you doing?
Yeah.
And who was that he said that to?
I'm not 100% certain. I believe it was a fire rescue individual.
There you go. Completely normal in my opinion.
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay, and what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
Now, if you would say, "how are you doing" to your neighbor, to his neighbor, yeah, that would be a little bit more strange. But him greeting somebody who arrived at the scene to assist with the situation, if he's a polite individual, he would do that even in a moment of complete and utter shock and tragedy. I don't see the implication that there's anything wrong with that.
And what's his birthday?
Jason, if you have anybody
Four.
coming through town, if you stop and pick up that tent, I see lights off in the distance.
What are they covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now, Sheriff. I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
We don't have to do that. We don't need to. Preserve what we can.
653. Where's it at? I'm in town.
I should try to be Delta 8 because he's going to be the only one that's got access.
What's Paul's
to where it is
birthday?
right now.
Copy.
April 14th, 1999, sir.
Put it up as wide as you can. That's fine. You said 99?
Sir?
He was born in 99.
He was born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Let me ask you this. In your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh, was he able to understand your questions and respond appropriately to what you were asking?
Yes.
Was he
Okay.
catatonic in any way?
No. He was able to answer all the questions that I asked him.
Was he panicking in any way?
He seemed upset, but I wouldn't say panicky.
Did you notice any labored breathing or anything like that from Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah, he was breathing heavily. Never once did he complain about not being able to breathe. I mean, there were fire rescue guys out there. He didn't ask for any kind of medical attention or anything like that due to not being able to breathe.
He wasn't asked if he was able to breathe or not. He just asked if he was breathing heavily. The officer volunteering that information is kind of strange and suspicious to me. I don't like that.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
You familiar with the location?
I mean, strange and suspicious in the sense that I believe he might have been coached, and if that's the case, then I'll have to
Hey, Cody, come around the truck and then go to the building.
take his personal
Around the truck and then
interpretation of what was going on with a grain of salt.
what's that?
Who's that individual right there?
I'm not sure of his name. I just know that he works for Colleton County Fire Rescue. Colleton County Fire Rescue.
In the background in the center of the screen, it looks like somebody's doing something with some yellow tape. Can you explain what that is to the jury, please?
That's correct. That's Deputy Pruitt, one of the deputies that I supervise. I instructed him to put up crime scene tape to include that vehicle. We put up crime scene tape to try to keep people out of the immediate crime scene area, preserve any possible evidence that's there.
At this point in time, had you noticed any evidence of firearms, such as casings or spent shells or anything like that?
Yeah, as I was walking through, you can't necessarily see it on my body camera, but as I was walking through, I could see shell casings, particularly around Maggie's body.
All right. And a shell casing, would they be for like a rifle round or a pistol round?
They
or-
appear to be rifle rounds.
And could you tell just from walking by what type of ammunition at that point in time?
I couldn't
No.
tell what type. I could tell that they appear to be rifle, and that's about it.
And again, you weren't stopping to collect those. You were managing the scene as you described before.
That's
so-
correct.
Then why even ask him about it?
Just go over to that corner of the building.
I don't think there's any dispute as to how they died.
I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first and whether or not we can handle that part or not.
What are you shining your light on right there?
So there in the background behind where Mr. Murdaugh is standing, you can see several sets of tire tracks. The grass was really wet that night, so those tracks appeared to be really fresh. So it caught my eye.
All right. And why did it catch your eye?
It just seemed odd that it appeared to be that many sets of tire tracks since he said he pulled up, went to the house, and came back. It just appeared that there were more than just that.
Okay, so
Or that there were more tracks than just that?
That's correct.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
The rest of them, maybe from earlier, but
Okay.
only two are mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Really, it's right.
Hey, stay here. Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want to disturb.
I know that's why I found the door is we can kind of get around that way.
Your best way is probably going to be back through those rocks because we can't get any tracks off those rocks.
We'll go back around the other way we just came.
Okay. Thank you.
Each same.
Yes. Okay, I'll get that in a little bit.
Okay.
the dogs probably panic because they have no idea what's going on.
Which vehicle are you approaching right now?
That was the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh said that he had approached that scene in.
Was that a black Suburban, to your recollection?
It is.
What unit's 23 on those up? I'm 7 unit on scene. Are you behind the house?
There's several of us out here. There's
Right there, that would be Maggie's body right in front of that shed, is that correct?
That's correct. It's covered up by a sheet at this point.
a long dirt driveway right next to the mailbox says 4147, and you'll see all our lights down here at this shed thing.
You ain't come through brick column.
Negative.
Damn, it's so heartbreaking hearing these dogs whine all the time.
way off in the distance there.
That would be Mr. Murdaugh.
Where did he spend the majority of his time while you were there after your initial interaction with him?
From this point on, his general time was spent in that area where he's currently standing.
Pretty far away from the scene?
That's correct.
So, what's the implication?
LA 653. Telephone City.
What was occurring right there? With
See
the
what
other
was
deputy?
occurring right there?
Yeah.
So both of those deputies, or Deputy Pruitt would be on the left and Deputy McDowell would be on the right. Deputy McDowell was taking small pieces of crime scene tape and just setting them by shell casings, I believe. As road patrol officers, we don't generally have those little placards that you'll a lot of times see in crime scene photos. But to prevent somebody from accidentally stepping on them due to it being so dark out there, we tend to take something small like a piece of paper, a piece of crime scene tape, set it next to it just to indicate it a little bit better.
Again, part of the job of a first responder to sort of protect the scene until the crime scene investigators get there.
That's correct.
Both these individuals, were you supervising them that night?
I was, yes.
Yeah.
Looking at this perspective right here, to the left of the screen is whose body?
To the left right there in the forefront would be Maggie, and in the further back you can also see where Paul is laying.
Was Paul next to or in the kennel area?
Yes.
I think his brother. He said he was calling somebody. He said he was calling somebody. Yeah, sure he was. There's a couple of showcases right there.
Yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just walking a couple that were in the ground, it might be harder to see at some point. Y'all familiar with this family? Yes.
I wasn't until he told me the names. Last
Fill
name
you in later.
Murdaugh.
They asked him about his family. Supposedly his
Prior
family.
to this?
I did not.
I don't.
Supposedly he comes from a influential American aristocracy family, you could say.
I don't think there's gonna be anything.
What's that?
Did I tell you?
You said for Evo to do?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Hey.
Who was Evo?
Evo would be Deputy McDowell's K9.
Ow.
Hey, watch your step. Huh? There are? Okay.
Who is that approaching right now?
That would be my immediate supervisor at the time, Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles.
The gentleman in the white shirt is the husband of her, the father of him. That is Paul Murdaugh. This is his mother. Paul Murdaugh was that guy in the boating accident from a while back, if you remember.
Yeah.
From a while back, if you remember. I don't know anything about that, so that would be interesting if it comes up.
Just then, were you describing the boat wreck?
Yes, it had been in local news previously, so.
And it was your understanding that Paul was involved in that?
In some way, I had no idea about the actual details of the case to know what his involvement was, honestly.
That would be interesting to figure out.
Most likely. He did have a firearm whenever I pulled up. It's a shotgun. It's been secured in my vehicle.
Green or black?
few minutes, but yes, I will.
That dispatch call, was that related to the case in any way?
I don't believe it was. I don't remember what that phone call ended up being about. As a supervisor, if a lot of us are tied up at one time, they will tend to give me a phone call to let me know that a certain call is pending or something else is going on. Just to help keep the radio traffic free, they'll call me on my cell phone instead.
Did your entire squad respond to this this particular call, or did somebody
There was one deputy that remained in service.
did not respond here but remained on the road?
Correct.
653.
Who can start a log? Who's the most expendable that can start a log? Let's put it that way.
This is, can you start a crime scene log, please?
A log started.
Who's the most expendable?
Let's push. Can we run the tape
2007 ready to be
there to
entry
there?
in, yeah.
Yes.
From that
You
last
take-
pole right
go
there
start a log.
to that last
Get a
pole?
piece of paper, start writing names and times. You don't have any kind of paper?
Who's that individual right there in the center of the screen? To
That
the
would
right?
be Detective to the right.
Yes.
That would be Deputy Pruitt.
And what did you just ask him to do?
Start a crime scene log.
And tell the jury what that is.
Sure. So a crime scene log is established as soon as additional people start to arrive on scene. We document exactly who comes into the actual crime scene, as well as the exact time that they come into the crime scene.
Here, borrow that.
We can push it from that pole to that pole.
Yep. Sure. I do see some.
Some.
That look old or fresh? Old, yes.
What are we doing right here with the tape?
So I'm securing it to the corner of that part of the shed to run it along to a shed on the opposite side of that area. We just expanded the crime scene out a little bit further.
To protect a larger area?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you need to speak more directly into the mic, or can you increase the volume, Madam Clerk, of that mic?
No. He just needs to stand near the mic because it's not in his lapel. It's on the table, literally.
I'm referring to the witness. Increase his volume, or
What was wrong with how the witness sounds? I mean, I heard him fine.
thank you, Chris.
Yes, sir. I usually don't have a problem being too quiet, but speak up for us if you would, please. All right, so you're securing the crime scene tape. Let's proceed.
I'll just hold the light for you. Go away to that side. Fine. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, I think we got it.
This is 5-3, all responding units to Moselle Road, stop at the road. Everyone else come down the dirt road. Stop at the road.
Here, 77, probably doing that 66 on 95. Copy.
What's the other way here?
From back that way, I guess. Where the house is, I guess.
You referring to the Whiskey Mike, left you off with a key? Affirmative.
I've heard on this video the term whiskey Mike. Can you tell me what that term refers to?
Yeah, when we say whiskey Mike, we're referring to a white male. A whiskey fox or whiskey foxtrot would be a white female.
And in the context of this particular scene, who's the whiskey Mike and who's the whiskey fox or whiskey foxtrot?
As I was approaching, you could hear me say to dispatch to my radio that there was a whiskey Mike, the whiskey Mike referring to Paul, whiskey fox referring to Maggie.
Do we have anything else? Nathan? Savvy?
To the very right of the screen, well, strike that. I'll wait.
Correct.
I have a notepad, it's just I'm using the back side of all the paper, all the front side of the paper has names and information on it.
Well, you can borrow mine for a minute. It's perfectly fine, Cody.
I just didn't want you to be like, what's the fucking paper? I have paper for calls.
Do you not have any crime scene log sheets? Hey, it's 717. I was asked to give you guys a call. Hi. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
One more second, guys. Sorry about this. Okay, back to trial.
I will inquire and I'll get back to you. Okay.
Here, do you recognize those individuals?
I do.
Can you tell us who they are?
On the far left would be Detective Tyndall. In the forefront toward the center would be Captain Chapman. And on the other side of him, in the lighter colored shirt with the black vest, was Barry McCroy, worked for Fire Rescue.
Okay. Did the sheriff respond to this particular incident, to your recollection?
Yes, he did.
But as far as who was the senior officer actually working the scene at this point in time until Sled arrives, who was it at this point?
That would be Captain Chapman.
Captain Chapman?
That's correct.
Hey, you want us to close that in? Was that? You want us to close it in?
Yeah. There's a guy, the other guy, whoever Eric is, who's the caller. There's a guy over here that's wanting to talk to him.
Don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a guy over here that wants to talk to him.
Yeah, but I didn't know if you wanted me to tell him that or if you wanted me to just chill for a minute. Or if you wanted me to escort him.
He does not need to walk over there.
No, I mean a long way.
He does not need to go over there.
So he can stay there.
He can't.
Let me ask you this. Before you had referred to a brother arriving, is that correct?
Yes.
And was that a brother? Was he allowed to talk to Alec and go over to Alec?
I believe he did. I don't recall. I never actually interacted with him at all.
And then this discussion right here with Deputy Pruitt, what was going on right there?
So there was someone that had arrived on scene and wanted to go and speak with Mr. Murdaugh. I told him to just wait a minute on allowing him over there so we could determine the best way to allow them to talk, simply because the crime scene was so large and we did not want to contaminate anything that didn't need to be.
Okay.
Give him police escort and that's it.
That individual, whoever it was, allowed to interact with Mr. Murdaugh?
I believe so. He was eventually, yes.
People that arrived were allowed to go see Mr. Murdaugh, is that correct?
That's correct.
He was not in custody at any time, is that correct?
No.
I don't have the caller and the caller's brother's name in here because I don't know their names yet, but I can get it. But I didn't.
I already wrote it in there.
Alright. I don't know where you were at. I just found the first empty page I can find.
Female victim, male caller.
And then the other guy, though, I mean, he hasn't came inside the tape
Then
yet.
don't have to worry about it. Just make sure you get the. Here.
For me, you and all of us got here.
Oh my God.
Is that what you're about to say?
Yes.
What are you doing on the computer right here? Do you recall?
Yeah, so on those computers are mounted in our patrol vehicles. We can see details of the call for service or other calls for service. In this case, I was looking at the information for the incident on Moselle. to determine what units had been dispatched, what units arrived, and when they arrived, due to Deputy Pruitt trying to establish the crime scene log.
And you use the term call for service, which is a police term, but that essentially means responding to any emergency or
Any type of call. Any citizen that would call our dispatch center to request law enforcement assistance or fire rescue assistance, it's called, we just refer to it as a call for service.
I came on scene at 22:26.
22, 26?
Yes.
Yep.
You say you came on scene at 22:26.
That's correct.
For those of us who don't know military time, can you tell us what that is?
That would be 10:26 p.m.
And that's June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
And whoever U21 is with fire rescue, just write U21, fire rescue U21. And then
That was the same time as you?
he came on scene, yeah, same time as me, it's fine. Medic 18 at 22:27.
Had it started to rain more at this point?
Yeah, it had started raining at this point, yes.
.758 on scene 22:30. Same time as you. .653 on scene at 22:39.
22, 39?
Yep.
Those numbers that you're referring to, what do those represent?
So the numbers would be the badge numbers of individuals arriving on scene.
Through just recording when various people arrived in the computer?
They're recorded in the computer, so when we arrive on scene, we let dispatch know our number and that we're on scene. They log it into the computer, and then we can then put it on our crime scene log.
That's all I have as far as times on this goes.
Central. Alright. Copy. When you're clear, I have a call on Majestico of a suspicious vehicle. Copy. Where's that located? 223 Majestico, wait in Titusville. 10-4. There's a Cottersville unit that can assist, that'd be great.
Pretty sure Majestic Oaks is their jurisdiction anyway.
Central 505, I believe that's in our jurisdiction anyway, I'll take care of that.
Copy.
Majestic over.
Walking off to the left of the screen, who was that?
The one walking away from the screen or that just approached?
Walking away.
That was Deputy McDowell.
All right, and then the center of the screen, who was that?
The one that just walked up and is in the center screen now would be Captain Krause.
All right, and then next to him, facing the body camera?
That would be Captain Chapman.
All right, and then to the far right?
Detective Tyndall.
Kennels to your recollection?
There were a couple of dogs. I don't remember the exact number, but I do remember seeing some.
It happened about 5
Besides the fact that the dogs were panicking, I don't see how any of this is relevant.
We're going to discuss it later and find out.
Okay, just I'll make sure I didn't miss something.
Nope.
That discussion right there, did that have anything to do with the crime scene or anything like that?
No, it was not related at all.
Why are we listening to it then? Did they ask to play the whole thing for completeness? I guess so. Oh yeah, yesterday they said they want
What'd you just put on your hands then?
Those would be latex gloves.
And the gloves you put on that you described earlier to the jury, what were those gloves?
Those are more tactical gloves. They're not necessarily ideal for handling any kind of evidence, but due to me already being out there next to the shotgun, I did not have any latex gloves on my person, so I used what was available.
And why are you putting on latex gloves right now?
They were wanting to look under the sheet where Paul was, so just to prevent any kind of contamination of any possible evidence at all, we just always put gloves on.
Well, the dad's over there. Actually, hold on. Some people just won't do it.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's right, it shouldn't be about 5
There it is. In Walmart.
poor doggos.
Unless it's the shortest 300 blackouts ever been made.
What is that discussion about right there?
So the whole purpose for even trying to look up under him was to determine if there was an additional firearm on scene already, possibly under Paul. There was 300 blackout casings found near Maggie. They were trying to determine if there was possibly a 300 blackout rifle under Paul.
Okay.
Were y'all concerned that there may be one under Paul?
We just trying to rule it out as a possibility.
And what was that possibility then?
That he could have shot Maggie,
And then did what?
shot himself.
So you're looking
Oof.
to see if there's a gun underneath, he had shot himself and then fallen on top of it.
That's correct.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked the pulses.
Did you see a phone near Paul when you arrived on the scene?
Yes, there was a phone laying on top of him near his back pockets of his shorts.
Back up just a little bit. Is that it right down there at the bottom?
That's it.
Unless it's the shortest 300 blackouts ever been made.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked the pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else they may have done. He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle.
Yeah, but he set up a shot. He doesn't want to always see him going on water. Yeah, but that's
The audio is fucking terrible.
Yep. So I've got multiple gunshots out of that window too.
Do we see a shell?
At least 3.
Shells.
Got it.
All right, to the left of the screen, there appears to be, what does that appear to be to the very left of the screen?
There's some dog crates over there. On top of one of the dog crates is actually a dead chicken.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
A dead chicken
Okay.
on the far left-hand side of the screen.
Did you, Your Honor, with your permission, could you step down to the screen and point what you're talking about to the jury?
Okay.
It's difficult to see, but right here on top of that small dog crate was what appeared to be a dead chicken.
Do it again, please.
This area right here.
I don't get what the deal is with a dead chicken. What are they talking about? Like if it is a dead chicken, so
Out times or just times arrive? Like if they exit multiple times and come back in.
You don't need to keep doing all that.
Okay. I wanted to make sure before.
Yeah.
Is that it, that your light's on right there?
That's correct. That's when I was really noticing the chicken.
so much dead time. I want to hear the cross-examination. Let's see what happens.
Just so you know, I've got at least 5 holes in the window in the back of that shed where rounds were exiting out the back that way.
Which is gonna be what got, because of the white number. And he was carrying a shotgun on the guy.
It is currently in my vehicle.
Yeah.
Let's stand for a moment.
Well, they need a sidebar without the presence of the jury. That was weird.
You may proceed.
That state will publish at this time, Your Honor. Let me ask you a few other questions if I could. Deputy, Sergeant Green. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit number 5 to your testimony and see if you recognize this image.
1 second, guys.
Yes, sir. That would be an image from my body camera when I was looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
Have the put back to the Alma, please. Your Honor, this time I would move to admit State's Exhibit 5, I believe, without objection.
Any objection to State's Exhibit number 5? Submitted without objection. Any exhibit that has been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, it doesn't show up on the screen that great, but who is that person in the image right there?
That would be Mr. Murdaugh.
All right, and then just kind of in this area, it's more clear on the video, but that would be the tire
Yeah.
tracks you described earlier?
Yes, where I'm shining my flashlight at that point is where the tire tracks were.
Okay, so there were tire tracks. So far throughout this,
We cut the video off after playing sort of the relevant parts, but what did you do for the remainder of this scene?
those were the relevant parts?
So the remaining part of my role would have just been making sure the crime scene stayed secure, people stayed out of where they weren't supposed to be. Investigators were handling the remainder of the investigation.
Did eventually anyone from the SLED, the State Law Enforcement Division, show up?
They did. I don't believe that would have been captured on my body camera, but they did, yes.
At some point, did you like to turn your body camera off?
I did. I cleared it with my supervisor, Captain Kraus, to ensure that I would not be needed for any additional investigative purposes, talking to Mr. Murdaugh, or handling any additional evidence. And once that was okayed, I turned it off.
And so that was consistent with standard police procedures and practices and when to turn the body camera off?
That's correct.
You just didn't decide to do it willy-nilly or anything?
That's correct.
At what point, just roughly, do you remember, did you clear the scene or leave the
This
scene?
looks kind of ridiculous, but
I don't think I
weird
left the scene
noises.
until several hours later.
Were you still there when SLED crime scene arrived?
Yes.
Did you remain the entire time they were there, or did you leave at some point?
I would have left prior to the end of my shift. I couldn't tell you the exact time that it was, but they were multiple units, including SLED and Carleton County investigators, still on scene when I left.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross, let's see.
Set up some of the audio visual stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so now we can skip a little bit ahead. Kind of efficient coming to these things late.
For my own edification, I'm curious. I've called over several weeks, left you voicemails for you to call me back and talk. Have I not?
I haven't received any voicemails.
You don't check your voicemail?
Did you call my cell phone?
No, I called your office.
Okay.
I don't have your cell phone.
Okay. Is it's possible they sent you to the wrong one. I don't know.
Interesting. So the defense didn't have access to this witness that seems to be completely biased in favor of the state.
You've spent an extensive amount of time talking to Mr. Waters about your testimony, have you not?
I've
Yes?
spoken with him a few times, yes.
How many times?
I like it. He's going there directly to how coached he was, and I had a feeling he was coached based on his answers. Yeah, he's going there right away. It seems that he's been coached and that the state didn't give him access to this witness to kind of figure out what he's about. That's a little bit shady from the state. That's already a few points off of his guilt just automatically.
3 or 4, maybe at least.
3, 4, maybe at least.
With you the points he was trying to make?
Yes.
We've discussed the body camera footage extensively.
Right. Let me go to a specific piece of video. I apologize for not
It was entirely coached.
situation required me to have my AV guys work there. Did you get that list?
And he doesn't seem as candid with this lawyer as he was with the previous
as
one.
he was preparing this, you indicated you were asked by Mr. Waters, said there was water on the ground, right? It hadn't been raining, and you saw water, right?
That's correct.
And as I understand it, and we're going to look at the video in just a minute, that water was primarily, at least what we see in your video, on the concrete area around the dog pens, correct?
That's what it appeared, yes.
Okay. And let's go to that first one.
God damn! Pathetic, yeah. Especially on our end. Jesus!
Okay, back it up just a little bit, could you? Just back it up a little. Okay, yeah, now start right there. Okay, stop it. Now, you're walking down in front of the dog pens. Is this the water you're referring to?
Yes.
And you have dogs?
I have one dog.
You don't keep in a pen?
No, he stays in the house.
Okay. But if you had hunting dogs and you had this line, how many pens do you think there were?
I honestly couldn't tell you. There's a lot.
8, 9, 10?
Sure.
And are you familiar with the concept of washing a pen out after a dog defecates in the pen?
I've never personally done it, but I'm sure that's what you would do to clean out a pen.
In the pen, I mean, there's water inside the pens and outside the pens, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Why is where the water coming from important enough for him to make this the first part of his cross? That's interesting.
Yeah. Go ahead. Again, we're looking at the dog pen, and the water appears to be outside the pen on the
Can barely hear you, dude.
I would object. I think that the video needs to be stopped for counsel to ask this question and for the witness to respond.
I mean, maybe for us to hear him.
A question while playing a video,
I'm sorry, Aaron.
or making a statement while playing the video.
I'm sorry. The technology again is beyond.
Don't blame the technology.
Okay, so again, this shows the same area, shows water on the concrete outside these dog pens, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go to the next one, please.
I'm trying to rack my head around what the point is here.
So again, this shows, and actually there's a light shining and you see a couple dogs. So those pens are occupied by dogs. There's water outside the pen and inside the pen as if somebody attempted
Washed it,
to
yeah.
wash something out of the pen, correct?
There is water both inside and outside of the pen, yes.
As if yeah, he wouldn't know. Calls for speculation, maybe. Was that the cameraman?
Again, I apologize, Your Honor, but the technology is complicated.
So far, the
So,
technology they're
let's
using is
proceed
USB.
let's see if I can clarify a couple matters. Let's talk about this shotgun. This is the shotgun that Mr. Murdaugh was carrying or had leaning up against the car when you got there. Is that correct?
It was leaning up against that vehicle, yes.
And
Did he tell you why?
according to what you testified to just a moment ago, these are the shells, the chain of custody on the shotgun and the shell. They went together.
Whenever I released the shotgun to the SLED agent who took possession of it, I was unaware of any shells that may have been inside of it at the time that it was handed over. That was what was discovered inside the gun, is my understanding.
Yeah, he didn't unload it.
Where's that chain of evidence document?
Was there a problem with chain of custody?
Publish this to the jury, please.
You would like me to read it?
Yes, please.
The Camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 12-gauge shotgun, serial number U573210E17, one unfired shot shell 12-gauge Federal, one unfired shot shell Winchester 16-gauge.
Okay, so there's a 12-gauge shell and a 16-gauge shell.
Yeah, he tried to use the wrong ammo, and supposedly it was out of panic or being flustered or not knowing what's going on or being in a complete state of mental breakdown or whatever. That's what he's trying to suggest.
Yes.
12-gauge shotgun.
Yes.
This may be way beyond your experience, but can you fire a 16-gauge shotgun shell from a 12-gauge shotgun?
No.
I wouldn't recommend trying it.
No.
Recommend what?
I would not recommend trying it. I don't know that it would actually work or not.
Could it result in damage to the person trying to fire the shotgun?
More than
Maybe.
likely.
Jack, he's already said he doesn't have the answer to that.
Wait a minute.
He's overruled.
Yeah, that was a weird objection. I mean, he did he already testify that he didn't know the answer to that, or did he just answer that like he literally just did?
So you would not rather, you can actually harm yourself if you blow
He looks a
off
bit salty.
on a 16-gauge and a 12-gauge shotgun.
I've never tried it nor seen it tried, so I don't
And
know.
the reason you don't do that is because you could have personal harm from doing it, right?
It's possible.
So this shotgun, according to the chain of evidence you just read, had a 16-gauge and a 12-gauge in it.
Correct.
And was leaning up against the car.
It was. The shotgun was.
Now, I'm sort of interested as to
Sure.
I'm sort of interested as to why, well, let me just cut to the chase on this. There's discussions on this tape, or maybe not, that there was a theory that Paul had shot his mother and then shot himself. Is that correct? That's out on the scene.
Yes.
She had been shot multiple times, and he had been shot with a shotgun, at least one of the shots,
To the head.
y'all believe was upward. That's why his brains were all over the ceiling
That part, I don't know. I wasn't involved in that part of it.
at the scene.
I did not discuss anything being shot upward. I don't recall saying that.
Did you hear discussions to that of your fellow officers?
Of a shot being fired upward? That's what it looked like they were saying, yes.
Okay. And
Interesting,
further,
they already had a
I think
conclusion
the
right off the
officer
bat.
In front of you, one of the officers saying that brains are on the ceiling, there's blood all over the place, correct?
I don't recall them saying brain was upward.
This is kind of the difference in how graphic the descriptions were yesterday in opening statements. The defense have been raising brains on the ceiling, the butchering, like all this kind of graphic detail. And the prosecution has been shying away from that for some reason. And it seems a bit, again, kind of fishy. It seems as if at least it tells me the defense is absolutely confident that that he's absolutely confident that his client is going to be able to manage okay in how he looks to the jury, etc., and that they're not going to think of him as a monster, rather they're going to think of him as kind of a victim. And let's see if it works for him eventually.
I don't recall.
Okay. And further, you, as you're discussing this with them, indicate, let me make sure I get this correct. You indicate there are multiple, or someone indicates to you there are multiple blackout rounds around Maggie's body in the vicinity, correct?
Not rounds, but shell casings.
Sorry, shell casings. Now, let me ask you this. When you got there, didn't the fire chief and the fire department arrive before you did?
No, sir, I was first on scene.
Okay, did they arrive while you were there?
One of the fire rescue workers, I believe it was Barry McCoy.
And when you got there, we hear unidentified person, and in your notes you indicated it was the fire chief, I believe, that indicated to you, pointed out to you tire tracks, and you went over and looked at those tire tracks, and there were multiple tire tracks coming and going, correct?
I don't know that someone indicated them to me. I believe I just saw them.
Okay.
I mean,
And
he could have written
what did
differently
you
in his
do to
report, but it
ensure-
doesn't matter.
The tire tracks? Nothing.
And you certainly are not an expert in tire tracks.
I
No.
know.
So you couldn't tell whether it was multiple vehicles or one vehicle.
No.
And it may have been multiple vehicles.
May have been.
Did you take pictures of the tracks?
I did not take any pictures of the scene.
Instruct anyone to take pictures of the tracks?
No, sir, that's not my job.
When SLED arrived, did you tell them about the tracks?
No, sir, not my job.
Really?
You regret not doing that.
It's not part of my job description.
So what's your job to even tell them there were multiple tire tracks?
If it had come up, if I had been asked, yes.
And in addition to that, since they were not secured in any way, multiple vehicles, law enforcement vehicles and others, drove over those tracks.
That's possible. I wasn't over there the whole time to know what kind of vehicles were driving there.
Interesting. So that whole tracks thing
By the time
is a
SLED
nothing
got
burger.
there, did you strike that? You never took SLED over and pointed out tire tracks.
Not to my recollection, I did not.
Was there somebody there with your department that should have done that?
I have no idea what they do with their job descriptions as far as what they point out to additional investigators.
Did somebody from
This is
fire
kind of
rescue
shredding
pick up
the whole
I
tire
believe
tracks
on my body camera there is a fire rescue individual pointing out some footprints.
thing.
Did you take pictures of those?
I did not.
Did you tell SLED about them?
I did not.
So nobody attempted to determine whether those were
So they're only now relevant post hoc,
or
once it's
at least that night,
convenient.
there was no effort by you or your department to preserve those.
By me, no. I cannot speak for everyone else.
Okay. And let me ask you this. How about go to 4439, please? And let's watch 10, at least 10, if not 15 seconds of that.
Jack, they're putting a transcript that's not been...
No, we're gonna play the video.
It's up on the screen. Take it down and put it back.
We have to prepare the transcript. It's synced with the video.
Well, I object to that. Your Honor, I object. This transcript's not been provided. There's no need for a transcript. The officer is here. They can play the video and he can comment on it.
The transcript being offered.
Wow, the state
You have
the state seem to be objecting at every opportunity they can. They try to seem to be really almost like childishly pursuing stuff. Maybe it's just my biases, but like, was it really worth an objection there just because there's transcripts of a video that they're about to show anyway? Or maybe he objects because he thinks the transcripts are not actually accurate to what's going on in the video. I mean, it would be pretty easy to then counter-cross and confront him with that.
questions for the witness, questions for your IT guy. You're just reading, ready to proceed.
Thank you.
I understand. We're waiting for you. Okay.
And he seemed so outraged when he talked about it, and the judge just dismissed it like that.
I'm ready. What was the time? 17?
Page 17. Rather than having to play this, let me just cut to the chase. It's taking too much time. On this transcript, on this tape, fire rescue person says to you, I believe you agreed with me, set of prints behind the trailer. You were told there's...
Jack, he's publishing again this
I'm
transcript.
not publishing, I'm asking.
Your Honor,
Did you...
I object.
I haven't heard a question yet.
I'd like to make...
Jesus Christ! Okay, you realize, State, that you are the guys who are trying to lock him up for life. You're not supposed to be so zealous in how you pursue the case. It's the defense who's supposed to be zealous.
Were you told by fire and rescue there's a set of prints behind the trailer?
Yes.
Okay.
Look how fuming mad this guy is. I'm automatically not siding with his team. What's wrong with this guy?
Did he tell you that they attempted to not disturb those footprints in any way?
I don't recall exactly what was said.
Let me further ask you. You asked Mr. Murdaugh, we heard this on the tape, you talked about the tire tracks coming and going, and he told you those weren't his tire tracks, correct?
He did say that they were not.
Okay. And further,
So far, the defense is asking completely to the point
he indicated
questions.
to you, Mr. Murdaugh did, that he felt this was related to the boat case, and you indicated you knew about the boat case.
Let's
correct?
hear about it.
Case, Paul had been charged with 3 counts of felony DUI, killing a young girl and wounding 2 others, correct?
I don't know much details about that case. I really don't.
But Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you that the threats made against Paul,
He did.
and that he even got in a fight once about it.
I believe he said punched.
Punched, okay. And so on the scene, he believed that Paul's death was connected to someone angry about the vote case, correct?
Object to that, Your Honor, as to what he believed, asking the witness what another person believed.
Fair.
Objection's overruled.
Thank you.
Interesting.
On the scene, Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you he thought the death of his son was related to his son's involvement in the death of the young lady and the injury of two others in the vote case, correct?
It appeared.
What's
that's
up
what
with
he was
the
getting at.
audio? Yo, hello?
Okay, now, let's talk a little bit about the preservation of the crime scene. What did you do other than put yellow tape up to preserve the crime scene?
Ask him a few questions.
That is about the extent of my job, is to put up the tape and make sure people that don't need to cross it don't cross it.
And I noticed that there were officers walking around putting little pieces of tape near shell casings.
There was one officer doing that, yes.
And in the process of doing that, I didn't see any lights other than maybe a flashlight. Were there any, did y'all put up any sort of high intensity lights so people could make sure they weren't stepping on something in the dark?
At that point, there was no light, no additional lighting that had been put up. No.
But you and your officers were walking through that entire area, is that correct?
We were walking in the area, yes.
Okay, and did you actually walk, I mean, the feed room, and let me, maybe this is the best way to do this.
Pictures, please.
I'd like to use the Elmo. Witness. I have two photographs. I'm going to use the Elmo in just a moment to show this witness. I'm going to offer these into evidence without objection by the state, as I understand it.
Mr. Mark, I have no
Oh, there have been a lot of stipulations.
They need to be shielded from view.
Elmo ready?
They can be marked. What would the exhibit numbers be for the defense? Defense 1 and 2 are admitted without objection.
So, thank you. I'm going to first show you the picture. See if you can identify it, please.
Can we see the picture?
That would be a picture of Paul,
And the second one, which would be exhibit number 2.
picture of Maggie.
And when you say picture of Paul and picture of Maggie, these are crime scene photos,
Guess not.
correct?
They appear to be, yes.
Is this what you saw that night?
Yes.
both of these pictures?
Yes.
Accurately depict what you saw that night?
Yes.
He's nodding a lot, and that's kind of weird. Unless it's kind of a reflex like how I tap my legs when I'm nervous sometimes.
So as you look at this, I want to make sure I understand. One of Paul's feet is still inside. This is the feed room behind him, correct?
Yes.
And this is his head, lots of blood, and this would be a part of his brain lying next to him, correct?
I don't know if that's part of his brain or not.
All right, so it's fair to say you didn't know whether that was part of his brain. When you first saw him, you didn't know whether his injuries were catastrophic and he was dead. Or did you?
It was very clear that it was catastrophic.
Okay. That's great. Now, when you came upon the scene, clearly this feed room was part of the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're taught to keep the crime scene pristine, correct?
As pristine as possible, yes.
There was no reason for you to go in there, was there?
Me at the time, no.
Okay. Was there any reason for the police, before the Sled crime folks showed up, was there any reason for you all to go in there?
There was no reason for me to go in there. I cannot speak if there was a reason for another officer to have gone.
Wow, something is totally off with the lighting in the courtroom.
With you that night, someone that processes crime scenes?
Investigators do process crime scenes.
Okay. Do you remember going in that feed room?
I don't remember if I did specifically or
But
not.
you shouldn't have if you did, correct?
It's not to say that I shouldn't have. If there was something that needed to be done in there, then yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I think one of the, and you would agree with me, one of the cardinal rules of a crime scene is keep it pristine. Don't walk over things. Try to preserve tire tracks. Get pictures of them. Footprints. All those sorts of things. Was somebody with the officers with you, were you in charge of the scene?
I was in charge of the deputies that were under my immediate supervision until someone higher than me arrived on scene.
And were those deputies directed by you or anyone to do something to preserve the tire tracks? Pictures?
No.
Cordon them off? Cover them up?
I did not give anyone that instruction, no.
So you didn't do that. In terms of Paul, where Paul was lying.
So that entire piece of evidence that the prosecution is trying to make something out of the tire tracks is kind of looking a little bit off the table right now.
Was anybody instructed, put a cordon around him, there's no reason to go into the feed room, there's no reason to do anything obtrusive until the Sled crime scene processes. They're on the way at this point, right?
I believe they were, yes.
And so if okay, so let's put the other one up. And identify this for me, please.
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Your Honor, may we approach here briefly?
Yes.
You believe. I mean, but have you ever seen a dead body before?
I have seen multiple, yes.
Many, right?
Yes.
So you're sort of an expert in this area. Who's dead?
No,
Who will
that's
they
not
get,
how it works.
EMS there to check them out or not? Correct. You
I-
make that call often.
Yes.
But you could understand, obviously, Alex Murdaugh's concern that they might be alive, that maybe, I mean, you're not saying that he shouldn't be concerned that somebody check out both Maggie and
Of
Paul
course
to
he's
make
not
sure-
saying that.
Make sure they were dead, right?
He was very concerned about that, yes.
Okay.
That wasn't the question, but
Now,
okay.
as to Maggie Murdaugh, we see these numbers. Did y'all do these numbers, or were they done after y'all were there?
I don't know when those numbers were done. They were not placed by myself.
For your team?
I can't say that for sure, certain.
We see that in the video, that they're putting down yellow tape. They're not putting these down, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also, according to the video we saw, a number of your officers are walking around marking where cartridges are, right?
They were.
Did they pick any of them up?
No, not to my knowledge.
Well, later on, we see them talking to you and others on the video where they're saying these rounds came from a blackout. They were blackout rounds. For blackout.
300 blackout, yes, sir.
Right. I mean, did they get down on their hands and knees and look, or I mean, did they?
You would have to ask them. I don't know what they did to know that they were 300
Well, you
blackout.
testified about it.
Well, who are those officers that were walking around her without a light on, perhaps stepping on evidence, correct? Who are those officers?
Deputy McDowell and Deputy Pruitt were both in that area.
Were they doing that pursuant to your instruction?
They were not specifically instructed to do it. They just took the initiative to do it.
Maybe there is suspicion of police misconduct in the case.
You ready? Do I have to turn Elmo off?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, so this is, your officer is putting a sheet on Paul's body?
Not putting a sheet on. The sheet was already there.
Already there, okay, continue please.
People just, fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it should be given by law enforcement.
There is more.
Who's that standing inside the feed room?
Just inside that doorway was
Yeah.
Deputy McDowell.
Okay, were you the present, oh, is that your body cams, you're watching him do it, right?
That's correct.
Should he have done that?
Stand where he's standing.
Standing inside the feed room?
It's part of the crime scene. We're all standing inside the crime scene.
Inside what?
The crime scene? We are all standing in the same crime scene.
I understand the same crime scene, but clearly you believe, based on discussion, and everyone in your unit believed, that the fatal shot was made where he's basically standing, correct? That, in that area?
Where we are all standing.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is that procedure to walk around on top of an area where shots have been fired? That perhaps, and I think even in this, they're talking about tissue or brain matter laying there. I mean, aren't you supposed to?
I'm sorry if this comes out a bit graphic, but it would be absolutely horrendous if the cops didn't see what they were doing and they actually stepped in brain matter, leaving footprints of the cops on the crime scene in the body matter of the child. That's horrendous to think about.
You don't put anything on your feet.
Question, there's not a question in that statement.
Mr. Stain, you must pose questions.
Did you in any way have your men or women put protective gear on their feet? I saw you put gloves on, but did they put anything to insulate themselves from contaminating the scene?
On their feet, no.
In many instances, departments around the country have people dress in a gown to keep their DNA, their hair, from contaminating the scene. Do you do that?
We do not on road patrol of Gallatin County as standard practice, no.
You do not do that.
Not as standard practice, no.
Have you ever done that?
I have not.
Have you ever had something covering your feet when you're walking on a crime scene?
Ooh, good
I
question.
can tell you that for sure.
Now, if we later on find, and did you notice bloody footprints, well, first of all, did you notice bloody footprints inside the feed room?
I don't remember seeing any. I don't remember seeing any bloody footprints.
Okay. If there were bloody footprints in the feed room, could they have been created by you or your men?
They
Because
could
they're
have.
created by anyone walking in that area.
Yep.
And you're walking in there, or your men are walking in there, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Be right back. Sorry guys, it's gonna take a few minutes more. My dog wants to go on a walk, so I'll be right back.
you think that's standard operating procedure?
Well, you do your best not to contaminate anything.
And this is your best.
What you're looking at right now is standard procedure.
To walk in an area where there's blood, where there's brain matter, where there's, and I believe there was wadding laying on the floor.
I don't recall.
But you would agree with me that you have these procedures so that you don't contaminate the crime scene, so that you don't destroy evidence like those tire tracks or those footprints, or leave your DNA, or in some way alter the scene so that if, I mean, you would agree with me, so that, let me finish the question, so that if there is exculpatory or inculpatory evidence that would help you find the perpetrator and prosecute him, or evidence that would clear somebody, that was destroyed. Some of that was destroyed that night because you, your department, and maybe even SWAT, didn't preserve that evidence. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure if I fully understand your question.
The question is this: if you are exfoliating, your men are standing in the spot, and there was evidence there, or the tire tracks that weren't preserved, or the footprints that weren't preserved, that evidence could either incriminate somebody or exculpate somebody. Could, correct?
Could, yes.
That's why you don't do this, right?
That's why you don't contaminate the evidence, correct?
Just a couple more questions. You put yellow tape around the kennel, right?
We put it around the whole area.
Did you put it so that folks couldn't drive in and out?
They were not to go past where my vehicle was parked. I believe that was the extent of the yellow tape.
Yeah, but between your vehicle and the entrance, there was none of those tire tracks were preserved.
Entrance of
The property. That if somebody had driven into the property
You mean from the main road of Moselle
from
Road?
the main road,
All the vehicles were coming in on that driveway.
right? So if somebody had come in and left, who committed the murders, whatever tire tracks that were left were obliterated by your men. Is that right?
It's possible.
Were you there when the coroner arrived?
Given my extent of the time there, I would assume so, but I don't remember
But you don't remember
specifically.
seeing the coroner? The coroner.
I may have. I don't remember specifically.
Apparently, according to the body cam, you didn't talk to him.
Not on my body camera, but it could have been after the body camera was turned off. I don't know.
And why'd you turn it off?
Why was the body camera turned off?
Yeah.
Once my specific job of doing any primary investigation after my initial arrival is completed, and I'm not going to be doing anything.
Yeah, sorry about that.
further
I
to
was muted
investigate,
for a little bit then.
It's no longer needed.
Well, I'll just recap what I said, I guess, shortly. What I said, all of a sudden, he started using like, well, if you weren't properly doing this and that in the crime scene, then you could have completely obliterated like the tire tracks or blah blah blah. He goes, yes, I could have. I thought that was pretty lame. It seemed very hypothetical. If you really had a case in which there is the boot mark of a police boot inside the blood of his wife or child, then that would kind of be strong evidence that that actually did happen and that the evidence was inadvertently tampered with. But he didn't show anything like that. He just asked them, well, if this would happen, then maybe. Yeah, that wasn't very great.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. You were asked a series of questions about contaminating evidence. Are you aware that any evidence was contaminated in this case?
I'm not.
Did you engage in everything you could to avoid contaminating evidence?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, instruct your deputies set up a crime scene and instruct them to avoid areas where evidence might be contaminated?
We did everything we possibly could to avoid contaminating
Do
evidence.
your officers all have basic training in trying to avoid contamination of evidence?
Yes.
Are you also
Basic
those
training.
first responders in a fluid situation doing the best you can to assess what's going on?
Correct.
It's not your job to do the actual crime scene investigation work, is that correct?
Not at all.
You were asked about whether or not you'd had any meetings with prosecutors. Is it common for law enforcement witnesses or any witnesses to meet with the prosecutors prior to a trial?
Very common.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to do anything but express your accurate and honest opinions and observations about
Yes, he admitted himself that you went over like 3 or 4 times that you went over the footage or whatever it was. So, yes, you did in fact coach him, whether or not you want to admit it, whether or not you're going to actually admit it. You've been coaching him because, of course, you didn't tell him lie. That's not what you told him. But what you did is build up a narrative over several times of showing him the footage and giving him your own interpretation of what's going on and coaching him to what answers you expect him to give, and then he's giving them. And also he wasn't as adversarial with the defense as I assumed he'd be if he was that dishonest. So I'll give him a little bit more credit there. But he's still in the state's pocket in this case, and it's pretty clear. So, yeah, this question is misleading.
what you observed at this scene?
No.
You were asked about this particular shotgun right here. This 12-gauge shotgun. This is the shotgun that Alan Murdaugh had when you arrived at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about the shells right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you unload this weapon?
I did.
Was it unloaded by somebody else after you turned it over to them?
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about the 300 blackout casings or cases that were at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, but he was also asked about the 16-gauge versus 12-gauge shotgun shells that were loaded into the shotgun. Why are you skipping over that?
And just real quick, explain to the jury what a casing or a case is, please.
So a casing would be what would be left after the projectile has been fired through a weapon.
After it had been fired, the shell that comes out of the gun and lands on the ground near the victim. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's the remnants of a fired round. Is that right?
That's correct.
There were multiple ones of those blackout surrounding Maggie. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked a lot about the tire tracks, and you just happened to notice those over behind the defendant's vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we had a still image put into evidence, exhibit number 5. This is it right here, which is the still image. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And the still image doesn't reflect as good as what the video does. Is that right? You can see it
The
clearly.
video shows it much better.
Much better. All right. Were these like tracks in the dirt, or were these just impressions in the grass, in the dewy grass?
They appear to be impressions on the dewy grass.
Okay. They weren't like tracks in the dirt that you saw, correct?
No.
All right. I'm going to go back to the video. I'm playing it at approximately 25 minutes and 11 seconds.
Me. From earlier, but only 2 were mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Billy Trap.
Bring back.
Poor dog.
Go over to that corner of the building.
I think my dog is hearing it and freaking out also. Even though it's through my headphones.
see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
Like the rest of them, maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 are mine.
Did you go out this way?
So the images that we just saw, those were the dewy impressions in the grass that you were just talking about, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the defendant said 2 of them were mine and the rest of them may have been from earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about the boat case. Did you have any detailed knowledge or understanding of the boat case when you arrived at the scene?
No.
You just knew very generally that there was some boat case, is that right?
Yes, it had been in the news.
Did you even realize that this was that Paul Murdaugh when you arrived on the scene?
Not until he had brought up the boat incident.
And who brought up the boat incident?
Mr. Murdaugh did.
And within a few minutes of you arriving, he's the one that brought up the boat incident. Is that
So,
right? And he offered that right out of the gate as a possible explanation for what happened.
so
Is that right?
what?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
You're trying to imply that he did it as a cover-up. It doesn't work like that.
Did you find it unreasonable for him to say that his son, who'd been involved in this incident,
There you go.
threatened on numerous occasions, been punched? He told you he'd been punched, right?
Of course it
did.
wasn't.
Okay. That was a possible.
I don't even know what this case is, but just knowing that it was all over the news and that it had a killing involved of a girl or something like that. So far, we haven't heard anything about it, just little like tidbits that the lawyers are kind of weaving into their actual questions. But I mean, yeah, if this happened, regardless of whether you want to or not, one of the first things that would come to mind is, how did this happen? Why did this happen? The why, as I discussed during the Darrell Brook trial, is one of the most irrelevant questions you can ask in these kind of scenarios, unless in very narrow circumstances it actually is useful, but usually it isn't. But it still crosses through the mind of a person, even if the grief is absolutely fresh and the wounds are absolutely fresh. I mean, why is one of those questions that would immediately pop to mind. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary that some weird case that his son was involved in would be the first thing that popped to mind as well. I mean, it really does seem reasonable.
Possible explanation, not implausible, for somebody killing Paul.
He seemed to buy it.
Bite back on him, did you?
No.
The fact that he wasn't under custody means that served as an explanation for these cops, and they were like, it was not open and shut case, obviously, as far as they're concerned, but it's like, yeah, I mean, we're not going to take him under custody. I mean, once he told us who he was, we kind of realized that it connects to a different famous case, and that this might be retribution, and that we have kind of like a retribution murder on our hands. So they weren't in any rush to assume that he killed his wife and his son.
And it was, in his mind, apparently the only reasonable explanation.
In their minds, too.
I don't know what was in his
Well, I
mind.
mean, that's what he told you. That's what he believed.
That was the statement that he made, yes.
Okay. And just one other follow-up question. You were asked if there was any evidence, the dewy tire tracks. This was at 10 o'clock at night. Was there dew on the ground already?
It was pretty humid out. There was a lot of
It was
dew.
humid.
Yeah.
It wasn't like in the morning.
This was not morning time.
So, are you telling me no one could have looked, no expert could have looked and said, you know, that's a Suburban, that's a pickup truck, no one could do that? Or
I'm not going to pretend to know what an expert in that kind of stuff can and can't do.
But you're not an expert.
The question is, was there a person on the scene who was qualified in making that determination?
Do you believe those tire tracks would last until SLED got there?
Yes, it appeared that they probably would.
Did you point them out to SLED?
Did I do it?
Did you point them out to SLED?
I did not.
There's a lot of noise coming from outside the court. Are they on a public street or something?
You may step down.
That's the first witness.
Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Before I continue, I guess I'll get into a habit of pausing after every witness and seeing if I've found anything that ties him in any way, or if anything shifts towards a guilty verdict, in my opinion, from that previous testimony. So in this testimony so far, nothing came out that would point me to him being the person that pulled the trigger, for him being the person who even owned the weapons that killed his wife and daughter so far. I mean, it appeared the shotgun was they talked about the shotgun, but they didn't at all say this was indeed the shotgun that in fact was the main object suspected as the main murder weapon. Or not even the main murder weapon, because his son might have been shot by a rifle and then a shotgun. But yeah, I mean, nothing came up about that shotgun besides the fact that he had it. So it might be completely irrelevant to the murder.
The state calls Corporal McDowell.
Another state witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat and adjust that microphone, make sure you speak into that microphone. State your name and spell your last name, please.
I like that short version.
My name is Chad McDowell. The last name is spelled McDowell.
Corporal McDowell, how you doing today?
Good.
Tell the jury where you work, please.
I work for College and County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to the road patrol as a canine handler.
Okay, and can you just give us a quick background of who you are, where you grew up, and how you ended up in your career in law enforcement?
Sure. I grew up in College and County. Went to College and County High School. Went to college.
It's kind of funny. He just asked him, "How are you doing?" when earlier he implied that there's something suspicious about asking, "How are you doing?" or that he somehow implied that it makes light of a situation. So, Mr. Prosecutor, are you making light of the situation by asking the witness how he's doing?
College at Tri-County Technical College, where I studied criminal justice. Once I reached age, I came home, was hired by College and County Sheriff's Office. Left for a couple of years to go work for Jasper County, and then came back to Colleton. I've been assigned to road patrol at Colleton.
All right. And what year did you first start working for Colleton County Sheriff's Department, or began your law enforcement career?
2016.
And what's your current, you're a corporal now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your current assignment? What are your duties?
I'm still assigned to road patrol. I'm a canine handler.
All right. You say canine. Explain to the jury what that is.
So I have a canine that is assigned to me.
That's cool.
We respond to certain calls for, if we're requested by another deputy, for narcotics searches for suspects, things of that matter.
All right. And canine is a dog, correct?
That's it.
All right. What's your dog's name?
Eva.
Eva. What kind of dog is Eva?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
Malinois?
Yep.
Is that kind of like a German Shepherd?
What? Okay, these questions are kind of... I mean, they're cute, but completely irrelevant, and I don't think anybody really cares what the breed of the dog is.
Kind of short-haired, pointy ears.
Who cares?
20 years. Is Evo typically with you when you're out on patrol?
Yes, sir.
Was Evo with you the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Were you a corporal then at that time?
No, sir. I was a deputy.
And who was on the...
I wonder how the police dogs got along with a house that has 10 kennels with hunting dogs in it, and how that worked out.
Squad that you were on?
Sergeant Daniel Green, Corporal Elise Janicki, myself, and Deputy Pruitt, Cody Pruitt.
So who was your immediate supervisor?
It would have been Corporal Janicki.
Okay. And then above that is?
Sergeant Green.
Right. And then above that?
Lieutenant Nettles.
All right. And then above that?
Captain Krause.
Okay. What shift were you working the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that was in Colleton County?
Yes, sir.
And what shift were you working that night?
Night shift.
Did you ultimately respond to a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
And you actually went there?
I did.
And did you come to the incident location at the kennels at that property at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
Is that in Colleton County?
It is.
Were you, when you arrived, what other first responders were on scene to your recollection?
Sergeant Green was there. There was one other fire rescue personnel vehicle in there. I believe the rest were staged, best I can remember. When I say staged, I mean at the head of the driveway. There may have been a couple of other apparatuses on scene.
And which, do you recall which driveway you entered? Did you enter the driveway near the kennels? Where you came upon the
Yes,
kennels?
sir. It was same driveway everyone else entered.
So you were parked behind
Sergeant Green.
Green's?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after that? After you got out of your vehicle, what did you do?
I approached the crime scene. I was trying to make my way to Sergeant Green to see what he needed me to do. I made my way through the crime scene as carefully as I could. I approached Sergeant Green, saw that he was interviewing the only person on scene, so I went back to my vehicle.
And did you see who he was interviewing?
Mr. Murdaugh, yes, sir.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out?
Yes, sir. He's in the middle, navy blue suit.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? It does. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 6 to your testimony.
No objection.
And this is a disc, but I want you to take a look at it and see if you recognize this disc.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what is on this disc?
It'd be body cam footage from my body cam that I wore.
All right, and how do you know that this is that body cam footage?
It has my initials on it.
All right, so you reviewed this and put your initials on it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I could get input, please. Let me ask you this. When you got this call for service, were you currently on another call for service, or are you just out on patrol?
No, sir, I was just out on patrol.
Holy shit, what the hell?
Service, what did you do? Did you activate your lights and sirens?
Activated lights and sirens and responded to the incident location.
And once you do that, do you make all haste to get to that incident location as fast, but it also as reasonably safe as you can?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes, sir.
God damn.
The first 10 minutes, sorry. The first 10 minutes of this body cam are essentially you driving to the scene, is that correct, roughly?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to fast forward to closer in time when you arrive. I heard proceed to the route. What was that?
I had a GPS activated on my phone.
Just like most people use, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Take a slight left turn. In a quarter mile, arrive at 4147 Moselle Road.
758 on sale, Moselle.
Are these the kennels that you saw when you arrived at the property?
Yes, sir.
And to the right is sort of the shed or the hangar, is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this. You're obviously serving as a road patrol officer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you, what is your job as a road patrol officer, as a first responder, when you come upon a scene like this? What is your particular role as you arrive at something like this?
We go on scene, we secure the scene, meaning make sure there's no active threat for other arriving first responders. We'll preserve the scene to the best of our ability and then turn the scene over to arriving detectives.
But there was already somebody on the scene that did that.
Are you constantly not only paying attention for any threat or anything like that, but also making sure that you don't disturb or any sort of evidence that may be at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Is that part of your general training and standard operating procedure?
It is.
You also have to couple that, though, with the duties of a first responder, which is to get to that scene, to secure it, make sure there's no active threats, and get it under control. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the duties of a first responder have both of those sort of balancing together. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or are you constantly always looking around for evidence, not only to identify?
Oh, he's
but
really
also
fast
to
in
ensure
these
that you
questions.
Don't disturb anything. Is that your general?
Objection, Your Honor, weeding.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your general training as a road officer as it relates to coming upon a scene and looking for evidence?
Our number one duty would be safety. Number two, we're looking for evidence so as not to disturb it.
Thank you. Right there to the right, what is that to the right of the screen?
It'd be
If the prosecution, I mean, if the defense don't at least confront any of the witnesses with actual evidence that got destroyed, that might have been exculpatory, then I don't see why any of this is relevant. Like the disturbing the evidence part, you might as well just drop it if you don't have anything.
Miss Murdaugh's body.
Who are those individuals right there?
Sergeant Green and Mr. Murdaugh.
How you doing?
What did the defendant say to you right there?
Again,
He said, "How are you doing?"
Did you know him?
No, sir.
How
you
doing?
started this questioning by asking how are you doing with those exact words, you idiot. Come on.
He said?
Yes, sir.
What's her birthday?
I'm okay.
9/15/68.
This is so dumb.
You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
What's his birthday?
4. What are they covering him up?
He sounds hysterical, like legitimately.
Tell them they don't have to do
That doesn't mean he didn't do it though. You could be freaking out from doing it and from not doing it.
Hey, he's asked that if we don't have to disturb anything, not to. We've got a sled on the way.
We're just gonna cover them up since the family is here.
Yep.
And that's
All right, what were you asking fire and rescue to do at that point?
Just to try to preserve it the best they could. If they
You
didn't
asking them, but what were you specifically asking them not to do?
cover the bodies if they didn't have to.
And what was their response, though?
I couldn't make it out. I believe he said we're covering them for family responding. I couldn't make it out.
He's asked that if we don't have to disturb anything, not to. We've got a sled on the way.
we're just gonna cover them up since the family is here.
Yep.
And that's it.
Do you recall now?
Again, it sounds like he says we're going to cover them up because of the family being here.
Okay. Does the family being here?
That's what it sounds like.
All right.
Right through here, go around this way here. So the procedure starting us.
Yes, I agree.
I told everybody else to cancel, so won't really have to come down here.
Thank you. I need a piece of that tape whenever you get done.
What did you just ask Cody for?
A piece of tape, piece of crime scene tape.
All right, and who was Cody?
Deputy Pruitt. He's the one that you see there with the yellow crime scene tape.
And why did you ask Deputy Pruitt for some crime scene tape?
I had observed a shell casing on the ground. I wanted to mark it so that it didn't become disturbed.
Your general duties as an officer, you observed something and you asked for some tape to mark it. Is that correct?
They're focusing a lot
That's what
on
you were
this.
previously describing your role is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If y'all don't mind, just mark them. Do what? Okay. I got a casing right here, so watch your step.
That casing that you saw, did you recognize what kind of ammunition it was?
Yes, sir.
What kind of ammunition was it?
300 blackout casing.
And how could you tell it was a 300 blackout casing?
Just my own personal experience. I own a 300 blackout, and I recognized it.
You recognize the case from your own experience?
Yes, sir.
All right.
This sucks.
It's 300 blackout.
Did you observe any dogs in the kennels?
I did.
Do you remember how many or where?
You don't have to observe them, you can hear them.
More than one dog, though?
I don't remember.
They said they had several casings by her body, but this one will be a little bit harder to find later, so I want to mark it real fast.
When you marked that casing, were you careful not to disturb its location where you found it?
Yes, sir. I placed the tape beside it and then placed a rock on top so that it wouldn't blow away.
Why are there so many shell casings and only one?
And only one what? Oh, maybe he means shotgun shell casings and only one rifle casing.
Okay.
Damn, this is so heartbreaking. Jesus.
Sorry to do that to everyone. Well, what was that loud noise?
It's just my windshield wipers.
And why was it making that noise?
They had removed all the moisture, I guess.
I don't see anybody.
We only get the audio, and it's absolutely terrible audio.
Can I see a couple more pieces? I found some more there. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it's 300 blackout. Trying to figure out why there's so many shell casings, but only one gunshot went to the back of each head. Not my job to figure that out. I'm just curious. I only saw one more casing, but just in case I see more. Daniel put his car in there. This is, I'll tell you about this in a minute. There's one there. There's blood over here. You looking at shell casings? 300 blackout. Sheriff?
Those cases that you were marking right there, did you at all disturb the location where you saw them?
No, sir.
Is it your job to be doing a crime scene collection for this case, or are you
No.
just doing that to assist those who will do that will arrive at a later time?
He mentioned
No,
that
sir, I
in the
don't collect
video.
anything. I'm just marking it so that they're not disturbed.
Probably. Yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just marking a couple that were in the gravel. It might be harder to see at some point. Y'all familiar with this family?
I wasn't until you told me.
I'll fill you in later.
Interesting. Oh, fill you in later. Come, God damn it.
I don't think there's gonna be anything for me and anybody to do here.
Oh. Well, it does appear that I was right and that the officers immediately suspected or immediately at least at face value accepted Alex's version of the story, that it's tied to the previous incident with his son.
What did you just say right there?
I don't think there's going to be anything for me and Evo to do here.
All right, what did you mean by that?
There was no article search that needed to be conducted right then and there. Putting Evo on the ground could have caused more of a disturbance than just leaving him up.
Because that's a...
You said for Evo to do?
Yeah, for me and Evo. Please watch your...
Hey, watch this step.
Jesus Christ, indeed. God damn it, it's so low.
It's going to be retaliation from family.
There we go. Retaliation.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not going to ask him about that retaliation thing he just mentioned there at the end? I wonder. I know for a goddamn fact that the defense is going to ask him about it.
I'm going to now show you a portion of what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 1. For the record, starting at 4227. Who's that to the right of the screen right there?
That would be me.
All right, and what are you about to do?
Step inside and assist CID with lifting that sheet.
All right, and were you asked to do that?
Yes, sir.
And who asked you to do that?
Captain Chapman.
All right, and where's Captain Chapman in this image?
In the middle
Is he a senior officer to you?
at that time.
Okay. And I noticed before you moved, what did you do?
Turned my light on
And why did you turn on your light?
so that I could plainly see what was underneath me where I was going.
Did you disturb any evidence or anything as you started to go into the feed room?
No, sir.
Were you careful to avoid doing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you kick any shell casings or waddings or anything like that when you went into the feed room?
No, sir.
Did you step on any bloody footprints when you went into the feed room?
No, sir.
If you had seen something like that before you stepped in there, what would you have done?
I would have stopped and notified the detective.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
Do you recall what, if anything, was laying on Paul's rear end?
His cell phone, or a cell phone.
Is that it in this image right here?
Yes, sir.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he can do. He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle.
Did you kind of jump out of the feed room just then?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn on your light before you did so?
I believe so.
Watch it again. Did you jump out when you left the feed room?
Yes, sir.
And why'd you jump out like that?
Try not to disturb the body. It was easier to leap out than to try to step.
Did you enter the feed room at any point after that, to your recollection?
Not to my recollection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 1 and see if you recognize this particular image.
Yes, sir.
I'll switch inputs, please.
I wish we would get to see any of this. I mean, sure, we're on live television and it's graphic, but still, who cares? I mean, it's core TV.
Does that appear to, is that how you found Paul when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And were his hands underneath him in that fashion when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have State's Exhibit 7, believe without objection. Without offered evidence. Without objection. I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7 and see if you recognize that image.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a still image of video of my body-worn camera.
Is that a still image of when the defendant said, "How you doing?" when he walked up?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further from this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, now we get to the interesting part.
Cross-examination.
Please report, Your Honor.
Boat incident?
When you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Can you repeat that question? I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. But that's okay. I'll speak a little bit louder.
Good idea.
When you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Sergeant Green.
Sergeant Green. And I believe Sergeant Green was instructing you all to put some yellow tape up. You did some of that?
No, sir.
You didn't do any of that?
Deputy Pruitt, yes, but I didn't know.
What was Sergeant Green? What was his instructions to you? What were you there to do? Number one, let me withdraw that question. Were you there to apprehend somebody?
Not at the time, no, sir. I was just there to assist where needed.
Assist doing what?
Whatever was needed of me.
Were you all attempting to determine what happened?
We there as initial responders were there to secure the scene.
Okay, secure the scene. And secure the scene for further processing by SLED?
By our investigators, I learned later on that SLED was responding as well.
Okay. So let me, by way of example, you went down to where Paul's body was. It was covered with a sheet. You see that on the video, correct?
Not when I initially responded, but yes, sir.
No, but the video we just saw.
Yes, sir.
And why were y'all, what was there a purpose of going down there and pulling the sheet back, looking around it?
I believe they were looking for another weapon.
What kind of weapon?
I believe they were looking for a 300 blackout.
But, we saw in the picture, if you look at Paul's body, there's no 300 blackout laying next to him.
That's a good question.
No, sir.
I'm correct.
Yes, you are correct. No, there was no 300 blackout laying beside him.
Okay, so you say you're down there looking for another weapon. Where were you looking for another weapon?
I wasn't, sir. I was assisting lifting the sheet for detectives.
And you concede you stepped into the feed room.
Yes, sir.
And based on the way Paul was laying, and of course you did have a flashlight and you're looking, trying not to step on anything. Did you have anything to insulate your feet? In some jurisdictions they have little baggy things to put over their feet.
No, he
They
didn't.
don't contaminate the scene. Did you have those on?
No, sir.
And did you, when you stepped in, you got a flashlight, what you were looking at with the visible eye, you're determining you weren't disturbing the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You made an effort not to.
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether you did or you didn't,
No,
To my knowledge, I did not.
but you can't say that you didn't.
he can't for
To your
certain.
knowledge.
Can you repeat that?
To your knowledge, you didn't.
To my knowledge, I did not disturb anything.
But it's possible that you
can
did.
see there's microscopic evidence sometimes at crime scenes, correct?
Yes, sir. That's possible.
And you didn't have a microscope.
No,
Nope.
sir.
But like SLED's crime team would look very closely, would they not? They would not, as far as I could tell, you were looking basically
Superficially?
3 or 4 feet away from the floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you can see with the naked eye at night with a flashlight from 3 or 4 feet is what you base your opinion you didn't disturb anything.
That's correct.
Now, and you don't know why, they were looking for another weapon, but you don't know what other weapon, you don't know where that weapon might have been, and again, multiple deputies had seen Paul's body before he was covered with a sheet, right?
Myself, Sergeant Green did.
Okay. Were y'all, in your presence, any of the other officers with you there that night, did any of them discuss this as a possible murder-suicide?
It's possible. It's not to my recollection.
Convenient.
Now, when you were going out and we saw you mark a shell casing, was that in the grass or on the dirt road?
I believe the first one was in gravel.
In the gravel, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you found others, right?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you had to walk around in the grass?
Yes, sir.
And again, you got a flashlight, you're looking, and you don't know what was in the grass that you may have disturbed around those shell casings.
No, sir.
You don't know.
No, sir.
You may have disturbed something.
It's possible.
There we go. It's possible.
And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why then were you trying to look for shell casings? Why couldn't you wait till the next morning? Why was this urgency?
He didn't look. He happened to notice one.
Quite understand
If we're being
why.
honest.
Can't answer that. I don't know. I didn't know if somebody was getting away or not.
Did somebody instruct you to go find shell casings?
No, sir.
You just
So
did it
what?
on an issue.
Yes,
That's
sir.
fine.
And you concede that you may have disturbed or destroyed evidence in that process.
Microscopic or something I didn't see.
Well, microscopic, something down in the grass. I mean, you're walking on grass.
You're trying to get more and more concessions out of him, but he's gonna lock up more and more.
In the
Don't
shed,
push it.
In the feed room, but it's grass at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess what I'm trying
Good
to wonder
point,
is
but still.
what y'all were doing. Were you trying to solve a crime? Were you trying to just index everything was there? And when did you find out SLED was coming?
So we're trying to mark everything there. As you can tell, there were multiple units going back and forth, fire rescue as well as sheriff's office. We try to mark it so that it brings awareness to them and it doesn't become disturbed.
I'm sorry, I can't understand. I can't hear you.
There were multiple units on scene,
Right.
sheriff's office as well as fire rescue.
Right.
The reason that I saw urgency to mark those shell casings is so that it brings awareness to those of us that were walking around and they don't become disturbed.
Well, that brings up the question: should you have been walking around? What if you got two dead people? Whoever the perpetrator was, at that point, y'all hadn't identified, had you?
No, sir.
Okay, so the perpetrator may be in the woods across the street, as far as you know at that point, right?
Could have been anywhere.
Right. So you're not trying to solve a crime; you're processing a scene.
I'm not processing anything.
You're putting words in his mouth. That's not a good idea, dude.
You don't know what you're doing.
I just told you what I was doing, sir.
You're marking pieces of evidence.
Yes, sir.
And the urgency to do that was so that no one else would walk over them
Yes, sir.
while you're walking around them.
Around. Yes, sir.
Well, you don't know whether you actually stepped on one or not, do you?
I was very careful not to.
Okay.
You're not impeaching
Now,
him.
let
You're
me
doing a
also
bad
ask
job
you this.
impeaching him.
The pattern of the first shell casing was how far away from the feed room?
I can't say.
That you found?
The first shell casing I found?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
10 feet, 20 feet, more than me, further than?
Probably about the same distance from me to you.
Okay. From the feed room door?
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand, and you got a blackout, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you fire that, does it eject to the right or the left?
To the right. Mine does.
Okay. So, if the feed room is where I am, that shell casing ejected to the right and forward, right and back?
If you were standing at the door.
Are you asking where the shell casing was in relation to the door? It would have been forward and right of the door.
Okay.
Right of the door.
Exactly where it would have been
And
ejected.
The pattern of casings do they all lead to her body?
I can't remember.
Did you sketch where you found them?
No, sir. I did not do a crime scene sketch.
Have you ever done a crime scene sketch?
No, sir.
Tell me your training in crime scene processing.
It's very basic, limited, what you would get at the Criminal Justice Academy.
Very basic.
Yes, sir.
So you're not a crime scene processor.
Well, he
again,
still has
I'm
basic
not
training.
asking this question repetitively. I'm just trying to puzzle it out. What? You don't know what your role was there.
I was a first responder.
Well, they were dead, Paul and Maggie, right? You couldn't render them any aid.
Nope.
Your Honor, I would object. No question in that statement.
Is there a question?
Could you have rendered them aid? Were they in
There was a
in
question in
physical
that
condition
statement.
Where your assistance would have helped?
No, sir.
They were dead. Correct?
Are you asking? Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, let me show you a couple of these.
Idiot. That was a dumb objection.
These clips and ask about them. Here, and I've got times. We don't have to go through them. And then we brief.
But note that it's the defense that's raising the death and raising all of that stuff, not shying away from talking about what actually happened. And the prosecution are objecting to the graphic descriptions. Why? They're trying to put the guy in prison, aren't they? Then why are they shying away from graphic descriptions? Again, this makes me very suspicious about the prosecution's strategy. They're trying to play this as if they want to put him in prison, above and beyond trying to just get the just outcome in this case. So, yeah, that's already red flag for me.
Okay, would you go to 1040? How does that ring? I don't want to.
Oh, holy shit. Ow.
Okay, this is you walking, and these are the dog pens over here to the left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on right in front of that, one of the dog pens is a hose that is neatly coiled around a hose, something holding the hose, right?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, go ahead.
God damn.
How about go to 11, 12?
There's so much noise coming from the body cam, it's insane.
How you doing?
Okay, now, this, Mr. Waters asked you about this just a moment ago when he said, how you doing when somebody walked up. You would concede to me that but for that one quip, he appears to be distraught over the death of his wife and son?
He appeared visibly upset.
Yes, okay, other than this, how you doing sort of thing, right?
Correct.
Okay, also, we see him in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, correct?
Yes, sir.
I've looked at your report, I looked at everybody that encountered him that night. No report indicates any blood visible on him. You would agree with that?
I didn't observe it.
This is critical.
I did not observe any.
Okay. It's a white shirt.
Yes, sir.
If you noted blood on him, you would have put that in your notes or reported that to somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, what's the timeline which the state are going to argue allowed him to do this?
How about, let me see, 1845.
He wasn't even a suspect at the time, if you guys so far hear from what the cops are saying.
You apparently determining the shell casing you found is a 300 blackout, correct?
The one that I marked, yes, sir.
The one that was in the gravel.
Yes, sir.
That's all the video had. Just a couple final questions. Since
Are you a first responder?
Yes, sir.
Your first job is safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
Second job is to protect the scene, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Thank you. Tell me what your jobs as a first responder are again.
Yes, sir. We secure the scene, make sure there's no current threat for additional first responders. We then secure the scene, make sure that nobody comes in that's not supposed to, so that we preserve any evidence that's there.
As part of your training to avoid disturbing the scene as best you can.
Yes, sir.
Still paying attention to your primary role.
Yes, sir.
As part of your training and your experience and what you try to do is if you do see
Objection,
evidence.
Your Honor, leading.
I'll rephrase you. If you are on scene and you do see evidence while you were there, what is your standard operating procedure?
Good question.
I would mark it
And why do you do that?
just to bring awareness to it so that it's not disturbed.
And that's what
Job
happened.
to be a crime scene investigator.
No, sir.
You're just marking that? I'll rephrase.
Yeah, he saw the leading objection.
You were asked earlier about apprehending any suspects. Was Mr. Murdaugh ever in custody?
No, sir, not to my recollection.
To your observation, was he allowed to move freely?
Yes, sir.
Was he allowed to interact with people who came to talk to him?
Yes, sir.
Was he ever placed in the back of a police car?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never put in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was he being treated as a suspect when you were there?
Not that I'm aware of.
This is actually pretty good for the defense to point out.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
In the sense that,
And records.
oh, what the hell just happened? I suppose the stream just ended, so it jumped forward. Damn, where were we? I suppose somewhere around like this. But what was I about to say? God damn, this thing just completely cut my train of thought. Yeah, let's try to find it back.
And what was their response, though?
I couldn't make it out.
When you got to the scene, who was your supervisor? You would concede to me that, but for that one quip, he appears to be distraught over the death of his wife and son.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Second job is to protect the scene, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Still paying attention to your primary role.
Yes, sir.
As part of your training,
Your Honor, leading.
procedure in that event.
I would mark it.
Be a crime scene investigator.
No, sir.
You're just marking that? I'll rephrase.
No, sir, not to my recollection.
To your observation, was he allowed to move freely?
Yes, sir.
Was he allowed to interact with people who came to talk to him?
Yes, sir.
Was he ever placed in the back of a police car?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never put in handcuffs?
Oh yeah, so the defense could actually use this as saying, listen, if you take these officers to have behaved reasonably, then the reasonable conclusion from all of this was that he was not a suspect because they had various different circumstances that would make it unlikely for him to be the suspect. For example, his clothes didn't have any blood on him. He seemed to be completely clean as far as like any of the blood on him and all that kind of stuff. There's a prior reason for him to actually, for this all to happen that's not related to him but related to his son, clearing him of suspicion, and all of the officers immediately assumed, yeah, that's what it is. They were even kind of talking among themselves and kind of in half-spoken sentences about the family, because I suppose they all kind of knew what it was all about. Yep, so even the officers, if they're reasonable, they appeared to not treat him at all as a suspect. That actually goes in his favor.
No, sir.
Was he being treated as a suspect when you were there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
God damn it, it jumped at the worst time. He already finished.
back up.
When the camera was far away and unfocused, the judge looked a little bit
Ladies
like
and
Bill
gentlemen, we'll
Cosby.
break for lunch. We will
No
resume
offense
at
meant.
2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
As he can and try to say sort.
Oh, that's a long break. We might almost catch up. Yep, we did catch up. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll make some more coffee.
Anything before the jury comes?
Just very quickly, Your Honor, in conversation with Mr. Harpootlian, as you're aware, one of the areas of, that the state intends to go into at some point, subject to Your Honor's ruling, would be the events of what we call the side of the road, and that was the Salkehatchie Road events in September of 2021. We, of course, have talked with the defense and don't plan to go into that, as we've discussed with Your Honor, until they've had a chance to make whatever motions and Your Honor has had a chance to rule. There may be SLED witnesses or other witnesses as we go forward that not only participated in the murder investigation but also the side of the road investigation. And in discussion with Mr. Harpootlian, he's agreed that we can call those witnesses to discuss only the murder with the ability, with Your Honor's permission, to recall them later for the side of the road in as much as Your Honor rules any of that relevant and admissible. And I just wanted to put that agreement on the record, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian?
That's our agreement.
Nope.
Your Honor, only one further caveat. If he would make it clear when he calls the witness so that I don't inadvertently stumble into an area we don't want to, just if you just designate if you just say for limited purposes, that'll key me to stay away from asking questions that might result in me opening the door into the other area.
Certainly, and any such witness will be instructed what the subject matter is for that examination prior to it.
Coaching them some more, but yeah.
Yes.
At least for this particular matter. So far, I'm still, after the second witness, I'm still leaning towards not guilty. So far, I haven't seen anything to shift my innocent until proven guilty verdict.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Tanish Bryson Smith.
You'll come up here, please.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
First name Tanish, last name Bryson Smith, Bryson hyphen Smith.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bryson Smith.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
Hampton County E911.
And how long have you worked for Hampton
Dispatcher?
County E911?
17 years.
And what is E911?
Emergency Services Dispatch Center.
And what do you do there?
Currently, I am in the director position, just instated in December. I am over the management of day-to-day operations of the 911 Dispatch Center for Hampton County, including budgeting, payroll, like I said, day-to-day operations, and record keeping, recordings, etc.
Does the Hampton County 911 keep records in the normal course of business?
We do.
And what kind of recordings are these?
We have audio recordings from 911 phone calls, administrative line phone calls, as well as radio recordings from our radios from the field.
Are all 911 calls recorded?
They are.
And how are these calls stored?
They're stored on our Nextlog data recording systems,
How long are they stored for?
as long as we need them.
And who has access to those records?
I do.
I like her accent.
Does anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you access the records?
There is a database in my office that I have to log into to access any recordings that is requested.
All right. Sometimes do calls from another county, such as Colleton County, come into Hampton County?
They do.
And why does that happen?
Cell phones pick up on the nearest PSAP based upon the location of that cell phone at the time of call. PSAP meaning Public Safety Answering System.
Okay. And why does it pick up on that on the location and send it to Hampton as opposed to Colleton?
Due to the geographical location of a phone call or a phone when that call is made, that cell phone picks up at that tower, and the tower, wherever the nearest PSAP is where that cell phone will be routed to.
That's not how it works.
And what do you do when you in Hampton County receive a call from Colleton that's supposed to be?
Oh, that's not how it
from
works.
Colleton
Come on.
We transfer that call out to Colleton County.
All right. Back on June 7th.
But interesting. I mean, they're the prosecution, and it's their goal to show that, or it's their goal to convince the jury that cell phone tower data is the most accurate at pinpointing locations and all that kind of stuff as possible. And yet, the call to 911 got dispatched to the wrong call center based on the antenna.
7th of 2021, did you receive a call from Alec Murdaugh?
We did.
And that call came into Hampton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did happen to that call when it came in?
Once it was determined that the call was the location of the emergency was Colleton County, we transferred that call out to Colleton County.
And you determined the Colleton County location how?
Based upon the numerics and the address that was given, once we plug that information into our system, it populates in Colleton County.
The record reflect, I'm showing the witness takes what's marked as State's Exhibit 9.
State's Exhibit 9 is admitted without objection.
State's Exhibit 9 is a disc. Can you tell us what is on that disc?
The initial 911 call that came in. On
An actual disc.
And how do you know that call?
Like a CD-ROM.
I was able to listen to
well,
it.
DVD,
and
but yeah.
I dated it and initialed on the 23rd of January.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Wow. They are technologically challenged. Holy crap. Who the fuck uses CD-ROM? I think the only CD I actually own is a rare album. And that's pretty much it. Well, at least the audio here isn't that loud. Holy crap, he sounds panicky as hell. Holy crap! What a question! Wow. What a question to ask somebody who came across his wife and child shot. Let the cops on the scene determine that. Why are you asking him that? That's such a terrible question. You hear how he sounds.
No, ma'am. Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son? My wife and
Dude.
my son. Are they in a vehicle? No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Did she send somebody already, or is she still waiting to collect useless information?
I can tell that he's shot in the head, and he's shot really bad. He's shot really bad.
He sounds genuinely upset.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
By the defense.
Damn. They only needed to authenticate something then.
Cross-examination.
Thank you for your indulgence.
He looks a little flustered even right now listening to himself.
So, explain to me how this works. A call came into you in what county?
Hampton County.
Hampton County.
Correct.
And how, when you dial 911, how does it determine what county to send it to?
When you dial now.
Oh, I think they're actually going to use this, the fact that it went to the wrong dispatch center, as evidence that maybe trying to pinpoint the location of something based on which cell phone tower the telephone just randomly decided to connect to isn't the greatest idea. And if that's the central piece of evidence that ties him to the murder, which appears to be the case, then this entire case is a flop and he's not guilty.
911, the cell phone company picks up that it's a 911 call being placed. They hit the nearest cell phone tower, and based upon the location of that cell phone tower, is routed to the nearest PSAP, or public safety answering system.
Okay, so the nearest cell phone tower to Moselle
Was
would be...
Walterboro Highway Tower.
Okay.
Why did it go to you then?
And you're from Hampton?
I am.
That's not you on the phone, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know the Murdaughs, or do you know Alec Murdaugh and his family?
Not too much, yes. I mean, a little bit, but.
Okay.
Everybody knows about it more than me because I have no idea what that boat incident was.
Anything further? You may step down. Thank you.
That was weird. Could have used the fact that it pinged the wrong tower supposedly to leave the implication that it's not reliable. Maybe he knew otherwise, so he didn't want to bring it up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Take a seat. State your name again for the record. Angela Stallings, Stallings.
Hi, Captain Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work at the Culleton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
I have approximately 15 years with the Sheriff's Office.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities at the Sheriff's Office?
I am the Administrative Services Captain. I oversee the 911 Center. I'm over our Civil Process Division, Court Security, our School Resource Officers, our Sex Offender Registry Division, training, supply, and the hiring process. And
It's a lot of jobs, but it seems like
a lot of duties there.
Yes, ma'am.
each of them is kind of insignificant, so they need to pile a lot of stuff.
Your duties, do you keep records of 911 calls?
We do.
Can you explain to the jury what happens when a 911 call comes in to Culleton County?
Yes, ma'am. So when a call comes into Colleton County, it hits our recorder system. As soon as the call connects to the recorder and starts ringing, our recorder automatically starts recording automatically. It starts recording before we even answer the phone.
The automatic call system automatically records automatically. Okay.
And is a recording of all 911 calls that come into Colleton County Center kept?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And how are those records kept?
They're kept on our server that is the Carolina recording software system that we use.
Who has access to those records?
Myself and one other employee.
So anything wrong with a sex offender registry, then it's her and one more person to blame.
Routed from Hampton County to Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why does that happen?
Depending on the location of the call within the county, we border several counties. Depending on if it's a cell phone that is calling 911, depending on the closest available cell tower, it will hit that tower. Wherever
Not
that
how
tower
that
is
works.
located, it routes to that PSAP.
Not exactly.
All right. On June 7th of 2021, did Colleton County receive a transferred 911 call from Hampton County?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what time did that call come in?
May I look at my notes?
Yes. Oh, that was a bit aggressive.
That call came in at 22:07:09, which is 10:07:09 p.m.
And the notes you're referencing up there, is that some kind of report that's generated when the call comes in, or what are you looking at?
Yes, ma'am. This is a report that's generated through our recorder software.
So you received a call from 10:07 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that call from?
Hampton County.
Okay, and who was the caller?
The caller was Alex Murdaugh.
Are they gonna play it? Another CD. Wow.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 11.
Is that the exhibit, or is what's on it the
Do you
exhibit?
recognize State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It is a disc of the 911 call.
And how do you know that?
It has my initials and date that I reviewed it.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call made by Alec Murdaugh.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move State's Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
June. June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
Ow! Holy crap! Oh.
Okay, and are they breathing? No, ma'am. Okay, and is that
took the cops 20 minutes to get there. I'll go get my shotgun. Honestly, if he is guilty, I have to grant him that he's a fantastic actor, at least when it comes to voice acting. I would like to credit myself with being pretty observant when people are full of shit. And it doesn't sound like he's full of shit. He's begging them to hurry. Now, he could have done it, and in the heat of the moment, something went completely wrong with him, and he went crazy and killed him. And then he had instant remorse, and that's what we're hearing now, like panic, remorse, and lying. But, yeah, all of that happening wouldn't leave him in the right state of mind to meet the officers 10 to 20 minutes later, completely clean, leaving no DNA evidence on the crime scene. Was her name. Oof. She's asking a lot of questions that I don't know what the relevance would be for them. If they're on their way, then it's fine that she's asking him useless questions, but... Are you sure they're not breathing? Absolutely. Let me put it this way. If he wasn't sure they're not breathing, then he would be negligent calling the police instead of trying to administer CPR or anything to try to save them himself while the police are on loudspeaker or something. Like, I would only imagine calling the police after I've tried everything in the moment to try to make sure that they continue breathing or save their life if I had any doubt whatsoever if they're alive or not. He was shot in the head. These are terrible, awful questions for somebody who's just seen his family die. Oof. And that's where the shotgun that the officer saw came from. And it's good that he let the cops know that he has a gun.
Not particularly, really, no ma'am. Okay.
He's making a weird face.
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by my son having both that. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times and he's just finally. Do you know who was threatening your son?
Well, it seems that the boat incident could have indeed been a motive for somebody to kill them. Like some random assailant. Did his son get off after killing a girl? Is that what happened? And then everybody wants to kill him?
And Captain Stallings, there's a break between parts in this call. Why is that?
The way our recorder system is set up, if there is a pause with either the call taker or the caller not talking, the recorder automatically cuts off. As soon as it starts to hear someone talking, it automatically kicks back on.
That's so stupid. Why? We're literally... I can't understand shit. At least that's a competent thing to ask him to do. That makes sense. So far to me, it doesn't seem like he's bullshitting. Dad.
So what's your son's name? Paul. Paul? Ma'am, I want to call, I need to call some of my family. Okay. Well, so will do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me? Okay.
She told him to put the gun near his truck or on his truck. But that's irresponsible. Like, if the assailant was still there, then she's asking him to disarm himself. What if he would get shot and killed because she asked him to? I don't know how solid that advice is. I would never listen to a police dispatcher's advice in regards to any of her own opinions about what I should do, for the most part.
You got the flashes on for me? Okay. All right. Whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay? Okay. How old is your son? 22. Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
Thank you, Captain Stallings. The state has no further questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Still, the needle didn't move at all towards guilty whatsoever.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand.
I like the shortened version without the whole truth and nothing but the truth, because there is only one truth. You're either telling the truth or you're perjuring yourself. Like, sure, you could say true things, but that's not the truth.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Barry McRoy, McRoy.
Chief McRoy, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
Work for Colleton County Fire and Rescue.
And what is your position?
I'm the fire chief.
The fire chief of Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
That is correct.
And how long have you worked at Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
29 years.
Impressive.
And about how many scenes do you think you have responded to over the years?
I have no idea. Many thousand.
What are some of the training that you need to do to be a paramedic or respond with fire and rescue?
Well, that has changed greatly over the years, but presently, to be a paramedic, you have to have been an EMT for, we recommend 2 years, which that's about a 500-hour course, and then you take a paramedic course, which is about 1,500 hours. In Colleton County, we require people to be cross-trained, so they have a 500-hour firefighter course as well.
And are you yourself a paramedic?
I am.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
Since 1981.
What are would be the normal procedures when responding to a gunshot, to treat gunshot wounds or to a shooting?
Well, when you initially respond, the law enforcement that's responsible for that jurisdiction typically clears the scene to make sure that it's safe for the other responders. When we arrive, we want to evaluate the patients to make sure that if they've got some injuries that we can treat, we treat them. And,
in this case,
closest trauma
no.
So if someone has been shot, what would you normally do to initially treat that person?
We would control their bleeding, protect their airway, get them transported as quickly as possible.
At least as far as the son is concerned.
In County, we carry blood, so we could administer blood. to the patient if they required it.
Did you respond to Moselle Road on June 7th of 2021?
I did.
And tell us about what you did when you got there.
I was on my way home from work, and I heard the sheriff's department on their radio dispatch units to the address in question, and they advised that there was 2 people shot. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched fire rescue units, and we have a standard protocol of what they send. There were multiple patients, so they dispatched 2 ambulances and put a helicopter on standby, and then a supervisor was also dispatched. We also send the closest fire station, which in that case was the one from Highlandton. I responded from Walterboro.
They don't fuck around.
I did arrive ahead of everybody else. Dispatcher told us not to go onto the scene, so I staged about the 3900 block. And a few minutes later, a deputy passed me, and I went in behind the deputy, which was Mr. Green that y'all listened to earlier.
And what did you see when you were driving onto the scene?
It was really dark. Had a long dirt driveway, and when we arrived, there was some kennels off to the left, and like a big barn with a 3-lane lean-to on the right-hand side.
States Exhibits 51, 49, 24, and 21. I just ask you to take a look at these pictures and tell me, are you familiar with those pictures?
Yes, ma'am. This does appear to be the accident scene.
These are true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I would move states 51, 49, 24, and 21 into evidence, with states exhibits 24 and 51 being sealed with the agreed upon placeholders.
You're admitted without objection.
So, Chief McCoy, could you tell us how you observed the victims when you got to the scene?
Deputy Green went through the scene first. He actually drove a little ways in between the kennels and the lean-to. It was very dark, so he needed his headlights to see what was going on there. There was animals in the kennels.
Animals in the kennels?
But, there was also some chickens fluttering around on the equipment on the right-hand side. The body of a younger male subject was face down by the kennels. He had some very severe injuries to the head. And there was a female subject at the end of the lean-to. She was also face down with severe injuries to her head. And there was a gentleman standing off a little distance away from it, and he was on a cell phone and seemed very upset.
Did you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Alex Murdaugh.
And how did you recognize him?
I've met him in the past on a professional basis because we have had to do depositions and such with his law firm.
State's Exhibit 21.
Interesting.
Can you describe what the jury is looking at in this picture?
On the left-hand side of the photograph is the covered body of Paul Murdaugh, and the down towards the end of the lean-to is you can see the covered body of Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
And those bodies appear to be
It
covered with...
almost seems, what
Yes,
the
ma'am.
Now, were those sheets there when you got there?
It almost seems as if he had a personal basis relationship with them, the way he said Maggie, just naturally first name basis, and then added Murdaugh as kind of an afterthought. That's kind of interesting again.
No, ma'am, we got those off the ambulance and covered up the bodies.
And why did you do that?
We typically do it to, to shield the bodies from the view of the public. There were a lot of people showing up there. The family was on the scene, and people just really don't need to see that.
State's Exhibit 24. Please describe what the jury's viewing.
That is the body of Paul, and he is laying face down at the entrance to, there's like a little utility room at the kennels. He is laying down with, you can see there's substantial damage to his head with a lot of blood around his head and what appeared to be his brain down there around his ankle.
He actually does look upset hearing all this.
Found Paul.
That is correct.
And you said that appears to be his brain down there by his foot?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point...
He appears genuinely upset.
His pulse?
I did not check his pulse. He and his mother both had injuries that we consider incompatible with life. There was a lot of coagulation there where the blood had congealed, and they were not currently bleeding, which would indicate they did not have a heartbeat. And obviously, with his type of injuries, he, is not any way you could sustain his life.
And State's Exhibit 51.
That is Miss Maggie, and she
Miss
also
Maggie.
had severe injuries to her head. You can also see the congealed blood around the bottom where her face is, and she had a hole in her head to where you could actually see inside of her head cavity.
Was it necessary to check Mrs. Murdaugh's pulse or perform any life-saving treatment?
No, ma'am. And she also had injuries that were not sustainable.
In State's Exhibit 49, that's just where...
That's the lean-to, and that's Miss Maggie's body in front of the little side-by-side.
Are they covering the screen for him so he doesn't see it?
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
One moment.
That is correct.
And you, in the past, have had dealings with Al Murdaugh in a professional capacity with his law firm, correct?
That's correct.
So you recognized him, and you've seen him before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his demeanor grieving, distraught, upset?
He seemed to be very upset, yes, sir.
Very upset. Now,
Oh, we can see something.
very.
You can see something here.
I've got just a very few
Damn.
questions for you. But when you responded, and I'm going to try to...
Just barely. You could just barely see something. A tractor. And they talked about chickens on the equipment, so I suppose that's what they meant. A little bit here. It's gonna be impossible to make it out, though. Oh. Yeah, the cameraman doesn't know what to do.
You recognize this from the night of June 7th?
That is correct.
And those headlights facing us, are those the headlights from the Suburban?
That would be a vehicle that was south of the location, so the police car would have been north.
Right, but is that Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So,
Yeah, these are headlights, it looks like.
when you got there, you indicated to somebody that they needed to preserve some tire tracks, correct?
That is correct. Over to the right-hand side, there's 3 rows of, I guess, where they could park equipment underneath the lean-to. And the farthest one over, there was no equipment in it, but there were some tire tracks coming out of it.
And, I mean, how did you come to see those? Did you drive, you drove in off of Moselle Road, correct?
I drove in off of Moselle Road. The deputy parked in this little driveway here between the kennel and the lean-to.
Right.
I parked at the end of the lean-to. Where I was at, I activated my scene lights, which are all the way across the front of the light bar.
The scene lights,
They're
high-intensity lights.
high-intensity, bright white lights.
Okay.
So it was very dark, and I could see the tire tracks over to the right.
So as we look at this view,
They're not visible in this picture.
I understand that, but
Okay.
would the area you were be to
To the right,
this side or the other?
other side.
Okay, over to this side.
That is correct.
And on the other side of the shed, right here?
More to the bottom,
More to the bottom.
to the
Okay.
right.
So let me, maybe we have a video of this, it'll be a little easier for you to look at. No signal. Set my television at home. So as you look at, stop it 1 second. No, I'll go back the other, okay, back it up a little bit. From this perspective, can you see that perspective right there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on,
If you back up just a little bit,
back it up.
if you'll stop it there,
Go back.
you can see the workshop on the left.
How about do this? How about step down here, please? So we all are singing from the same sheet of music. If you'd stand over that way so these jurors could see.
There's a workshop right here,
Uh-huh.
and there's a row here, and a
Uh-huh.
row here, and a row here. This row is where the tire tracks were.
And the crime scene is where?
This does nothing because we can't see what he's talking about.
Okay. And how far is it from where you saw those tire tracks to where their bodies were, approximately?
20, 30 feet.
20 or 30 feet. And you saw, now this was gravel, grass, dirt,
Kind of sandy.
sandy, but distinct tire tracks.
Yes, sir. Like
And-
one pair of tire tracks.
One pair. Okay. And you couldn't tell which direction they were going in, or
Could have been coming in, could have been going out.
you're not a tire expert, are you?
No, sir.
Track, okay. Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
So, Whose attention did you bring that to?
Brought it to the attention of one of the deputies. I don't recall which one
Was
it
it
was.
Green, Deputy Green?
I don't recall.
But one of the Colleton County deputies?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to him that it needed to be preserved, needed to be roped off, needed what?
I showed them to him and told him, I said, hey, there's some tire tracks over there. We tried to block off the driveway. I had one of our units stay out on Moselle Road, but a lot of vehicles kept driving around them. There's civilian vehicles kept coming in, and then it began raining, so at that point
So after you told, he didn't put any yellow tape up to block it?
no, sir. They had yellow tape in front of our vehicles where we were parked, but they didn't put any yellow tape down there.
And vehicles drove around your vehicle and just drove up and down that road?
Yes, sir.
Destroying the tire track?
Well, the ones that were on the road part, not the ones under the shed.
Okay.
So the tracks were destroyed a little bit.
Your knowledge, while you were there, did anybody take any pictures of those tire tracks?
I have no idea, no, sir.
So I suppose his theory is that somebody drove off, and if only instead of messing about at the house, they would look for those tire tracks and try to figure something out about those, which apparently nobody really decided to pick up anything or like take any photos of it or anything like that and preserve those tracks. And if that's the case, they could have allowed the actual suspect to get away, so it wasn't his client. His client is not guilty. I mean, that could be what he's going for, but that's a long chain of stuff.
Did you see any other pieces of forensic evidence, if you will, while you were there, other than tire tracks?
There were shell casings around Miss Maggie's body.
Okay. Now,
On her body?
did you go over and examine Paul's body?
Yes, sir.
Did you go in the feed room?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you very careful around the body?
Yes, sir. And the Sheriff's Department started putting up the yellow tape, and as they did that we backed up and got behind it.
Interesting, aren't they allowed?
Thank you for its indulgence. George, need to go to another. It's just video, and then I need to ask you a couple. Is this the area you were talking about where there were tire tracks?
They're over to the left. They're over to the left.
Okay, but all these vehicles that are parked up there?
That's the driveway coming in.
Okay. And then you're saying after that is where these tire tracks were?
Yes, sir, over to the left of this police car. You can see my vehicle was the red and white Tahoe.
Right.
Maybe 15 feet to the left of that was where the tire tracks were.
And you pointed those out to the Colleton County Sheriff's deputy, said they needed to be preserved.
I just showed them to them. I didn't tell them what to do with them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Well, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pretty straightforward so far.
Call your next witness.
I mean, they're not like drudging through every witness. This case is interesting in a very weird way because if he's innocent, then he is the biggest victim I can possibly imagine. Being on trial for his wife and
The truth, so help you God.
I'll do, ma'am.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
On the other hand, if he's guilty, he's the biggest piece of shit imaginable on the planet.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Walker Chapman. Last name Chapman.
Mr. Chapman, Jason, you stated in the record, thank you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and what education did you obtain?
Sure. I'm a native, born in Walterboro. I've lived here most of my life. Graduated from what was Walterboro High School at the time. I attended the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie. Before starting my career in law enforcement, I actually joined the cadet program well before age of 21, then became a reserve deputy, dispatcher, and then a Class 1 officer. And I've now been doing law enforcement. I'm in my 26th year.
26-year career. Would you walk us through when you first got into law enforcement and kind of the roles you've taken on and the training you've done in that?
Certainly. In '97, I attended a officer class. It was a joint class between the Collins County Sheriff's Office and the Walterboro Police Department. Had to actually wait until I turned 21 to take the final exam. Went down to the academy, took the exam, passed. Began working as a reserve. I then got hired as a dispatcher at the Walterboro Police Department, where I worked a short stint as a dispatcher to fill in a hole. And in the spring of '98, I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I graduated later that year. I actually graduated as a distinguished graduate from the academy. Since then, I've been doing law enforcement. I did my first 16 years with the city of Walterboro. And I transferred over to the Sheriff's Office January 1 of 2013, where I have remained since then. My training I've worked through pretty much every division there is in law enforcement, probably with the exception of civil process. I have an extensive background in firearms. I'm a firearms instructor, less than lethal instructor, active shooter instructor. I've had training as a narcotics supervisor. I've been through schools for administration, pretty much everything.
This guy seems super proud.
Currently as captain.
And how would you describe your responsibilities presently?
So currently I oversee special operations. That includes our investigative division, our tactical team, search and rescue.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify as an expert in a trial?
Probably.
I have.
Tell us about that.
This past year in 2022, I testified in federal court in Charleston, South Carolina, on a case involving the city of Beaufort, and I was sworn in as a expert witness in general police procedures.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention back to the date of June 7, 2021. Are you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your role with the sheriff's office back on that date?
The same as it is currently.
Supervising investigations?
That's correct.
And that would that include homicides?
Yes, sir.
All
One hell of a
Did you have
job.
an opportunity, were you dispatched or were you noticed of an incident that occurred on that day?
I was.
What,
I actually heard the call and went in service before I was dispatched, but yes, sir.
all right, what did you hear over the radio?
Call coming out that a transfer from Hampton County had been received, in which the caller was reporting that his wife and child had been shot.
Did you know a location at that point?
I was given the location by dispatch, but I was not familiar at the time of the dispatch as to the parties involved.
And at that point, did you decide that you were going to go to the scene?
I did, sir.
What was the dispatch location?
I believe it was, I think it's 4142 Moselle Road in Arlington.
Were you made aware of who this involved?
I was not at the time.
Is 4147 Moselle Road within...
All this who? I don't know who.
It is, sir.
And walk us through what you did that night upon, learning of this incident
Yes, sir. I had a brief conversation with Sheriff Hill by telephone while en route. He had been advised of the caller's identity as Mr. Alex Murdaugh. With my career, I'm familiar with the Murdaugh family and Mr. Murdaugh. And Sheriff Hill advised me that if it was in fact confirmed to be Mr. Murdaugh, that he would likely notify SLED simply because of the conflict of interest with the family. And shortly before we arrived, I believe he was able to confirm that. And that call was made to request for assistance from SLED and to request that they actually assume primary in the investigation.
Does your department, the sheriff's office, do you all work fairly closely with SLED? Is that a common thing?
We do, sir.
All right, describe that process. I mean, not including this particular investigation, but in general, how have you all worked with SLED as a law enforcement agency?
As far as crime scenes, like response to crime scenes, my division works with the entire agency, but we work very well with SLED. The remote location, although we have a satellite office for SLED here in Colleton County.
I have no idea what
for the
SLED is. I hope they clarify.
Their crime scene unit still comes out of Columbia. So, middle of the night when they're notified that we may need assistance, or in this case that we wanted to take them to take primary in the investigation, even with the fact that they're emergency services, it's still going to be about an average of a 2-hour response for that crime scene unit once they're notified. So it's very common for us to begin the investigative process at that scene while we're waiting for their arrival, with them working jointly with us. And that is
I wonder how often it is that they get pissed off that the officers tampered with stuff in an attempt to secure evidence, but because they're not the same degree of professional that team is, like SLED, whoever they are, yeah, that they probably piss them off by touching stuff that they shouldn't.
investigative process usually begins with the acquisition of a search warrant, which we know will be required once the crime scene team arrives on scene. And that just comes from a long supported tradition of us working well together and obviously being capable to do so.
As a captain and as a supervisor of the investigations, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do have one. At that particular night, I did not have it. It's on my
Thank God.
My exterior ballistic vest, and the scene was secure prior to my arrival, so I did not have my vest on.
Upon arrival at the scene, were you made aware? Did you become aware of who in your department had already arrived?
I was listening to the radio so that I knew that several patrol units had arrived prior to myself, and I believe myself, the sheriff, and one other detective arrived probably about 10, 12, 13 minutes after the initial officers.
Do you remember the rough approximate time that you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 10:35, 10:37 p.m. that evening.
Walk us through what you observed upon arrival.
Sure. So while en route, I reminded the shift supervisor, Sergeant Daniel Green, that to try to maintain the integrity of the scene as best as possible. I wasn't there, so I didn't know the magnitude of the scene. I don't know what he has, but just reminding him, limit personnel inside the scene, do what we can to preserve. Sheriff Hill came across the radio. I was trying to pull the weather up in this particular area I was driving through. I did not have much phone signal, so he did, and realized that we had an approaching storm that was about 45 minutes out. So he advised over the radio, once he got his phone to pick it up, that we needed to secure a tent. I had not been there yet. He was requesting the tent to place over the deceased bodies of the two victims. I relayed that information to one of my lieutenants that was en route. I also turned one of my detectives around that has the longest drive in, which is Detective Rutland, and I informed her to head to the office to start working on a search warrant.
Is that your common practice?
Yes, sir.
Kind of, you well, describe for us what your roles might be in a joint investigation and what SLED's role might be and how that, played out.
Good. Finally
Certainly.
explain what
So
the hell
very
that
first
is.
thing, obviously, is a notification for request for assistance, and then the explanation of what exactly we're requesting. A lot of times, our assistance is what's requested is nothing more than assistance with the crime scene. Sometimes it may be that we're asking for them to take the entire case. In this case, the notification was made by the sheriff. All I was told was that SLED was responding, that they were sending a team of investigators as well as crime scene. Knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead and secured that search warrant. That's why Detective Rutland was turned around and sent directly to the office to go ahead and initiate that process. Obviously, at 10:30 at night, we knew that we were going to have to get the warrant typed, and then we were going to have to locate a judge in the middle of the evening. We wanted to have all of that done prior to the arrival of the crime scene unit.
You touched on earlier a little bit about the weather, but describe the weather as it was when you arrived that evening.
Rainy?
As I arrived, hot, sticky. I recorded in my notes. It's the only reason I can go back and tell you exactly, but what I have recorded in my notes is 79 degrees, 89% humidity, hot, sticky. It was not raining yet. An occasional raindrop on the windshield, but no actual rain yet. It was a little foggy on my ride in, but not foggy at the scene. And obviously evening hours.
And I think you mentioned before, but rain did set in at however, how long was it until the rain set
It
in?
wasn't very long. I think the radar was pretty accurate. I want to say within 45 minutes to an hour of that notification, the rain did come.
You mentioned setting up tents or requesting that tents be set up. What would be the purpose of those tents?
So, in response to the crime scene, obviously, preservation of any type of evidence is important, but the preservation is not always limited to leaving it there and taking a picture of it and wait for somebody else to get there. In this case, Mother Nature wasn't complying. We knew that the rain was inbound. So the tent was placed over victim Maggie's body in an attempt to preserve any evidence that may be there. I only had one at the time. Paul's body was positioned somewhat over an extending ledge that I was hopeful would keep some of the rain if it did start off of him. The other evidence would have been anything from, and at the time I didn't know what we were going to be facing, but from, tire tread, footprints, shell casings, anything at all. So the intent would be to preserve that as best as possible. And if it was going to be affected by the approaching weather, do the best thing we could to mark it out, measure it out, and have that done or partially done by the time crime scene arrived.
As far as safety purposes, when you arrived on the scene, would you have considered the scene to be secured at that point?
Was it going to say no?
Pretty quick. I know that as far as the immediate, right there, the area that I'm sure that you ladies and gentlemen have seen with the tape and the videos that were played earlier, the immediate scene, yes, the outside, the property's approximately like 1,700 acres, and it's not just that
God
property.
damn.
It's in the middle of nowhere. At the time, we did not know what we had. I don't know if we had a active shooter, didn't know if we had a murder-suicide, didn't know if we had people in the woods. We don't have any idea. So inner perimeter secure, I would say yes, sir. Outside, in the woods, across the street, I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know.
Is it fair to say that there was a lot of unknowns at that point when you first arrived?
A lot of unknowns when I first arrived. Very little known other than at the time what they had gotten as initial information from Mr. Murdaugh and the fact that we had 2 deceased.
Tell the jury, if you will, first of all, let me ask you this. As part of your law enforcement training throughout the years, have you had any experience with or training in, life-saving techniques, if needed, if someone needed CPR or something like that? Are you trained in that?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And arrival on the scene, did you physically observe the 2 bodies that were present, both of Maggie and Paul?
I did, sir.
And in your estimation, was it clear to you that they were deceased?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why ask this question? Everybody.
Life-saving techniques would be
paramedics were there shortly before me.
Everybody admitted that
Our great fire
there was
rescue
nothing to do.
unit, I was assured that if there had been anything that could have been done, it would have been initiated prior to my arrival, but from what I saw, it was well beyond that.
On your arrival at the scene, were there anyone else present that were not either sheriff's office employees or employees of EMS and fire? Was there anyone else present on the scene?
The two victims, Mr. Murdaugh and emergency services.
You mentioned Mr. Murdaugh. Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Is he present here today?
Yes, sir. He's seated at the defense table, blue blazer, white shirt, and glasses.
He prompted without being asked.
Opportunity to observe Mr. Murdaugh that night.
I did, sir.
As part of your responsibilities there, what capacity were you there at the scene? What capacity?
I feel this is going weird in a weird way.
You know, we had notified SLED to take over, but again, what we were attempting to do and what we did do was identification of any potential evidence. We marked that potential evidence. If time had allowed, it would have been photographed, and then from that point simply protected. Absolutely zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one GSR kit that was instructed by SLED.
I know. Were you familiar? Have you familiarized yourself with the body-worn video of both Deputies Green and McDowell?
I did, sir.
And what was your first order of business upon arrival, particularly relating to Paul?
By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims. It's something that I'm not always. I don't like. I understand that a lot of times it's placed there, so the family doesn't have to see that, but prefer that it does not happen. But in this case, it is already there, and because the scene is still somewhat fluid, we talked about the inner perimeter being secure, but as reported by Mr. Murdaugh, we don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means two weapons. So were there two people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered secure. Outer perimeter, not so much. So we began really quick with an inspection of the two individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon, or that the initial responding officers had not missed one. And we could see that Maggie.
I wasn't until he told me.
We could see that Maggie, there was nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the present.
Wait, wouldn't that have been something better left to the more advanced team? I mean, if the gun is underneath him, the heat and the rain aren't going to do shit. They're not going to move it away. They're not going to do anything about the position of the gun. So why did they have to lift him up to try to see whether or not there's a gun underneath before the team actually got there?
State of the body, unless there was a weapon directly underneath him, there was nothing out to left or right.
Confusing. That's a little bit weird.
Captain Chapman, I'm going to direct your focus to the monitor in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What's that? Oh, yeah, we need to.
Yes, sir.
Marked it to the 28-minute mark on that. Just looking at the still image right now, are you familiar familiar with the scene there, and could you
I am,
describe
sir.
what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles in the background near the perimeter, inner perimeter tape, and victim Paul Murdaugh's body to our left there in the open doorway to the feed room.
What are you preparing to do here?
At this point in time, double checking to see if there is a weapon. Yeah, I told you before we weren't sure whether we're talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide, active shooter scenario. Are there other suspects that may be in the woods? We knew we had the casings that matched to a rifle with some evidence to support it possibly a shotgun. So when asking if any other weapons had been found, everyone stated no. So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the barrel of a gun or anything sticking out underneath the body.
A little bit about the scene here and your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly to the left. If I could direct your attention to those.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice animals in those kennels?
I believe in the 1, 2, 3, there's a couple kennels closest to the feed room that did have dogs in them. And possibly one towards the end. They weren't all full, but the ones closest to the feed room, I think there was a dog in at least 1 or 2 of them.
Was the area wet?
The area directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was also water that tailed out of at least the first 2 kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. That water, I never saw a hose, so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually standing water.
And was that water consistent with the weather at the time?
No, sir, it hadn't rained yet. Not enough to leave anything. It was a drizzle here and there.
You observed the body of Paul. Was it physically wet as well?
He was saturated with obviously blood tissue, and his clothes did appear to be wet, but almost as if like absorbed from the ground up. Not saying that someone had sprayed him with a hose or anything.
And how could you tell if it's wet from blood or from water?
Observe the video if you would, and we'll have a few questions afterwards.
Are they going to dip their hands in it and kind of feel around the moisture levels or something?
Don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
Okay. Is the guy over here wants to talk to him?
Yeah, but I don't know if you want me to tell him.
I really hope we run out of these whining dog videos, because
Did you direct
that's horrible.
Deputy McDowell into the feed room area to help with lifting of the sheet?
I did, sir.
And why would you do that?
I want the sheet lifted directly up, not drug across the body. Again, I told you I'm not really a proponent of sheets, but since it was there, I would prefer that it be lifted straight up. I had already walked through to see what, if anything, right there. You can see I'm cautiously stepping there.
I'm not a big proponent of sheets. I prefer when the family are faced with the horrifying experience and view of exactly the gruesome detail in which their family members were dismembered. That's this guy.
But I'd already checked to see if we were going to be able to step to the inside of it. The spot right inside the inside of the door frame. I had looked, and I felt like he would be able to step straight in, pick the sheet up, put the sheet back down, step back out.
And is preservation of a scene important?
It is important.
In your line of work?
Absolutely.
Is equally important securing the scene and making sure that you understand if there's any loose firearms around or that there's any other
It is, again.
uncontrolled circumstances going on?
It is. Again, the sole purpose of this right here is to help determine whether or not I have any suspects still on the move or if there's a weapon underneath him.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
It's the third time we're hearing this. At least.
Is this you looking for the gun?
It is, sir.
What do you notice about the body physically laid there, Paul's body?
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the driveway, hands tucked underneath the body.
Wait.
Physically laid.
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the outside, meaning that if he was shot from the inside of it, or at least that's the way it would seem.
There, Paul's body.
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the driveway.
At least based on the amount of force applied by the shotgun shot to the head.
Hands tucked underneath the body, fairly saturated in blood. Majority of the head is gone. There's a lot of tissue, what appears to be at least some of the brain or most of the brain lying on the opposite side from me to the victim. Wet, again, I'm assuming probably from soaking up rain or water, whatever that is, off the sidewalk. And a smartphone sitting propped up on the back of him.
There's nothing more horrifying from seeing brains splattered on pavement or a road, and I have only experienced that once, and that was way more than enough for me.
Was Paul's person saturated in physical matter and blood?
Yes.
And his hands, were they accessible to anyone without... Could you have touched Paul's hands or wrists without physically moving him?
I can't actually see his hands at this point in time.
Fell down on top of him? Is that
They're
what you're
underneath
saying?
his body, yes, sir.
What did you observe that was laying on top of Paul's body right there?
Again, it was a smartphone.
Did you have a chance to examine that smartphone and get fairly close to it?
I got close to it. I didn't pick it up. I was present when it was actually collected later, but it was not collected at this point.
And later on, it was describe the collection process that occurred after this.
It was collected by myself and Agent David Owens. I believe he's going to be your case agent. As far as collection of that, I stood by as a witness as he collected. He had on rubber gloves. It was picked up.
Witness?
He didn't actually do any manipulation of the device in front of me. It was bagged as evidence and placed in the vehicle.
Was the phone physically bloody?
I don't recall any blood or water on the phone. I'm not saying that microscopically there wasn't, but I don't recall from the naked eye seeing anything.
That's what I'm asking about.
No, sir.
From your observations, was it wet from either water or blood?
Well, if you've messed with it, you might have also messed with the microscopic stuff. You can't really manipulate a modern smartphone without touching the screen. And if the screen had droplets, then you've just smeared them by touching it.
Off of Paul's shorts, did it leave like a mark of blood or water or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
protective pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else to do.
I don't think he's getting on the stand
I
though.
did have a shotgun with him, and I have secured that in my vehicle.
Were you able to locate a firearm underneath the body of Paul?
When the
No.
coroner's office arrived and the crime scene unit and victim Paul was eventually moved, there was not a firearm underneath.
Weird assumption.
Familiar with the rifle round called 300 Blackout?
I am, sir.
Is that in your 26 years of experience, is that a caliber you come across with any frequency?
In the last couple of years, probably more than ever, but in all the crime scenes that I've worked, I believe this was, at the time, the second ever.
I don't think it's a good idea to say that there's anything weird with the ammo because one of your witnesses, one of the state's witnesses, testified that that's what he uses. That's how we recognized it.
My career that had 300 Blackout as far as being involved in a homicide.
As supervisor on the scene, is it part of your responsibility and your duties to sort of direct what people do? You're the person in charge?
It is, sir.
Does that free you up to do other things? If you have your deputies doing the tasks that you've assigned them?
If possible, yes, sir, sometimes.
And on this particular instance and this night, were you able to observe Mr. Murdaugh and see what he was up to?
Oh, yes, sir. I spoke to him on a few occasions.
Did he look sus to you?
Whenever you're investigating a case, I'm going to ask you about items that you might designate as points that you need to address.
Yes, sir.
Describe what that might mean. What's in general like an investigative point or investigative cue that you need to focus on?
Anything that we hear or see that based on the limited amount of knowledge we have at that particular point just creates a unknown, something that may need further investigation, something that maybe doesn't necessarily correspond with the evidence on scene or with the statement made by somebody. It's something that just we need to follow up on. It can't just be left alone or accepted as fact.
He's been coached on this for sure.
What are some of the physical observations? I'm going to ask you about physical observations of Mr. Murdaugh. Did he appear to be, at least outwardly, did he appear to be upset?
Yes, sir, he did.
Were you close enough to observe whether or not he actually cried or had tears in his eyes?
Doesn't matter.
He was upset. Definitely upset. I got up to him, again, like I said, I spoke to him on at least 2 different occasions.
I'll be straight up right now. I've had more than 10 people close to me die throughout my life. And I've been to a lot more than that funerals. And I have only cried one time. And that wasn't even from my grandma, not even from some of my best friends. In high school, yeah, I mean, I didn't cry at any of them, even though I was completely distraught. I've cried once, extremely briefly, after visiting a friend in the hospital bed, right before they diagnosed him with, diagnosed him as completely brain dead, and then they basically took him off life support. And yeah, I suppose what managed to get me beyond the edge and to get me crying was the fact that I held his hand and it was warm, and it freaked me the fuck out that he was unresponsive and warm, and that the word was that he was about to be taken off of life support and then declared dead. and that's eventually what happened. Yeah, I cried very briefly. So I don't think it's weird at all that somebody doesn't cry even if he's grieving, because the way people deal with grief is very, very, very individual and subjective and not down to any kind of attempts at like trying to gauge somebody's credibility just based on how he deals with grief by itself.
And he was breathing hard. You know, his facial expressions were that of, torment. But did I physically see him crying? I did not. He was sweating, but he wasn't crying.
What's going on with the lighting in the court?
What did you observe about his clothing?
Clothing was clean. Didn't see anything that stuck out, and obviously no dirt or blood or anything that indicated he had been rolling around on the ground or that he had, been involved or anything up to that point.
I'm going to ask you about something you do when you're arriving on a scene, particularly if it's a homicide. Do you have a practice of phoning or having dispatch send you the 911 call?
Is this a defense lawyer or a state's lawyer? Because if he's a lawyer for the state, then I don't know if he's doing himself any favors. So far, he's eliciting stuff that the defense would want out.
Yes, we do.
Why would you do that?
We get a lot of information from 911 calls, more so than the average person, I think, would believe. And it's, over the years, we've had several cases where, had we not gone back and looked at that initial 911 call, we would have missed some very important information.
That's pathetic.
Or information that could have cleared up some unknowns, those points of investigation you talked about, much sooner. So in our investigative process, that's now one of the things that we try to do relatively quickly. In this case, with the scene being fluid and not knowing if we had suspects on the loose, I opted to go ahead and do that. And it took a minute for them to get caught up, as busy as they were, but they were able to get on the phone with me and play the 911 call for me.
So were you able to hear the 911 call?
On the scene, okay.
And are you listening to that 911 call both for content but also critically and trying to examine the things that are said?
Oh, absolutely. We're listening for noises in the background, exactly what is said versus what we see, so forth.
So with that awareness...
But you're not an investigator.
911 call, do you then take that information and apply it to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And are you applying that information to try to see if it checks out, to see if things are consistent with what you heard on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And on the 911 call, did Mr. Murdaugh indicate that he had tried to examine the bodies or check their pulses?
Yes, I believe dispatch stated, do not touch if you haven't.
And he said that he did.
Mr. Murdaugh replied that he had touched them, checking them.
To check and see if they're breathing?
And
If they had a pulse.
Absolutely.
Which would be expected, absolutely.
Upon
Yep.
examination, Mr. Murdaugh, did you have a chance to look at his hands?
Again, I did talk to him, yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to look at his shirt?
I did.
And did you see any indication that there was any blood on any part of his body?
No, sir. Not, again, just physically with my observations, no microscope there. I did not see any blood anywhere.
And in your experience with viewing Paul's body, had you physically touched Paul, would there have been blood left on your hands?
Yes, Your Honor. Speculation.
So he's a prosecution lawyer.
Physically saw the body, and he cannot testify to the locations that would be touched and whether it would transfer.
Does he know what location he touched?
I'll lay a foundation. I'll ask a few more questions. Yes, sir. Mr. Chapman, Captain Chapman, going back to your experience in life-saving procedures, are there common areas that someone might touch to check the pulse if they were indicating they're check breathing?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, where did Mr. Murdaugh touch the body for a pulse? Was it the neck?
Objection is overruled. The prosecutor is asking the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is there common areas that someone might check a body to check for, if they've indicated they're checking for breathing, are there common areas that someone might check?
I believe the most common.
Is there a common area that you would check somebody for a pulse? Sure, here. What about if they don't have a head because a shotgun just blew all of their brains out? Would you still check it over here specifically? I mean, he's not going to go down that road with him, but he should if he wants this to be answered completely honestly. This is a little bit ridiculous on the state's part. It's highly speculative, and it is stupid. I don't like where this is going. Besides, even if I was a trained EMT, if I saw my own son and wife lying there in the condition that they have been, I might have been freaking out to the point that I might have checked the pulse on their forehead. I have no idea what I might have done in his place because I was never in his actual place.
The neck and the wrist that you see that, you know, people with limited training would probably use. I'm sure there are others with medical training.
So the neck and the wrist. And please tell me where Paul's wrists were located when you discovered his body.
They're up underneath his body.
And was Paul's neck accessible? If his wrists were underneath his body, was his neck accessible?
I think you can get the portions of his neck. I don't know.
No, they literally went to what I was just going into. Oh my god. That's horrendous. He's going the honest and gory way answer like I wouldn't mind giving, but he's in court. This is really, really crazy. Okay.
Know that you'd be able to get under. I mean,
a father wouldn't do that.
And I didn't try to get a pulse, but where I know that you would check would be difficult.
What he actually said was that they told him, don't touch them. And he said, I already touched them trying to get a pulse. He didn't say he held out the wrist and was trying to get a pulse. He didn't say, I put my fingers on the neck and I counted exactly how many beats and I saw that the answer was 0. He said he touched them in an attempt to check a pulse. It could be that he was frantically trying to see if he could get to the wrists and then he realized that the wrists are underneath. Then he either maybe tried to move him or not, but he just inadvertently touched him trying to figure out whether or not he has a place where he could measure pulse or anything like that. This is a very, very weird way to make it seem like he's guilty. And again, if this is the kind of weird circumstantial evidence that they want me to deem him guilty based on, this is absolutely a bad strategy. This is not convincing me whatsoever.
Without manipulating the body in some fashion, I guess.
And if you had to manipulate the body, and if you were going to try to check his pulse via wrist or neck, with what you saw that night, would your hands be bloody?
This is highly speculative. What the hell?
Attempted, they would have been, yes.
If I attempted, that would have been okay, but he's not you, right? If I was the defense lawyer, I would say, are you Alex Murdaugh? No. Then would you expect Alex Murdaugh to have to react to a situation in the exact way that you testify that you would have? Do you expect that to be the case? And he would answer no, and I would say, okay, that's it. The entire point was just demolished. Stupid. It's dumb. And I see that his lawyer is actually frantically writing down notes for cross.
The point that you observed, did Mr. Murdaugh in the 911 call indicate he was going to retrieve a firearm?
Yes, sir. And that actually came out while I was en route as a caution from the dispatcher.
Good idea.
Also present on the call when I monitored the call.
Having listened to the phone call, having listened to the 911 tape,
If he would not have notified the cops about him going to get his shotgun, if he didn't actually do that on the police call and the dispatcher would not have updated everybody about it, he might have been shot calling about a shooter, and then when the police arrive holding a shotgun. There have been countless cases where the person calling the cops ends up getting shot by the cops just because he had a weapon completely legitimately.
what was your reaction, or what was the cue that you were fixated on relates to the retrieval of the firearm? What is going through your head at that point?
Well, that he's scared. I mean, that he believes there may be somebody there that possibly whoever he believes hurt them may come back and hurt him.
And sure.
This is exculpatory for him. I don't know why he's a state witness. Okay, interesting.
That's your estimation, right? That's what you're thinking was
And
going
that's what I
on.
was thinking. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I believe pretty much anybody would think if he was.
Oh, that's pretty much what anybody would think, that the reason he had a shotgun was not to cover up any tracks or anything like that, or do any kind of weird shenanigans that the state are implying that he tried to do, but instead that he was freaking out that the assailant is still out there, legitimately, meaning he wasn't the killer, he was scared of the killer. And this cop, who's a state witness, is now saying, yeah, I mean, it seems that anybody would immediately assume, based on looking at how hysterical he is and how he said he had to go get his gun and how he was handling his gun, anybody would probably immediately think that he's doing that because he in Alex's state of mind, the assailant is still out there. That is actually pretty good circumstantial evidence that in his state of mind, he did not do the killing. And I'm pretty sure that if you shot your son with a shotgun, you would completely be aware of it. So far, again, I don't know how this witness is good for the state at all.
They are present with them and got spooked, and because I believe the verbiage on the 911 is, he states, I'm going to get a gun that I don't feel safe, and dispatch tries to tell him we would rather you not, and
yeah, we would rather the assailant come back and shoot you while you're disarmed. What? What? Excuse me? Is that what your... Yeah, that's what your dispatch told him. I commented on that before. That is the worst advice, and I wonder how many people got killed because of that advice throughout the years, if that is standard procedure. I mean, as long as the officer is not there yet, which was the case, I mean, the officer was not on the scene, the dispatcher was trying to convince him to put away the gun, not even knowing if there's still an assailant on the loose who might have it out for him and his family. Ouch. That is really, really bad, and now I'm a little bit more informed about how much weight I'll give the advice of police dispatchers, I guess.
you know, he states again that I'm not going to
Wow.
show it to the officers, I'm not going to hurt anybody, I'll put it away, but I feel unsafe, so I understand that.
There you go. I understand that.
Listen to the 911 call critically. What then did you observe towards the end after retrieving a firearm that you would cue on to in your investigating process?
What about that call?
Knowing that he had went and got the gun, knowing that he stated he was unsafe, and that he went and got the firearm, when he came back, as soon as he got back to the scene, the only thing I believe that was odd from that point was that he wanted to separate the call or cancel the call to call family prior to anyone's arrival.
Not strange at all. I mean, from what I heard earlier, it took them 20 minutes to arrive for the first officer to arrive. And 20 minutes feels like an eternity in that kind of situation when you have the cops on the line. And I've been on the line with the cops very recently about, of course, something a lot less serious than this. It's just a couple of junkies that were hanging out in my building on a daily basis and shooting themselves up and shit, and I wanted the cops to kick them out of here or to discourage them from showing up anymore. And they usually came here for like a few minutes, and those few minutes felt like an eternity waiting for the police car to show up. Usually they always showed up too late. So yeah, the dispatcher had every interest in keeping him on the line for the sake of conveniencing the police. But of course she doesn't think about the fact that he just had two of the most dearest people to this man slaughtered in a very, very gruesome way, and that the rest of the family deserved to know a lot earlier than 20 minutes after the fact, after he calls the cops. Yeah.
It was the only thing that just struck me as odd. Again, it's just a point of investigation. Up to that,
It's not even
on
odd.
the phone call, he had asked repeatedly, where are they? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? I'm not safe. I'm going to go get a gun. And then when he got back to the scene, are y'all here yet? How far out are they? And then it was, I need to call my...
Seems like a behavior very, very consistent with somebody who is in a rush for the cops to show up and check on these bodies. Not likely a killer of said 2 bodies.
My family and the phone disconnected.
And when we refer to the scene is obviously, does that uncover part of what was, fenced off with crime scene tape? Does that, when we're referring to a scene?
That would have been the primary scene, yes, sir.
But in your mind, what does the scene also entail? What other things?
Well, I mean, the only thing that the phone could potentially extend that scene, the phone call, could potentially extend that scene as far as entering a crime scene and not being able to introduce evidence, or exiting a crime scene without being able to take away evidence. And by his own admission, he left the scene, went to his house, and got a gun. Potentially, that could make the house an extension of the crime scene.
Because that's what he indicated on the phone call.
And that's what he indicated.
Is Mr. Murdaugh considered part of that scene? The scene?
Of course.
Is he?
Inside that area when we arrive, and I mean, he would be factored into everything.
The question is he himself considered a scene, not if he is in the scene?
And would that justify or explain why you might pay particular attention to him?
Sure. I mean, we would anybody that was there.
They really want to leave implications.
And I'm asking you this again, I know you've answered, but you've had a chance to review the body-worn camera from both Deputy Green and Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did your, after those videos cease recording because the crime scene had been secured, did you have an opportunity then to continue your investigation and continue your line of work?
We did.
And these activities would not have been captured on the video because it had been shut off. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Did you have an opportunity to physically observe, meaning watch Mr. Murdaugh while your deputies and your officers were performing their tasks?
I did.
What were a couple of the things that you noticed that stuck out to you when physically observing Mr. Murdaugh and how he was either behaving or what he was doing?
Again, I mean, he was emotional. Distress on his face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries.
There you go.
With that, there were times that when we got to certain places or asked certain questions that you could see a slight demeanor change or body language shift. And I took note of that, but again, just as a point of investigation. But
He's literally shredding your points, Mr. Lawyer. What are you doing? This entire direct has been you asking the wrong questions, getting the wrong answers, meaning the answers that you absolutely don't want him to give, and he's basically just shredding your case with his answers, and this is actually pretty great. At first I thought this officer is coached, just because it looked like the lawyer was trying to tell him, listen, this, it looked to me like the lawyer was trying to kind of talk to him in code or something like that. But apparently no, he's completely comfortable shredding the state's case, and we haven't even gotten to cross yet, so this is going to be real good.
he remained at the scene. He wasn't forced to say. He was cooperative, but he did. There were times that you could see reaction to different things.
Okay. Did you notice a reaction? Did you ever notice him tracking your movements or your officers' movements?
Oh, come on!
I know when I was there when.
Dude, so much implication and zero facts. No facts whatsoever. Nothing. No evidence that he pulled the trigger. No evidence that he was actually there when it happened. Nothing. They're going with implications and how did people interpret his body language when they were present after he called the cops? It's like, what? This is what you're going with this type of witness? Seriously? That's the best you got? I mean, I won't hold it against anybody in chat or any of the viewers potentially in the future after this just becomes a VOD, if they think that he is guilty. I don't blame them, because again, it all comes down to the facts and the evidence in this specific case, which so far I think is uncontestable, that 0 actual relevant pieces of evidence have been provided to pin him to the murder. It seems like they're wasting their time with these witnesses, just trying to encourage the jury to draw implications about his behavior and stuff like that, which is completely stupid. I mean, again, if that's the best you got, then I'm sorry, but the assumption of innocence, the presumption of innocence, just trumps that 1,000-fold. Yeah, I mean, again, the dial didn't move at all from innocence right now, even. I mean, the only thing that would move it a little bit towards guilt is that he owns a rifle and that he owns a shotgun and that he was geographically not hours away. That's basically all there is. Oof.
I ordered Detective Murdaugh to take a GSR kit and explain how the kit works of the hanger structure.
God damn it!
No, sir. They had yellow.
What's happening with the stream?
Crime scene. Knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead. By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims.
God damn.
What's that? Oh yeah, we need to.
And because it's a live stream, it can't even calculate the
By
time.
the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the. I don't know where the shooters are. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her, so we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet, just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon body. Told you before, we weren't sure whether we were talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide. Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy.
Image right now. Are you familiar with the scene there, and could you describe what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles in the background near the perimeter, inner perimeter.
Why is it so hard to get it back to the original spot?
Just looking at the still image right now.
What's that? Oh yeah, we need to.
Nothing out to left or right. But just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the present state of the body, unless there was a weapon directly underneath him, there was nothing out to left or right.
Captain Chapman, I'm going to direct your focus to the monitor in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
And I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet.
God damn.
We don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around. We don't know. It's something that, I'm not always, I don't like. I understand that a lot of times it's placed there, so the family doesn't have to see that, but prefer that it does not happen, but in this case it is already there.
I mean, because he's repeating himself, I always think that we already got to that point, but no, apparently he just repeats himself several times because he gets asked the same question several times, so It's hard for me to pinpoint exactly where we were.
Absolutely zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one GSR kit that was instructed by SLED.
I think we were here.
I know, were you familiar, have you familiarized yourself with the body-worn video of both Deputies Green and Murdaugh?
I did, sir.
And what was your first order of business upon arrival, particularly relating to Paul?
By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims. It's something that I'm not always. I don't like. I understand that a lot of times it's placed there, so the family doesn't have to see that. But prefer that it does not happen. But in this case, it is already there, and because the scene is still somewhat fluid, we talked about the inner perimeter being secure, but as reported by Mr. Murdaugh, we don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun.
No, we have been here.
2 weapons. So were there 2 people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered. Hands were tucked, so you could. Yes, sir. So that's myself. Active shooter scenario. Are there other suspects that may be in the woods? We knew we had the casings that matched to a rifle with some evidence to support possibly a shotgun. So when asking if any other weapons had been found, everyone stated no. So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the barrel of a gun or anything sticking out underneath the body.
A little bit about the scene here and your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly to the left.
Directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was also water that tailed out of at least
no,
the
we were
first
not
2
here yet.
kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. That water, I never saw a hose, so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually.
Goddamn, guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go to the stream and rewind it and see exactly if we can see the actual time before it jumped. No, that's not gonna help me, is it?
Actually, standing water.
And was that water consistent with the weather at the time?
See shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that may be injured. So inner perimeter may be considered secure. Outer perimeter, not so much. Individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon or that we could see that Maggie.
Let me try to go way more back.
We could see that Maggie.
Oh no, actually we have been here.
There was
I
nothing
recall
laying
that.
beside her. We looked closely underneath him. There was nothing out to left or right.
God damn it.
Believe, and it's over the years we've had several cases where had we not gone back and looked at that initial 911 call,
There we go.
we would have minute for them to get caught up as busy as they were, but they were able to get on the phone with me and play the 911 call for me. Do not touch if you haven't, and
Indication that there was any blood on any part of his body.
no, sir. Not again, just physically with my observations, no micro face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries. I don't have an issue with that. Vehicle, the Suburban, were his. Kind of body cam footage that I have.
For humans or just things in general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect. We were asked. I spoke earlier and said the only thing that my detectives physically collected prior to SLED's crime scene's arrival was that GSR kit. It was done by us because there is a time limit on those. And you can't always wait. I know everybody sometimes thinks it's, well, why don't we just wait and do all this tomorrow? But GSR has a 6-hour limit on it, so we had to collect that night, and we did so. And that's what I was referring to when I say GSR, the gunshot residue test kit.
I was about to ask, does he just assume that everybody knows what GSR is, or would he mind explaining it for the layman? And then immediately after that, after I was thinking that, he just said it.
And Captain Chapman, related to the GSR retrieval, I know you mentioned that time limit, the expiring time.
Or are they talking about stippling and stuff like that?
Does that time limit refer to humans or just things in general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect a GSR sample from an individual. That is our restriction from the SLED lab, is that it has to be collected within 6 hours of the estimated time of firing the weapon.
Interesting to know that about stippling and stuff.
And again, that kit's, I mean, it's just as much for any type of exculpatory as it is conviction. We use it a lot of times to exonerate someone.
Interesting that he brings it up unsolicited.
Going back to Mr. Murdaugh's observations that you had, did he appear to fixate on one body or the other that were there?
Especially watching the camera footage.
Again, the implications.
I didn't notice quite as much in person, but later scrutinizing the body cam footage, he does appear to fixate more on his son than his wife.
What a shock. I mean, his wife was shot by a rifle. There's an entrance and exit hole to her head. But his son had his brains completely blown out. And given the fact that the deaths of his wife and son were not completely equivalent in how they looked and how gruesome they were, either way, if you would prefer one body or the other, or even look at them at the same amount, every single one of them you could draw implications of his guilt from it. Like, okay, oh, why is he focusing on the son? Oh, because he feels way more guilty for what he did to his son, considering how gruesome it is. Why is he focusing on his wife? Oh, because it's hard for him to even look at what he's done to his son, so he keeps looking at his wife because it's it's not as bad to look on, while still maintaining a semblance of innocence and an involvement. And if he looked at both of the bodies at the exact same rate, you would think, wait a minute, but that's kind of, it feels almost unnatural. I mean, you would clearly be drawn to one, to look either at the son because of how gruesome it is, or to look away from the son because of how gruesome it is. So the fact that you're looking at both of the bodies simultaneously means that it's kind of calculated. Again, like every single one of these instances, every possible scenario, you could draw implications that make him look a little bit more guilty. That's exactly why we have to look at evidence and not stupid implications. And this is not doing it for me, guys.
But that's in that limited amount of body cam footage that I have.
You mentioned before the tire tracks that you observed.
Yes, sir. Or tire impressions.
Tire impressions.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Let's set the scene. Set the scene for us, if you would, please.
Before he does that, I'm going to go grab me some food. I'm going to be back in a minute.
describing the grass, and we've heard a lot about, there's rain, but moisture. Describe the scene, if you would, on that grass.
So if you come into the property and you go down the dirt road with Paul on your left, as you see in the picture before y'all, that gravel or dirt road between the kennels and what's referred to as the airport or the airplane hangar eventually ends in grass, a large grass area that separates that hangar from another shed. And in that area is where Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban was parked with the flashers and the headlights were pointed towards Paul's body. But that entire area there is grass as opposed to the dirt or gravel lane between the two structures. And there's some very obvious at that time impressions in the grass, but they're not tracks like you think of that we could cast a track out of dirt, but you can't cast an impression that's laid over wet grass from the dew. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything with that other than to document it. And I did notice them, and I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he could tell me, because I was unaware of the body cam footage at the time, could you tell me what direction you came from? And he told me that he pointed and said he had come from the residence and pulled up here, turned around and went back the same route, confirming that the tracks around his vehicle, the Suburban, were his. And he said there should be two sets from where I arrived the first time, left and got the gun and came back. And I asked about the other sets that you could see. And there was one in particular that appeared to come close to Maggie's body, possibly. You had to have the light just right. And it just happened to be that I noticed it looking at the ground in front of Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle because the lights were shining on Paul that you could see that.
To the tire tracks, did you and Detective Rutland spend some time attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We're trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul
start with if they were different from the previous two tracks or not.
Got to the kennels. It's a pretty substantial distance from the residence to the kennels, the property. And I don't know an exact, but I'm guessing probably 1,000 yards from the kennels to the house. And it's 10 o'clock at night, so I don't know what time they got there, but it's a pretty long walk, especially if you're planning on walking back in the dark. And did they drive a vehicle? Did they drive a four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, a golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was, but we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks lined up with the position of any other vehicles that were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
Did they appear to line up with
They
either
did
of those
not.
vehicles?
They did not.
As part of your investigation, flash forward in just a little bit, did you operate and record 2 drone videos of the property?
I did.
I'm going to show you. Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 187 and 188. Briefly take a look at those 2 videos, DVDs if you would. Let me know if you recognize them.
Honestly, this property sounds amazing.
Yes, sir. Both of these discs I have marked as having previously viewed and confirmed their authenticity, one on the 25th of this month and one on the 26th of this month.
And these would be the drone video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move to admit these into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
You're admitted without objection, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a recess at this time. Please do not discuss it.
did say, you know, the Murdaugh
I love being a little bit behind. It's so great that you can skip all those dead times.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Testimony, I'm going to show you a handful of pictures. I've marked and I'm identify. I ask you to please identify them.
No objection.
You offer them all into evidence?
I am.
They are admitted without objection.
Okay, permission to publish?
Yes.
We can kind of see here what, or maybe not. Maybe here? No.
And, Your Honor, I think we already established that the drone footage has been placed into evidence, and I would request permission to play that first, and then I'll go to the pictures. Sorry. Captain Chapman, as we were discussing earlier, you did describe the process of what you did with the drones and why you would surveil the area.
Took pictures with our drone just to give an overall. Some of the agents have different job descriptions that day. Some of my personnel had different job descriptions that day. In order to have something as a reference point to go back and work with later, we took the department issued drone and took a couple aerial videos so that we could use them for reference later.
And Your Honor, request permission for the witness to sort of direct the geography of the drone footage. If you would please step down.
Sure.
And if you could identify for the jurors as the video is played what we're actually looking at.
We don't even get to see the overview? Come on. Come on. It's not even corpses. Why don't we get to see it?
And
This is ridiculous.
And the trees would be the main driveway that comes out.
all right. If you could identify that on the video, the driveway that you're referring to.
Show you here, then I'll walk up. Yes, sir. So this would be the main structure and the main driveway that comes out from it with the trees. Ladies and gentlemen, the main structure, or residential structure, and the main driveway that comes away from it with the trees.
All right. And now looking down the road,
Nope.
Captain Chapman, this road that veers to the left or turns left, what is that road?
So that would have been the route that was described by Mr. Murdaugh as how he left his residence and came to the dog kennels, coming up the road with the planted trees, making a left here, ladies and gentlemen, there. And if you play the video a little farther, that road ends at the incident location with the dog kennels.
And if you would, please describe for us what we're actually looking at with this dog kennel area, identifying the structures and the entry point for the road, the main mailbox area.
Absolutely. So this would be the area coming from the main residence. When we arrived on scene that night, or at least when I arrived, right here, positioned with the headlights facing down this way, would have been Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle. And keep hearing reference of the airplane hangar or the main shed. That would have been the large structure here. The dog kennels are the smaller one you see in the background that run perpendicular. And the driveway goes out to the road.
This is so dumb.
Do I need to show you
He's
later?
pointing this. He's saying here. He's saying this over here, and we don't get to see any of it. We have no idea what he's talking about.
Here you have what's been referred to as the hangar.
That's a shame.
Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle was parked in this general area here with the headlight shining down this direction. Dog kennels. This is the large grass area that we were referring to when we were talking about the tire impressions in the dew. And this is a separate structure that sits off to the side.
And where would the entry point for the Moselle Road be on this still shot?
Following straight down between the hangar and the dog kennels, going all the way through the tree line, the Moselle Road entrance would be back here.
I'm going to just play it one time without stopping.
It's odd that he remembers all this, unless again he was coached and he was told like what, like to familiarize himself with the area.
All right, thank you, Captain Chapman. I'm going to play the second drone video. If you would, please.
Sorry about that.
Please tell us what we're looking at from this perspective right now.
Yes, sir. So this would be the back portion of
He looks a little bit like Bill Shatner.
the airplane hangar. The driveway, the vehicles at the bottom of the screen. This driveway goes back around and connects back to Moselle Road.
And is this the hangar that you were referencing?
This is the airplane hangar as we've been referring to it.
What is this structure on the top side of this image in the far back?
I believe that was a cleaning shed, for a processing shed for animals. If you're going to process a deer that you killed, it had like a walk-in freezer, sinks, floor with drain in it.
All right, describe to us what we're looking at from this perspective, if you would.
Certainly. So if you came in the Moselle entrance, which was the entrance that we were dispatched to, the 4147, and you turned by the mailbox off of Moselle Road and you came in the dirt driveway, you would be coming up between the two structures. You have your airport or airplane hangar on your right with the red tin roof, the dog kennel on your left. That
Airplane
was the
hangar.
vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was driving when, at least he said he was driving when I arrived on scene. At the time, the flashers were flat. I believe they actually still are in the drone video. The hazard lights are on all the way back from where dispatch initially advised him to cut them on for arrival. The large shed in the background back there is just simply another tractor shed.
And Captain Chapman, would you identify where the body of Paul Murdaugh was located when you arrived on
Yes, sir.
this picture?
So the dog kennel's on the left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. If you were to look towards the end of that structure, right where the gravel and the roof line are, and then step back approximately 5
This is so
feet,
unhelpful.
in the location of Paul's body.
And where would Maggie's body be located?
And Maggie's body would have been just beyond the roof line of the red airplane hangar on the side closest to the Suburban.
The trajectory of the vehicle that Mr. Murdaugh was operating and actually left parked there, where would his headlights have been directed to?
As it sits now, which I believe is the same it was when I arrived on scene, the headlights were pointed on Paul's body.
And this structure just past the white roof, which is identified as the kennels, what's that run structure there?
I believe that was like a chicken coop or a chicken pen.
So much dead time. Come on, guys.
Before, when we were talking about the tire tracks that you noticed in the dew of the grass, that you were trying to identify the location of those tracks. As part of your investigation in conjunction with Detective Rutland, did you identify this black truck that we see pictured here?
We did.
Was the black truck, did any of the tracks line up to that black truck?
No, sir. That's what got us back to that location looking at the tire impressions, was that we were trying to determine if that was the vehicle we believed that Paul may have driven to the kennels.
And did you check the truck to see if it was physically warm to the touch or had been turned on?
It was not.
Wouldn't it have been muddy at that point?
Pausing here, Captain Chapman, the kennel run, I think you already identified. Is that the structure with the white roof?
Yes, sir.
The silverish white roof in the background
Yes,
on this image? And the feed room located where Paul actually was sort of straddled, where would that feed room be in this image?
If you look at the right corner of that building, and you can see the white frame door just above the red roof, that would be the area of the feed room.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to identify that on the screen, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, this would have been the area of the feed room here. This would have been the area of the feed room here.
And while you're there, Captain Chapman, would you please identify in this angle where Maggie Murdaugh would have been located?
Yes, sir. Maggie was in this area here. Here.
Did you become aware through the course of your investigation of footprints on the side of the hangar?
Yes.
How did that occur? What brought your attention to that first, and what did you do as a result?
Detective Rutland approached me at some point in time after her arrival with the search warrant that she had located a set of prints. The prints appeared to be a flat style print, like a flip-flop or a sandal of some type, and that they were to the left of this hangar door.
Interesting.
In the dirt underneath the left lean-to of the hangar.
And if you mean to the left of the door, in the image, do you identify an orange lawnmower there?
That's correct. In between that mower and the wall.
If you would describe what you did and what you and Detective Rutland decided to do to examine these footprints.
She came over and alerted me to the presence of the footprints or shoe impressions. I went over with her. We started at the side of the hangar here that you see in the image by the orange mower. At that particular point, you could only see those sets of tracks or shoe impressions in the dirt. We then walked around the other side, and you could see that they were also on the other side of the hangar, the far side of that structure. So then we made the decision to walk a line off of those tracks from one end to the other to ensure that there was no evidence of firearms, blood, anything underneath that hangar along those shoe impressions, which we did not locate anything but the single set of shoe impressions. And they appear to go from one end of the hangar to the other, turn around and come back.
I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 193. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
Is that a still image of the area between the hangar and that lawnmower?
It is, sir.
And is that the location where you notice the treads, the footprints?
It is, sir.
All right. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Could you please describe what you see in that picture?
This is a picture of the footprints along the edge of the hangar structure.
I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 195. Please describe what you see in that picture.
Again, another photograph depicting the shoe impressions along the edge of the
And
wall.
those are the shoe impressions that you personally viewed on scene at Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
I'm also handing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with what that is a picture of?
These are the shoes that were on Miss Maggie at the time. I believe they're crime scene or autopsy.
Keeps referring to her as Miss Maggie. I think they were on a first name basis.
Mr. Murdaugh that night. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And are those headlines directly aligned with where Paul's body would have been laid?
Yes, sir.
And from this perspective, where was Maggie's body located?
Close to the front of the Green Ranger to the left of the vehicle.
And from which direction did Mr. Murdaugh indicate he drove to the scene from? Which direction would that have come from?
Bottom right-hand corner of the picture that you're seeing now.
Captain Chapman, I'm just asking you to identify just very quickly. These are stills from the VOP. What does that show?
That's the dirt road between the hangar and the dog kennel.
Okay, that would be State's Exhibit 192. This is State's Exhibit 191. And what does that show?
That's the, like we said, a cleaning shed, processing shed for animals, had a walk-in freezer, floor with a drain in it.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 190. What is that image of?
Looks like the area, the first two kennels closest to the
Does that reflect the two kennels with the two dogs on either side closest to the feed room?
closest to the feed room.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 189.
That's the,
Is that another close-up of the water?
that's close up of the water just outside the feed room.
And I'm referring to the pictures we just reviewed. This would be State's Exhibit 193. Is that where you physically walked with Detective Rutland?
It is, sir.
And to be clear, when you observed the footsteps in the sand there, were they the only footsteps present?
There was only one style of shoe impression when we first observed that went from one side of the hangar to the other and back. And it was that smooth style shoe impression.
And you say there and back, does that mean the footprints to you indicated they had walked one direction and then walked the opposite direction back? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. We weren't able to tell at which side they entered initially, but they walked completely from one side of the hangar all the way underneath the lean-to to the other.
It's such a shame because now I don't know what he means by hangar. I don't know what I'm supposed to get from any of these footsteps or stuff like that, because to me, not knowing anything else, it seems completely consistent with the story. I mean, he went to get the gun and went back. And he drove there and then drove somewhere else. So, yeah, there would be two tracks, one of him going and then one of going back. And then it's like, I wish we knew anything else. That we would get some kind of like aerial overview of the compound so we can at least know what we're talking about when we say like the shed or stuff like that. Like I have no clue what he's talking about. And it's a shame because there's so many people in court that have a better idea of what's going on, but nobody really is paying as much attention as I appear to be.
The other side of the hangar, turn around and come back.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. Describe the types of treads we're seeing in this picture, if you could.
Certainly. If you remember, I stated earlier that after locating the shoe impressions, Detective Rutland let me know that the impressions were there. I went over, we checked both sides and realized that they ran what we could tell with a flashlight from one side to the other. So we made the decision to walk straight through, keeping the shoe impressions that we were concerned about in between ourselves and the wall of the hangar structure, never crossing those actual shoe impressions. We went from one end to the other just to see if they were joined by any other shoe impressions, if there was any blood, if there were any weapons, so forth. We made one trip down and back, and we did not locate anything.
And I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195. Would that be a close-up of these impressions that you observed?
It is, sir.
And specifically, the items in the middle with the flat tread, would those be the footprints that you noticed that night?
Those were the ones initially identified by Detective Rutland and pointed out to myself. The ones with the shoe impressions with the actual designs that would be left of those in this photograph, those are myself and Detective Rutland. What's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 196 and 197. These are images of sensitive nature, have the cover sheet.
Of course, we're not going to see them for sure if we haven't seen the compound.
Monitors. Showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 196. Are you familiar with what this is an image of?
Yes, sir.
What does this show?
That's the lower portion of victim Maggie's body.
And specifically referring to the lower portion of her body, but her footwear. Are these the footwear that you observed on her that evening?
Those are they appear to be an accurate reflection of what she was wearing the night I was there.
Were you able to compare the general size and shape of those foot treads to the ones that you personally observed on the side of that hangar?
General impression. They are similar in nature and design and size. There were no measurements physically.
So it could have been Maggie.
Thank you. I'm publishing what's been marked and placed into evidence as State's Exhibit 197. And this is a similar photograph with just a slightly different angle. Is that the same treads and same footwear that you observed previously?
Again, what we believe that what we saw on the side of the building is a very close match as far as design and size.
Yeah, he didn't testify that that was a match. He said it could be.
I'm showing you now what's been marked and placed into evidence as State's Exhibit 200. Are you familiar with that? I know you already described it, but tell us again what we're looking at.
Again, those were the shoes that were removed from victim Maggie's body at the scene, and the ones that we were visibly comparing the shoe impressions to. One point have a be on the lookout or a bolo placed on any in particular vehicle that night? Yes, sir. I believe I explained earlier that we had asked if anything was missing from the scene and trying to determine how Maggie and Paul got to the dog kennels. And after checking the F-150 that was in the picture that showed you earlier, the dark-colored F-150, and the Ranger had a flat tire. Neither one of those matched up. I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he knew how they got down there, and he said he wasn't sure, but they should have driven Paul's truck, which was described as a white Ford F-250, We noticed that the truck wasn't there. It wasn't up until that point that Mr. Murdaugh, probably with everything going on, did not realize the truck wasn't there. And at that point in time, to our units at our agency, it was boloed out as possibly having been taken from the scene or removed from the scene.
And what happened? Were you able to locate the car eventually?
That, again, that was done sometime that night while we were on scene the very following morning, and I'd have to look back at notes to tell you exactly, but I believe it was around 10:30, 10:45 next morning. That vehicle was located just inside Hampton County off of Highway 63.
Captain Chapman, referring back to the tire tracks, I know you spent some effort trying to identify the source and origin of those tire tracks. When you were attempting to investigate those tire tracks with Detective Rutland, did you have a chance to then observe Mr. Murdaugh's demeanor?
The demeanor doesn't mean shit.
You know, there were changes at the time.
What kind of changes?
Again, he did appear very upset, heavy breathing, distraught. When we asked the specific questions in regards to the tire impressions and we began looking at the tire impressions, it was just a change. The breathing slowed and he began to watch us work more closely, sometimes out the corner of his eye. And after we moved away from that area with the tire impressions, the demeanor change returned back to upset.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Why didn't they object to speculation or something like that? Because his demeanor changing is completely subjective. It's very, very weird that he didn't even describe in what way his demeanor changed. He's like, yeah, he was trying to spy with the corner of our eye. Okay. What does that mean, though? Does that mean that his demeanor actually changed? I mean, maybe it was just something your intuition picked up, but it wasn't actually there. Interesting testimony, though.
No further questions from the state. Thank you, Captain Chapman.
Pathetic.
Sir.
So that demeanor thing was just a throwaway line that they're probably going to elaborate on later when he's not on the stand so that they can make more implications instead of actual facts.
Captain, my name's Dick Harpugian. I don't think we've met before.
No, sir.
I represent Alex Murdaugh. And let me ask you a couple questions. One, and let me deal with these in a different order.
Sure.
But you indicated that if Mr. Murdaugh had taken the pulse of tried to take the pulse of his dead son.
Good that he's going back to that.
Or his wrists were under him. Did he indicate to you he had tried to roll his son over?
To me, no, sir. He did not.
Okay, tried to move him at all.
That's pretty much what he indicated, that he touched him.
If he did get blood on his fingers, were you aware that there was blood found on his shorts?
I was not, sir. Again, I was asked only about my visible observations and just did not see anything at the time.
Right, nothing on his shirt that
No,
would
sir.
indicate. Okay.
And I was unaware that anything was found.
But you're not saying that you didn't see anything that would confirm, but he didn't smear
That's
blood
correct.
on himself, right?
That is correct.
But you're not saying that you have evidence he didn't try to check the pulse of his dead son?
I am not. No, sir.
Okay.
Try to take the pulse is different from actually doing it.
And I think you indicated that his demeanor was consistent with somebody who had just found his wife and son butchered.
His demeanor upon my arrival and initial conversation with him was someone who was upset.
Okay, now let's talk, just a moment ago you said something about when you started looking at the tire tracks in the grass.
It was a change of demeanor, yes.
Nice.
Well, a change of demeanor that perhaps he thought you had some evidence that would point to the killers of his
Possibly.
killer of his wife and child.
Possibly.
Are you asking me if that was the change?
Was the demeanor consistent with that?
Good question.
It was simply a change in demeanor.
Right.
And could it be?
Yes.
Sure, it absolutely could be. It was just a major change in demeanor.
His interest.
That was a good move.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You were over there looking at tire tracks, and perhaps you had discovered a different car or a different tire track, and did you follow all those tire tracks?
We attempted to follow out everything we could. As I mentioned earlier, it was just impressions, dew impressions, wet impressions, not actual tracks.
Did you take pictures?
By the time that we did that, the rain started and SLED's crime scene was arrived. Again, we were rushing against the weather.
Do we get to listen from them?
Earlier were the only ones captured by body cam.
Right.
From the actual crime scene people?
Is not.
Our focus at the time was to secure the largest items of evidence that were identifiable to make sure that the weather didn't damage them. And by that time, SLED's team was on the scene.
Okay, and now
Are we going to hear from the SLED's team?
Two other sets of tracks. One of them coming out of the shed, and I believe your notes indicate that was the caretaker or the caretakers. Now, was that the caretaker that took care of the dogs or somebody else?
There was a set of tire tracks or impressions that went through the dirt underneath the hangar,
Right.
lean-to. Initially, we didn't know whose they were, what vehicle had left those tracks. In the drone footage, you can actually see the agent still processing those. Believe that later, I was told that they matched the tire tracks of someone that came to take care of the dogs.
Okay. Now, we heard from the fire chief a little while ago. Were you here in the courtroom when he
No,
testified?
sir, I was not.
Okay. He indicated that there were, on the road that led out to the Moselle Highway, you know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
You know, could we put the
Overview of the house and kennel.
What now?
Overview of the house and kennel.
I think I like this. Well, no, go ahead. Give me the first one. It may be in there. Okay, so were you informed that the chief of police had found some tire tracks on the road leading in or out to the Moselle Highway behind? And if you look at the screen, this road where the cars are parked on either side of the road, that is that road, correct?
For clarification, the chief of the fire department or chief of the police department?
I'm sorry, chief of the fire department.
Just want to make sure I was answering correctly, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I was not made aware by Chief McRoy of anything back there, but it doesn't mean that he didn't see something.
He apparently informed your deputies of that. They never communicated that to you?
I was not made aware of any tire impressions of potential evidence down that driveway.
And I think Sergeant Green
Yes, sir.
indicated that it was communicated to him by the fire chief. Were you aware of that?
I was not, sir.
Until I just said it, you were not aware of that?
I was not made aware of anything that they believe was a possible extension of the scene that went down that driveway. No, sir, I wasn't.
If the fire chief had seen and just testified he saw distinct tire tracks on that road, he thought
We still do. Yes, sir. I would have done my best to preserve it, whether that meant photographic form or protection by other means from the approach and weather. I would have.
Okay, so, go ahead and let that run for a minute. I may want to stop it and deal with another issue. Okay, stop it right there. Okay, yeah, right there's good. Now, if you'll watch where I'm pointing to.
Yes, sir.
These are the that's the dog shed right there, right?
That is correct, sir.
And right around in here would have been where Paul's body was.
Close to the end of that structure,
Right.
yes, sir.
And Maggie's body would have been on which side of Howard's car?
The end of the red roof on the driver's side.
Right. Now, are you aware that he discovered the bodies, called 911, drove back up to the house, and then came back down?
Yes.
From listening to his statement and from the 911 call, I was aware of it.
And
Yes,
he went and got a shotgun, came back.
yes, sir.
And the shotgun was there, which sort of corroborates his statement, right?
I was made aware of that, yes, sir. That Sergeant Green took the shotgun from him upon his arrival and secured it.
And you can also hear the seatbelt dinging going on as he drives away, can you not?
You can hear that in the background of the 911 call.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
So this is where he came back.
That's something that people wouldn't consider faking if they were trying to make some elaborate faking thing where they were just trying to create an alibi or something. Like clicking the... like if he didn't drive from there, he wouldn't click the seatbelt to make it more believable. So far, again, it seems consistent with the story.
Back, not necessarily when he pulled up to begin with, correct?
My understanding that is the way the vehicle was when he returned and the initial officers arrived on scene.
Right. So you don't know where the car was positioned when he first came down and discovered Maggie's body and Paul's body, correct?
My knowledge to it would be limited to his description of having taken a very similar route back to the house.
Right.
But close but not exact, yes, sir.
Now, what is this green hedge or whatever?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a grapevine, but the structure on the other side of it, a chicken coop.
Okay. And do you remember how tall that grapevine was?
I don't know exactly, but looking at the image, it's fairly tall.
10 feet?
I would say at least.
At least. Now, if you were at the house, looking down this way, there's some pine trees between this area and the house?
There are, sir.
And then there's, if you're trying to look at the dog pens, there's obviously a 10-foot at least, what'd you call it?
The kennels?
No, the vine.
Grapevine.
Grapevine.
Yes, sir.
10 feet tall. So you could not see from the house the dog kennel because of the pine trees and the grapevine, correct?
Why aren't we shown this?
I would venture to say you could not see the position of Paul or Maggie's body from the house
At night.
at night.
Right. And this is not a well-lit area down here, is it?
I don't recall it being extremely well lit, no, sir. There was some artificial light, but I wouldn't call it extremely well lit.
Okay. So go ahead and continue running the video, please. And this was on the next morning?
Yes, sir.
Keep going. Okay, stop. That black truck, whose black truck is that?
That's the vehicle that we checked that evening that I believe was titled as a farm truck, just around the farm truck.
And is that the one you checked to see if it had been driven lately?
That's the one that Detective Brutland and I looked to see if those wet tire impressions matched up to the position of that vehicle when we arrived. Those particular impressions did not, and the vehicle was not warm to the touch.
Okay, but that would have been the previous night?
The night of the incident, when
Right.
we arrived, yes, sir.
The night prior to this. But that could Paul have driven that truck down there?
It would depend on what time he drove the truck down there, but the impressions that we were looking at, that we referenced when asked earlier by the Assistant Attorney General, they did not come to the back of that vehicle. They didn't come from that vehicle. Did he drive that vehicle to the scene? I can't tell you that yes or no, but the impressions that she and I were looking at did not match the position of that vehicle.
Right.
Yes, sir.
But Paul earlier could have driven that down there.
He could. It's very feasible he could have driven anything out there that night, or earlier in that day, but just not that vehicle for those particular set of impressions.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Back that up just a little bit, please. Back it up a little bit more. Back it up a little bit more. Back it up. Okay, let it run. Now, stop. So the tracks that you found from the caretaker, where were they?
In the image that you're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, they would have been to the right of the open door in the center, underneath that large lean-to section. So the right
Could you
side of
come
it.
down here and point it out for me?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. This section, you can actually see the agent's feet there where she's still actually processing.
Okay. Were there any other tire tracks? Any other tire tracks? Go ahead and take it.
Thank you, sir.
That y'all processed other than those tire tracks?
To my knowledge, that was the only set that they actually, I believe the only set that they actually processed. By then, the only one left that wasn't damaged by weather as well.
Okay. Go ahead. Keep going. Stop. So, and this road here goes out to Moselle Highway, right?
If you were to take the right T there
Yep.
by the silver trucks,
Yep.
if you took the right, that would go out to Moselle Road. The left just loops around the airplane hangar.
Okay. And if the fire chief had indicated there were tire impressions back here in the dirt, you would have taken pictures or gotten plaster casts or something, right?
If I had been made aware that there was something there that someone thought may possibly be evidence, I would have done my best to secure it, but I was not made aware of any of that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Keep going. Okay, I'm done. Can you put the other one up, please? That's the main house, the white building there.
Yes, sir. The Murdaugh residence.
Keep going. While that's running, you would come down that driveway, take a left at that road, stop. And that, if you kept going straight, you'd hit the Moselle Highway, right?
If you continued straight out the driveway with the planted trees on either side, that would be a separate entrance from the farm entrance.
Right.
It would have been the main entrance to the residence itself off of Moselle Road.
Right, the main entrance to come to the residence.
That's correct.
If you're going to the residence, you come in that entrance.
That is
If
correct.
you're going down to the dog pens, that area, the farm area, you take the entrance with the
I would assume so.
the post office box on it. Okay.
And again, we have no idea what any of that even means.
That's actually all I need out of that. Thank you. Let me ask you a few more questions. If I could see. The photos of the footwear, I think the flip-flops or whatever. In one of your reports, you described that as it looked to you like someone had been pacing. Is that correct?
I did describe it as pacing, I believe.
Is that accurate?
Simply because it goes down, turns around, and comes back. It doesn't appear to veer off anywhere in between. And there's nothing, it doesn't start anywhere in particular. Anywhere in particular, it goes all the way across, turns around, and comes all the way back.
Okay, and the pictures that, and I'm going to look at them here. Could I have those? The pictures that were put into evidence a moment ago. Can I use the Elmo, please? Right. Okay. Huh.
Come on.
Where's it? Is that more? So there's two. No, let me see. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. $195. See are there other pictures? Yeah, no, this one. So as we see in this picture, there you go. Yeah, that's good. We see these flat marks, right? That would be the flip-flops?
The impressions we were following, yes, sir.
Yes. So they're like right here and here and here, and in some instances, these look like, actually, we blew one up and it's got an REI symbol in the middle of it. And they're, in at least one instance, over the flip-flop. Who's that?
The only prints that I'm aware of that we could see that night without blowing anything up was the image of the flat shoe wear that you see, and then what Detective Rutland and myself were wearing when we crossed through.
Well, were you wearing, that's like, I mean, is this y'all? Would you have walked over there or here?
Presumably so, because those images weren't there prior to us walking through. I don't remember exactly what shoe style Detective Rutland was wearing and myself, but.
So, let me put this one up. Again, you can see the pattern of the flip-flops, but you also see these patterned boots or shoes over the flip-flops. Are you telling me those were not there the night before, or you couldn't see them?
No, sir. What I'm telling you is when Detective Rutland and I first observed those impressions, it was nothing but a smooth, small, flip-flop style impression. Went down from one end, all across underneath the hanger, all the way to the other, turned around and came back, which is the reason that I referenced it as being a pace. Had it simply crossed underneath, I would have just said crossed underneath. But those were the only impressions. Then she and I walked down the shed, keeping those shoe impressions between us and the wall without stepping on them.
So those are not, I'm sorry.
But we did not photograph them. That information from that point was relayed to crime scene because we had not done any photographs at all at that point. We were waiting on crime scene. So anything else that came through after that would presumably be crime scene that would have come and taken a look at the...
No, it seems that everything you've been doing yourself should also have been left to crime scene. I mean, it seems that you've taken the liberty on some things but not others, and you seem to kind of just let it be all over the place. I mean, why just not let them do their job without your guys' interference? If you're not taking photos anyway, what good is it doing for anybody that you're walking next to other footprints, leaving your own footprints?
Impressions, not us.
Trying to get two issues. First issue,
Sure.
were those patterned shoe prints there the night before when you walked through?
The only print there were the flat, smooth.
So those, I'm not trying to belabor it.
I'm sorry.
So those pattern prints came after you saw them the night before?
Correct. The
Okay.
only impressions were the flat, smooth.
Okay. And you left and turned it over to SLED to process the scene?
While we were there, again, that was at some point in time while we were there that evening. I didn't leave until like 10 o'clock the next morning. At some point in time, that information was relayed so that they could photograph it. And I don't know whose prints those are. I would assume that they would have been agents that came down behind us and photographed or collected or did whatever.
So we were talking about crime scene integrity earlier.
Yes, sir.
Those aren't your footprints, right?
The ones that are, there is a set that would be myself and Detective Rutland's, but they're not going to cross over
Right,
any of
they're
them.
not, the
That's
prints that
correct.
cross over, they're not your prints.
No, sir. If it crossed over one of theirs, it's not mine.
Who took this picture, do you know?
I do not know.
But it was taken, you think, the next day?
It was taken relatively soon afterwards because it still shows the smooth prints. So it was either taken upon daylight, because again, we didn't leave until like 10 o'clock.
Right.
So I don't actually know.
So is this best practices to walk over evidence before you photograph it?
Can't say that because it wasn't myself or my detective that did that.
I'm just saying, you
If they were doing so while processing or while collecting, then and inadvertently stepped on one, it's okay because they have other ones to use. But, I'm sure that you would have to probably ask the person that stepped on them and took the photographs.
If one of your detectives had done this, you would not be happy,
I
correct?
wouldn't be happy, no, sir.
Okay.
Not unless it was done after it was processed and for a reason.
Well, these are the crime scene photographs taken by, we think, SLED, or Solicitor Duffy Stone took some pictures the next day.
Sure.
One of some agency other than yours, but certainly nobody ought to be walking across this stuff, right?
No, again, like I said, they weren't like that when we were there, sir.
Let me then go to one of the other pictures you were showing a moment ago. This water,
Yes, sir.
these pictures taken of the water, do you know when they were taken? I'm sorry. 189, 190. Do you know when they were taken?
I know they were taken that evening, sir, but I'm not sure if you're looking at stills off of a body cam or an actual crime scene photograph. So I don't know exactly when, but they were taken that evening, obviously.
In this picture right here, water seems to be coming from the pen, right? from the dog pen?
It appears so, yes, sir.
And there's two full two full pails of water there for the dogs, right?
In the picture, absolutely.
Okay. And then there's some additional water and this is 189, that I'm not quite sure where that is, but that's consistent with the water you saw that night, right?
Yeah, the water that I saw that night, and it was captured very well on Sergeant Green's body-worn camera, came out of the first two kennels,
Right.
traveled down a short distance, and then over to where, at the time, Paul's body was laid.
So the water that was around Paul came out of the kennels, correct?
I don't know if that's where it came from, but it did come from that direction. And I did not see a hose or a jug or anything else, but it did tail from those first two kennels down to where Paul's body was.
Okay. Now let me, this is an item under seal. 196. This was introduced to show what shoes she had on, right?
Previously,
Yes.
yes, sir, it was.
Now, on the back of her leg, right here.
We can't see any of this, God damn it.
Look at that dirt.
I did.
Did you see a footwear impression, partial footwear impression in that dirt?
I saw what could very well be a impression.
As if somebody put their foot on the back of her leg.
It was something out of mud that very well could have been a shoe impression.
On the back of her leg.
On the
As
back
if
of her
They put
leg.
their foot on the back of her leg. Do you know what analysis, if any, was done by SLED or any other law enforcement agency to determine if that was a shoe impression, and if so, what kind of shoe? Do you know?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Thank you. You can turn the lights on, and I'll turn. How do I turn this on? Like that. Okay. Okay. So, let me ask you. I got just a couple more questions, maybe.
Sure.
So, okay, so when you left that night for that early the next morning, had you come to a conclusion as to any suspects?
Had I come, no, sir.
Okay, are you aware that the next day, the next morning, that your department issued a statement that said, misquote, at this time, there is no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we immediately notify the public. Are you aware of that?
The Colleton County Sheriff's Office issued that.
Carlton County Sheriff's Department.
Seems he doesn't know.
I'm unaware. No, sir.
Let me hand this article up to you.
Well, even if he sees the article, he's still asking him about something that he had no prior knowledge about.
Familiar with anything council's referencing?
Now, let's stand for a moment. Okay.
Opportunity to look at that article.
Media article. Question posed was whether he was familiar with the statement made. He said no. The media article contains all sorts of information not in the record and not.
I haven't heard any exhibit being offered into evidence.
Your Honor, I offer into evidence Post Courier story of June 8th, the next morning, 2021, which contains the quote, which I've just read.
In any case, he's not familiar with it.
Is there a reason he should be
So-
familiar with this article?
Was there a
And
danger
does it matter?
the next morning? Were you afraid some serial killer was out there with a shotgun, AR type weapon?
I can't effectively answer whether or not there's a danger to the public when I don't.
Oh, actually, I do see what he's doing here. It's because he needs there to actually be an existing threat to the public if the person who did it is at large.
I'll have all the pieces to the puzzle. I am fairly certain that statement wasn't issued by us, and the reason I can state that is because we were not primary, and it is a big no-no for us to issue anything when we're not the primary body. So where that information came from, I'm unaware, and it was never asked for me to approve to send to the sheriff. It would have never came from us.
Okay, if that statement had run, as it did in the Post Courier on the 8th, would the sheriff's department have pushed back on that and said that's not accurate? There'd be a subsequent story I haven't seen?
I wouldn't have, I can't state that. The only thing I could tell you that when I left that morning, I didn't have any information that proved one thing or the other.
So when you left that morning, was Alec Murdaugh a suspect in the killing of his wife and son?
When I left that morning, I wasn't the primary investigator.
That's not the answer, though.
That would have been SLED.
You still did something.
The whole case went to SLED.
The whole case went to SLED. We were an assisting body at that
And
time.
you were never consulted after that by SLED?
I was not consulted in the sense that anything was provided to me. We have assisted. I have stored vehicles. I have stored property for them. I have stood by while they executed search warrants. But it was not in a manner in which the information or knowledge they had on the case was shared with me. It was the exact opposite.
On the night of the murders, did your department obtain a search warrant?
We did, sir.
For all the property, the house, all of it?
It was obtained for the entire 1,700 acre.
Oh, wow.
Including the house.
And was that executed?
It was executed beginning at the dog kennels at the primary scene.
But did you go to the house?
I did not.
Did your department?
We did not.
Who actually executed the search warrant?
The search warrant was provided that evening to crime scene, which is standard protocol. When they come, they're going to ask for it. We have to show it. full-fledged crime scene.
Okay.
It was given to them, and we stayed, myself and several of my detectives. Several were sent home so they could come in the next morning, and we stayed and assisted. I didn't leave till 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning.
Did you go in the residence?
But, no, sir. The drone footage that you saw was the last thing I did at that scene that morning, and then I left and went home.
What about that night? When the search, was the search warrant executed that night?
After that, after that incident there, or that search warrant was executed, I did come back later that day and did a walk around of the property that we've been discussing all afternoon.
Why, if it's been
I've
transferred
never
over to somebody
been
else?
To the main house.
Never been in.
I have not been in the main house. Not during this incident or any other incident.
Did someone from your department go in the main house?
Not that I'm aware of. It wouldn't have been, not as an investigator. Let's put that. None of my detectives went over there under my direction.
So you gave the search warrant to SWAG, the crime scene people.
Yes, sir.
That gave them the authority to go in the house, correct?
It gave them, it was signed off on to cover the 1,700 acres.
Right, so I'm specifically talking about the residence.
Any structure on that, any
They could
structure.
have gone in the residence. They could have taken all his clothes to check if they wanted, right?
They could have. I don't know that they didn't.
Well, we're going to talk about that later on. They could have. You're familiar with trace evidence. Many cases where they check showers or sinks to see if there's trace evidence of blood, right?
Am I? Yes, sir.
Yes. And do you know whether they did that or not?
I do not. Again.
Do you know that you can, with the appropriate technology, look at microscopic evidence, see whether it be blood or tissue, or if somebody tried to wash something, you can actually still, in a
That's true.
washed piece of clothing, detect blood or detect tissue, even after it's been washed. You aware of that?
Am I aware of that? Yes, I am.
Do you know whether SLED did that?
I do not. Again.
But they could have that night done all of those things under that search warrant.
If they didn't, that's a
Presumably
problem.
so, and I'm not saying they didn't. Again, Mr. Harper.
But they could have. I'm not saying they didn't either. We're going to find out.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. I hope we do, because if they didn't, that's a big problem.
In the house, any of the buildings, anywhere on that property, and look for guns.
That's exculpatory evidence.
Of any sort of crime. Evidence of, again, in the shower, in the sinks, trace evidence. They have the authority to do that.
To answer your question, as long as they stay within the scope of the actual warrant that was signed, I don't have that search warrant, and Detective Rutland is the one that actually got it. If they stay within the scope of that search warrant, and they're only searching inside that scope, they had the ability to search structures, vehicles, only 1,700 acres, as long as they're within the scope.
We'll hear from Detective Rutland tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask her these questions.
Thank you, sir.
Having said that, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Captain Chapman, the footsteps that you noticed, I know we've been through quite a bit of it, but counsel raised this issue. The path you followed, were they consistent with someone who, with a person who started back beyond this area, and then where did they go from there? I'm asking where they went. Where did they originate? Where did they go to? And where did they end?
Objection. Sustain as to the form of the question.
Thank you. If you could, please explain to us where in your estimation, having traced the tracks, where they originated from, where they ultimately went to, and where they ended.
That's the same question.
The shoe impressions crossed completely from one side all the way to the other, with the building to the right, going down, coming back the opposite direction. The only reason I can say that we're fairly certain that it started from the grass side and went through, turned around, and came back is because we never saw any impressions similar to that running beyond the airport hangar on the back side.
And the location, where in reference to where these footprints ended, ultimately, and where Maggie's body is located. How did that line up? Describe that how they lined up.
If you take a step back from there, to the right of that image would have been on the opposite side of the hangar door would have been Maggie's body.
I really don't like all this testimony that has to do with locations of stuff. Because we don't get to see any of it. My commentary is practically useless now.
Captain Chapman, do you notice blood marks here in the water?
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
The objection is sustained.
Yep, that was leading as fuck.
Did you observe blood marks in the water when you were there that evening?
You don't get to just repeat the same fucking question.
Calling for speculation. He is calling for speculation as to what discoloration.
He's testifying.
In the water, if there is any.
Yeah, he's testifying basically.
I'll lay more of a foundation, Your Honor. Captain Chapman.
Hard to see how he'll do that.
With the scene as this picture depicts.
Yes, sir.
Did you personally view what this picture depicts?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the discoloration, and did you observe the discoloration in this photograph on two different areas?
I did see that.
Was that discoloration, in your opinion, consistent?
No.
Not been qualified to give an opinion about this matter.
That's true.
I didn't hear the complete question.
In your estimation, and
Your Honor, objection, and if he's going to pursue this frivolous line of questioning, I'd ask the jury be excused. No evidence whatsoever.
Objection is overruled.
Ooh.
In your experience and observation, having observed the scene and all the matter that was there, were those lines in the water consistent with blood?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
I don't need to be thanked for any ruling.
Don't judge. You're being cheeky now, and stop it.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor. And I'll have just one last question and I understand the court's.
I don't like this judge.
Captain Chapman, are the substance there that you identified as having observed, are they in a straight line? Are they in straight lines?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, court's indulgence.
Motion to strike his questions about blood from the record, and the jury be instructed to disregard those questions.
I've informed the jury that they're to disregard any question when I sustain the objection.
That's as much as you're gonna get.
Yes, thanks.
Yes.
That was a bit cheeky of him to ask the judge. Good for him that it worked.
No, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Thank you, sir. You may step down. If you would turn the lights up, please.
Seems this judge is taking a very hands-off approach and still being cheeky. Dude, Judge, I haven't heard almost nothing from you, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this day.
Woohoo!
Thank you all very much.
Jesus.
We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Please remember you're not to discuss the case with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it in your presence, nor are you to engage in any or be exposed to any other information other than what you have received in the courtroom and will receive in the courtroom. Have a good evening.
Okay, so now once the jury's gone, do we get anything? Nothing useful. Okay, well, I guess that's it. Have a good day, guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you again Wait, no. Tomorrow is... Yeah, Friday. Well, it's Friday already right now where I'm at. So, yeah, probably maybe not tomorrow. Or maybe it is tomorrow. I guess if it is tomorrow, then I'll be here.